And welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Carl. Joining me alongside me is Zach Rusty Pyres. We're here for week 2, day 2, as the LPL action continues. We're going to start things off with OMG versus RNG, and then Invictus Gaming going to take on Hyper Gaming. It should be a great day, Rusty.
Certainly should be. Of course, the LPL is definitely heating up. We've got some definitive favorites. We've got some teams that are really struggling, some that have been surprisingly struggling, and all around, it's nice to see we've now got the disparity between the leagues, and everyone now needs to consolidate and build from there.
Well, could be a bit of struggles here today. It's Group B matches all night long here, as really it's every team except Royal in this group so far seems to be struggling a bit.
They definitely have been, and of course, in our first match is going to be Royal against OMG, who have managed to find themselves a victory. So you got to give them credit where it's due, but unfortunately, that victory was against HYG, who themselves have been struggling a fair bit. So coming into this match against RNG, it's a tough start, let's say, to this group.
I guess that's maybe not fair as well. On the other side, of course, IG technically have a win, but have yet to complete a series, unfortunately, due to their long battles with machinery, I believe, against EDG. So they did actually win the first game. Rookie looked very impressive. Kind of solo carrying that game that we did see on his own, but with 2 matches left to play, it's hard to really say with Kid in the jungle, and again, not seeing too much from the team, just how strong IG are.
There is a lot of question marks about Invictus Gaming. That goes without saying. The nice thing about them is that 4 of the 5 are still the same roster. There may just be a role swap, but it is an AD carry that's currently in the jungle. So as far as role swaps go, it's not one of the better ones.
Limited champion pool, perhaps. Kindred Graves only. We've certainly seen the Graves, and it was just fine there from Kid, of course. Not too much to worry about there. I guess on the other side, OMG, definitely a team that's been struggling. They did pick up the win, of course, up against HYG, who will also be playing today, so we'll see if they've learned anything from their Week 1 performance. But we expected OMG to start struggling, and that's pretty much how it's gone.
Yeah, no real surprise from how OMG are performing. Dark came in, played the first game, got subbed out after a suboptimal performance. Jian came in and honestly did the same thing himself. And it just felt like OMG didn't have an answer for the top lane. And then they've got Elise in main, in the jungle essentially. They've got a support that plays Thresh primarily and really seem to just not be as strong on these other champions. And OMG across the board, it's kind of like they're letting Cool carry. But he's not carrying. He's more facilitating.
Yeah, he was playing Lux. He was doing all sorts of shenanigans. The series against Vici did not go too well for them, but as we said, against HYG, did eke out a win 2-1. Signs of life, I guess, for the old big Chinese organization, but certainly interesting to see how they'll stack up against RNG, who, like we've said, Royal just looked amazing. But we're going to have a look through the standings. Group A this time, who a couple of those teams played yesterday. Xiaogu still sitting on top there with 3 wins and 0 losses. Wildly, Snake, and M3 all tied in there, with Energy, Pacemaker, All, and LGD bringing up the rear. LGD, of course, still a series to play this week as we go through our group for today. Group B, of course, we'll see 4 teams from this group today. Royal on top at 2-0. Vici and OMG actually tied at 1-1. And then 0-0 for IG with no completed matches. EDG, of course, 0-1, which is surprising for them. And HYG tied with them, which is, like we said, unexpected for the usual Chinese champions. But here's our schedule for today as well. Like we mentioned, OMG versus RNG is going to kick us off. That should be a whole lot of fun. Curious to see how the teams have sort of developed after a week. OMG especially, they've had some time to revitalize their roster. And of course, over on the other side, it's Invictus Gaming, with Kid still in the jungle by the looks of things, playing Hyper Youth Gaming.
It's definitely still Kid in that jungle, and playing against HYG, Hyper Youth Gaming, a side of rookies that came onto the Rift and did all right. Now, you have to say, you don't rate them as rookie players by any means coming into that best of 3 series, the first one we saw of them, but a lot of work still seemingly needs to be done. You look towards their mid laner in particular, Gosu, because he's a monster.
Yeah, Gosu, the only Korean on the team, I believe, did do very well there on a number of champions. So looking forward to see how he's playing again. We'll have an interesting challenge up against Rookie, of all players, who was playing phenomenal up against EDG earlier last week. So like we said, lots of questions here, but let's have a quick look at some KDA rankings here. Zatai actually looking good there in the top lane. 9 sitting above V, who picked up a few too many deaths in the last QG encounters.
Yeah, not too bad at all here from Zatai of Invictus Gaming. V, the tank player, as we move towards our jungle.
Oh, Kid.
They've
right
done it
on
again.
top.
How does he do it?
At 12 there with the Graves again. A decent first and only game for IG, so just one there. And, of course, Swift looking good there as well. We'll move over to mid, of course, Rookie. No real surprise, honestly. Again, the IG stats, perhaps a bit inflated, given that they've only played literally a single game. But
yes.
OMB and the rest of QG, they're doing really well in these rankings. We do see Pekko flying high, 14.6.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one thing to take from these KDA rankings, it's that Xiaogu have played 3 series.
Yep.
Invictus Gaming have played 1 game in a series, and they're still kicking up the ranks at either first or second.
Yep, and there's more, of course, right on top for supports. Marta actually looking very nice here at 6.3, and that's a big drop-off, actually. Shoe Kitties and Caveman all pull in 3rd, 4th, and 5th with a KDA of under 4.
Yeah, a major difference between first and second. Of course, Marta has been, you'd have to say, overperforming for his team at the moment, stepping up monstrously. 4 games as Alistar, 1 game as Poppy, so naturally, as a tanky champion like that, your KDA, you would think, tends to suffer. But Marta's been playing out of his mind.
Well, I guess we'll find out if he's still playing just as well, because we will see him, of course, on the Royal side coming up nice and soon, actually. But we can see OMG are sitting down. I feel like somebody very key is missing. We'll check the lineups in a bit. But I did not spy everyone's favorite handsome mid laner. Cool. Let's have a look at the team, though. We'll see which lineup they are using for today. Big roster, of course. Big organization. Plenty of players. Nice and deep stack there, but yep, they have swapped things up. Xiang is going to be there, Quan in the jungle, Icon, SMLZ, and 5. These are huge changes, actually, for OMG.
Yeah, picking up Quan in the jungle and having Icon in the middle lane is massive. They've opted into Xiang as well, a more experienced top lane, you would have to say, in comparison to Dark, so they do manage to retain at least a hint of experience in this roster, but here's the mix-up.
Yep, plenty of new people here. As Quan is going to make his debut performance, I believe. Does look a bit like TBQ, who we was rumored to be playing, but I believe they're not the same player.
Maybe that's where the rumors came
from.
It's like, this guy looks like TBQ.
And there's Icon, of course, another new player here into the LPL. Don't know too much about OMG's new players. They do have, as we said, quite a lot of them stacked up in there in their team photo. But SMLZ will be returning along with 5 there in the AD carry position. Up and down games for SMLZ, which is, I think, generally true of OMG's recent performances, and even maybe some of it late last year as well. But 5, of course, formerly known as Amazing, now just known as 5. He was honestly the stand-up member of this team.
He definitely was. 5 was monstrous. SMLZ, you have to give him credit, though. He has seemingly found his champion, I will say, in Tristana. The Kalista games that you'll see from SMLZ, always going to be good.
Yep.
He's a Caitlyn player. That's how everyone knows him. But being able to go into the meta now and pick the Tristana up and overperform on that champion is a good sign of things to come here for OMG.
Yep. I think Trist is just a champion that he did have some experience on, but certainly is now coming into his own a bit more. Like you mentioned, though, big changes here for OMG. Yeah. We're curious to see if they make any more in the best of 3, of course. They can make substitutions. We've seen that be kind of an interesting part of the early weeks of the LPL, but let's have a look over at the currently undefeated Royal Never Give Up. Another big stack roster, but they've got heavy hitters still sitting on the bench by the looks of things. Let's have a look at their lineup for today. It is going to be the same starting 5. Looper, MLXG, Xiaohu, Whoosh, and Marta.
Yes, of course, a roster to rival that of OMG. We're going to start in that top lane, and Looper, he has been insane.
He has been insane, which if you saw 2015 Looper, you would maybe never say. As I said, there's a gift running around that you can see of Looper, maybe not at his finest, but he has been on fire recently. So is this man, by the way, MLXG. Lee Sin, Rek'Sai, good champions from last year, picks up Graves right into the wheelhouse there. He is absolutely destroying people.
Yeah, 3 Graves games, 1 Rek'Sai, 1 Lee Sin, and Kindred banned 100% of the time against him is a big promising sign for this MLXG.
Yep. Xiaohu, of course, been mixing it up a bit himself, looking good, but a bit more of a utility role. And honestly, same with Whoosh. He's curbed a bit of that aggression. He's still got those mechanics. Kalista, Trist, and Vayne, of course. Very typical picks here from Whoosh. But he's looked good, and you have to think it's this man here that might be responsible for some of that. Marta has had such a good start to his season. Not that his 2015 was bad.
No,
but
not at
he's
all.
now on a team that maybe suits him a bit better. He's been playing just as well, if not even better. You said overperforming before so far. I'd have to agree. In the early weeks of the season, Marta's looked fantastic.
He's even taken out his old partner in crime in Dandy 2-1 when they played against VG Gaming. And Marta is honestly the crux of this RNG team at the moment. You look to MLXG for that early aggression. You've got Looper to consolidate the mid to later game stages. But without Marta to be there, he places vision so aggressively. Russia's mobility boots, which is so unique of a lot of these supports at the moment who maybe opt towards a sightstone. He just places pink wards in aggressive positions that never get spotted.
Yep, and his vision's been impeccable. We talk about RNG having a strong top half of the map, but bottom has been just as good with Marta at the helm. Let's go through Champ Select, though. We are in to the draft here for game number 1. OMG versus RNG. A very different OMG once again. Remaking themselves week to week, it seems, as RNG look to keep themselves up here.
They definitely do, and I love the immediate ban from OMG here. Xiang taking away that Alistar, and It goes without saying, when Marta's only played one other champion so far, and the Alistar has been his primary choice, you should take that away from an undefeated RNG.
Certainly should, as Ari is also going to be the ban there from Royal. Trundle will join in as well. And we've had Lysandra and Gangplank follow the rest of the bans there for OMG, so nice and quick there.
Yeah, getting all of the bans out of the way. Lysandra is another one that you'll see creep up in the ban list at the moment, you would have to say. First and foremost, no one realized Lysandra was a thing.
Yep.
And then they all just started realizing that she's pretty much Lulu, but with damage and less utility and engage, and have to get rid of it now.
Yeah, have to. But there is a Lulu response, of course, from OMG with Rise, the final ban there. Sorry, oh my god, as RNG did final ban away Rise. Lulu, you just mentioned it then. Not Lysandra, of course, she's banned away, but a nice, strong, flexible first pick.
Yeah, definitely.
And Poppy Thresh from Royal.
Wow.
Martin not going to be on the Poppy support today.
That is a crazy first draft here. You'd have to say, though, going for the Thresh with the Poppy indicates they know exactly where they want those champions to be. They're not looking to even flex in that draft. Just the last pick that I would wager Xiaohu will have away from the mid lane, as OMG with the Lulu, you don't know where it's going yet either.
No, certainly don't, as OMG are filling out the rest of their draft. Looks like they might keep things pretty ambiguous here for the solo lanes, as at least in and Braum are currently being hovered. But I love this pickup for Looper. I have to assume it's his Poppy with the Thresh selected already. But Looper has been messing people up in games. Whether it's Quinn or Poppy, he's been absolutely wrecking face.
He definitely has been. Loop is the one to look out for in that late game stage. The teleport ganks are devastating, especially from a Poppy. So RNG, they've got the makings of a good team comp thus far, and we'll see where they go to from here.
Well, I do like the pick away, of course. Graves been taken by OMG, and that is going to be Tristana picked up for SMLZ again. Like you mentioned, one of the highlights of SMLZ's recent play has been that Tristana that seems to fit him oh so well. But Xiaohu's already locked in that Nidalee. MLXG is not curbing any aggression.
No, I honestly don't think he should be curbing any aggression, to be honest with you. Yeah, I don't think it's an off-button type of feature. He only has one mode, and it's go in. Nidalee suits that to a T, since the Graves is taken away from him anyway.
There's Misfortune as well. Still rather strong here. Been a relatively popular pick, despite having some changes on 6.1. I believe we're still on 5.24.
Yeah.
So Misfortune is a little bit more beefed up here, but hasn't been, you know, first pick or ban, hasn't been super contentious in a lot of these drafts, but is certainly a good pick.
There's always something that, I'm not going to say sneaks under the radar by any means, but is always relevant in team compositions where AoE is necessity, essentially. So the Misfortune's going to be there. They have a Nidalee jungle. They don't have the Graves for the wave clear, and so it's much more suited to having a champion like Misfortune in that AD carry position, opposed to something like maybe an Ezreal.
Well, there's Nautilus Braum, actually, so they will take the support they hovered earlier, but I believe top lane Nautilus, excuse me, will make another appearance here in the LPL. Koro has started something. V followed, and now we are going to get Xiang playing it as well. Big tanky guy up in that top lane.
Yeah, it's definitely becoming a trend that we're seeing more and more of here, Nautilus top, and it's not the kind of champion that loses lane to Poppy, but Poppy holds her own in that 1v1 top lane. Poppy always holds Poppy's own because she's Poppy.
Yep.
But Nautilus is always going to be useful by having that ultimate there for engage. It's guaranteed, will knock them up, and sets up the rest of his team well.
Well, I don't mind it against a lot of, I guess, the squishier team comps we have been seeing. We've been seeing 2.5 to 3 carries in a lot of these comps with the jungle meta shifting relatively rapidly. So, makes some sense there. Definitely want some big super tanks. We can see that from the Braum Nautilus, and to some extent the Thresh here as well, and of course the Poppy from Royal. They are considering their last pick, of course. They looked at Ezreal. Xiaohu had a good game on it last week, but he's going to go for LeBlanc here instead.
Yeah, picking up the LeBlanc, and my only real concern for this RNG side would be the wave clear if they're ever losing, or they have the third tower push that happens in the middle lane after getting the outers. So lane swaps, you would have to say OMG would be the ones putting it into effect. They've got the super tank Nautilus, the self-sufficient jungler in Graves, and they've got a Tristana who can take down turrets exceptionally well. Lulu, who's always self-sufficient in that middle lane in a 1 versus 1. So OMG with the onus of the lane swap, RNG with the capabilities to skirmish them out of the park. Well,
we'll see how that happens as we do get into the game, but we'll go through the lineups once again. Nautilus, Graves, Lulu, Tristana, and Braum there for OMG, with Poppy, Nidalee, LeBlanc, Misfortune, and Thresh there for Marta. Going to be rounding that out for Royal.
Yeah, very crazy composition here from RNG. Damage everywhere.
Yes.
MLXG, he can afford to be aggressive. Looper can back him up. and Zhao, who's also very quick at rotating. So RNG's team composition, if they're ever ahead, probably going to stay there.
Yep, and eyes definitely have to be on the jungle as per usual here for Royal, but especially with another jungle change here for OMG. We heard that TBQ might be coming. We saw Fishball play earlier in the week. Now another jungler has stepped in there as well. So it'll be interesting to see how this all works out. We will see the teams, once again, double-checking those bans and, of course, seeing these picks. I like the comps, honestly, for both teams. I think they've drafted quite well.
They have drafted well and very unique in the way that they've both drafted,
Well,
so we'll see how it goes.
We certainly will. Let's get ourselves onto the Rift. And here we are moving out as OMG versus RNG will kick off day 2 of week 2 of the LPL. OMG, like we said, made a lot of changes after a decent start to their LPL season at 1-1, but RNG do remain 2-0 and undefeated so far. See if they can carry momentum from week 1 here as OMG again, as almost always, grouping up for that early vision.
As they should be, of course. Getting the ward that MLXG did place down, so no vision for MLXG. He has to immediately leave that jungle area and just assume they're all going to be there. But tit for tat, as you usually will see, except for Looper, who's a little bit crazy with that ward at blue buff, unspotted.
Ran all the way down there, snuck in to put a ward at that very popular intersection, and he's actually moving his way towards the bottom half, although drifting towards mid now, so could be calling an audible. You mentioned the lane swap earlier. We'll see where these lanes do settle here, as OMG are yet to really move into any definitive spot. In fact, they're pretty much just invading this red buff.
But you do see, of course, SMLZ and 5 on the top side of the map. The intention of the lane swap, of course, is to have Ziyang sit with Quan, get that red buff. And I mean, I'm not entirely sold on them holding hands as a 4-man. They could look to even put a freeze into effect, get a minion stack on that top wave, but instead they're just giving an amazing leash.
Yep, as you can see, they are going to swap things up here. Looper actually going to be a little late to whatever he wanted to be, but teams are starting on the opposite side of red buff, so kind of a weird vertical jungle start here, but things should level up pretty quickly as Ush and Might are going to come to this lane and just sort of let it chill for a little bit.
Yeah, basically, standard lane swap at the moment. Nobody really looking to avoid it, I guess, or looking to match it here from RNG. Instead, they're content with having it. They were all starting with the jungle together anyway, so the assumption was there based off OMG's invade. And now playing towards that strong side of the map again, the only concern I have is starting at the red buff, the enemy red buff, then having to go back to your blue, Gromp, and maybe Wolves. You might not be looking to fast push the turret. Instead, I would imagine they're just going to reset it, let it freeze, whereas RNG are playing towards the other side of the map as well. So rotation speed-wise, they're going to be quite slow at getting these turrets.
Yeah, it's a little wonky, but we'll see exactly how it all works out, as we did see Xiaohu and Icon having a bit of a duel there in the mid lane. Shouldn't see too many fireworks here. Just probably quite a lot of farming. Lulu, relatively safe into most assassins.
Safe to an extent, of course. If you ever fall behind as Lulu, you stay there. And it's very difficult to then get out of that hole that you put yourself in. So essential that Icon does well in this 1v1 in the middle lane. Any jungle pressure could prove devastating.
Certainly could, as we do actually have 3v0 in 2 different lanes. So bit of an adaptation. You've started to see a little bit of this in the lane swap meta. Junglers not joining in just now. In fact, they're coming quite late, if at all. But it looks like towers are going to get traded here. Tristana probably a little bit faster, given that she's Tristana. But once again, could just be some out of turrets going down. And very normal stuff here in the first 4 minutes or so of the game.
It's funny, I'm finding this is a very unique to LPL type of strategy, is the junglers never join the 4v0 type of split push that we used to see. It's always a 3-pair person. And then, more often than not, they give the solo gold to the top laner, but in this case, they're all going to match it, and now, most likely, Rick will go back to the opposite lanes, and the dance begins again.
Certainly does. We'll see if we get hyper-aggressive down the mid lane. That's usually the big point to break, because it's pretty hard to get a mid lane trade. You can see this lane here just hanging out. Shouldn't be particularly easy to break a Lulu, but we'll see where the teams do want to go. But like you mentioned, Seems like we're just going to play swapsies at this point. Dual lanes are going to move back, although SMLZ actually going towards the top side might be looking to challenge, and we could even have inverted standard lanes here.
Look at Woosh's item build.
What
are you doing?
He wants to go real fast.
But he's now about to find Tristana, who has a pickaxe, and very quickly realize that as fast as you may run, you can't out-trade them in auto attacks, which is your defined purpose as a misfortune. So,
well,
interesting.
Maybe he's taking Marta's advice a little too seriously. That is some epic rotational speed with those Swifties as Icon and Xiaohu duking it out once again. Nice polymorph there from Lulu as we do have a gank coming in. Quan is going to move through. Five will nail that, and Xiaohu is dead. First blood goes to Lulu.
That is a very, very dead Xiaohu. OMG, they get that rotation, and it's the lane you always question. When do we go mid? Well, they found out.
Yeah, Lupa hook back there as well. Actually having a bit of trouble here up against Xiang. Grasp of the Undying will proc for Nautilus, and Lupa will not die, but he should be forced away here. Yeah,
Grasp of the Undying is an obnoxious mastery, especially with these top laners. You're seeing it on basically everyone at the moment in that top lane. See, SMLZ, of course, has 5 here now to hold his hand, and the control of this lane, you would have to say, will begin to favor OMG again.
Yeah, I like what OMG actually did here. Instead of going for that tower trade, they say, you know what, let's just bring the standard lanes back, protect our tower, because your dual lane has to be in the unsafe lane, and we're very safe here with this turret. So watch for potential ganks there. Even Graves right now is moving in. Marta actually going to move into ward by the looks of things, and Rift Herald, not just yet here.
The ward spotted him, and there's a teleport really deep into RNG's jungle.
That's pretty ambitious, perhaps, but good flash out there from Marta. Going to try and save the AD carry. This actually Xiang, never mind. So he's going for the real big cutoff here as Marta could be the first target. Quan will move in. The autos there need one more as there's the stun as SMLZ now going to follow in. Marta hooks away to the Herald. Quan's going to flash over there. The Herald is very angry, going to slap Quan right in the face. And Marta going on quite a journey here, but the smoke screen might just be enough. The damage is there. The Q lands from there, and SMLZ is going to pop over to pick it up.
No safety there for Marta because he is on the wrong side of the map. Xiang has still been dancing with Woosh.
Ooh. Barely misses MLXG there. This could be a problem. Woosh did find some safety though, also having another battle in the mid lane. Icon, good juke of the chain, and now going to pop the ultimate. Might just go aggressive. Ignites will get burned. Xiaohu might just have enough damage here though. Icon looking to go in for it. He does get it, shields himself, and gets a solo kill this time.
Icon gets the first kill, recalls and consolidates, even with basically the same items. The key difference was the Doran's ring, that extra health. Weird play from Icon, I'm going to say. Uses the ultimate, ignites Xiaohu before the passive procs, and then stands still. And waits to see which one is ignited before chasing them down. So, effective play. It looked a little bit funny, but the result is all that matters.
Certainly does here as LMG, after a blisteringly fast start at this point, 3-0. Still defending in this lane swap in top lane as well. I agree with you. I'm not sure if Woosh is quite as sold on his Swifties first now. Probably expecting there to be 1-0 champions in that lane. As Lupa does get some good damage down onto Xiang. Level 6 actually for the Poppy. They're starting to bully the Nautilus, who did use that teleport.
Yeah, we saw the Nautilus bullying Lupa out not too long ago, but having to use that teleport in an attempt to get a gank in the top lane. Didn't even get an assist. In fact, was dealing with boots of swiftness Woosh, who just kind of walked past him, which was great. He literally just walked past him and pressed W and was like, see you later, buddy. Of course, meanwhile, you did have a freeze, as Lupa could be in trouble.
Yeah, climb down the bottom. Oh. Good ulti. Just pops Graves all the way back to base. And that is going to be Lupa, just safe and sound.
It's going to die.
Maybe, yeah.
Oh, that was close. Xiang, struggling is the one word that you can use to describe this. As we were mentioning, when he teleported, Lupa had a freeze the entire time. Worked that back towards the turret of Xiang, and this is why the trades have been going so unfairly for this Nautilus.
Yeah, they're not going to get any better anytime soon as Lupa gets himself a Barmy Cinder and another Null-Magic Mantle. Sorry, the Null-Magic Mantle he already had. MLXG and Woosh are going to team up for this dragon. Should be relatively straightforward here for Nidalee. 5 in the area, but no vision there for OMG. That's going to give them dragon number 1.
Yeah, they find their first dragon. Not something that RNG have been big on controlling dragons, as they like to end their games very early. Average game time, 24 minutes, and the hook's on.
Good hook there, level 4 Braum. Not too tanky, but pops up the Unbreakable as Icon looks to chase in now as well. No slows forthcoming, a triple ward in that brush just to really protect it. And looks like all the fun will dissipate there in the river.
All I want to see now is Marta to go back at a pink ward and just run straight towards the bush. Making bank.
Make all that bank as Woosh needs to take that lance, and ulti will follow, but that's a long way away. and Whoosh and his Swifties will make it pretty trivial to get away there.
It's just so amusing to see Boots of Swiftness on Misfortune this early. Of course, the Lantern is what saves him, not the ability to run at 20 units faster than he otherwise normally would be. So, Whoosh gets out with his life.
That would be truly comical if an Nautilus Ultimate Fortune just starts running away. Eventually, I don't know how far she's going to get. It eventually finds you, right?
That would be a clown fiesta, man.
It would be. Well, Whoosh might have returned to their bottom lane, though. I'm going to start farming things up here. SMLZ is tracking this lane, so OMG are trying to keep the lanes standard after those first few towers have fallen. So not seeing the usual 2 towers fall, I suppose, is one of the earliest things here. As Loop has gone for a look in the mid lane, isn't going to find anything. Xiaohu getting aggressive there as well, but 10 minutes in, it's just OMG really with 1,000 gold up from those 3 kills.
Yeah, we said earlier, when a Lulu's behind, definitely stays behind. But when a Lulu's ahead, the damage is surprising. And the carry potential from Icon right now is massive. 2-0 on this Lulu. And the early game for a middle laner being self-sufficient, because you usually see focus on the outer lanes as we have lane swaps, control on the Rift Herald or the Dragon, and just trying to take down those turrets as objectives. Things start to get really weird and tricky for Xiaohu right now. As speaking of controlling side lanes, you're pushing Jiang.
Could be tricky for him then, as he's trying very hard not to make it obvious that he doesn't want to die, but he's going to face check Looper and MLXG. Spear will land in. Damage is good as he flashes out. Looper not there in time to make sure he can't get out with a W, and that's going to be Xiang just using the summoner there.
Yeah, gets the flash out of the Nautilus. Can be a repeat offense here as... Ooh, oh, it connected.
Good Q there, landing in the Lantern. Not enough distance this time, but not fast enough, actually, to chase the Swiftness Boots Misfortune. Icon forced to flash now in the mid lane. It's actually Xiaohu still in the matchup, starting to apply a lot of pressure.
Yeah, that was actually quite on point.
Well, does have his ulti, so Icon probably safe, but Xiaohu now going to find a jungler, might need the chance, does land it. Icon looking to move back in, but Xiaohu has to get away, out from under the line.
Dead.
He's going to move back in though. Looper is going to do the wraparound with the teleport, and that's going to be Whoosh actually with the kill on Misfortune.
Whoosh picks up the kill with that ultimate. MLXG was looking menacing with the spear as well, doesn't even connect as he dies too quickly here, Quan. And OMG, they're starting to fall under pressure at the moment. Xiaohu winning in a 1v1 scenario. Dangerous game here for OMG to play.
You can see the pressure now mounting on this mid lane. Any damage you can get on that tower versus a Lulu is incredibly valuable. So seems like Whoosh is putting those 50s to use at least. Running around all over the place. It's actually top lane they're going to go next.
It's actually comical to consider like, that he is running this fast, right? The best part is they're not looking for the 2v2. Yeah. He's gone for the Boots of Swiftness. Oh, Jiang dodges it.
Actually does get out of the way of the spear. Forced to pop the ulti though as Marta. He's going to line up a hook. MLXG going to move back in. Xiang does not have long left. That hook goes a little through him, but MLXG does still collect it.
Jiang with the fancy feet is one way to describe that. Dodges the flay, dodges the hook, but is still getting auto-attacked by a Nidalee and a Misfortune. So there's only so many times you can dodge until you die. And unfortunately for him, he dodged one too many times.
Well, didn't have enough there as we're going to have Graves clean up the minions here in top side, but Whoosh is gone again. BF sword's now been picked up here. Does have Caulfield's hammer up as well. So it looks to be the Essence Reaver early. MLXG. Oh, there we go.
Really struggling.
Bit of a battle there with the old red buff. Has picked up his jungle item now as well, so jungling speed going to increase pretty swiftly here. As 5 does tag Looper with a Q, but going to clear out a pink instead. Looper also rockets some Boots of Swiftness. And it seems like RNG maybe have taken their rotational-based playstyle perhaps a bit too far. I guess we'll find out soon.
Look, I understand it 100% on Looper. He's against the Nautilus, who uses that Riptide religiously. Lulu is also a slow-based champion, as is Braum. So ideally, they all get Boots of Swiftness in this game. You can't use Merc Treads on a Nautilus anyway.
Well, not Marta at least, who's sticking to his guns. Going for those Boots of Mobility as 5 is going to clear a pink here on the right-hand side of mid lane. Dragon back up in a minute. So RNG could look to get in for number 2 if they feel like it. But like we've said, don't tend to worry too much about the Dragons until we get to that 4 or 5 mark, or close to them at least.
Yeah, definitely right. But RNG having that first early Dragon could indicate the lack of emphasis on it. But at this stage, having a look at the control of the map, OMG pushing this middle turret.
Yeah, and this is what you mentioned, that lack of wave clear is going to hurt them here. 5 strong there as MLXG is actually going to get grabbed up. Ulti's there, 5 actually gets the kill. Easy as you please, and that tower's going to fall as well. OMG still moving ahead in gold, still only 1,000 up actually after training some kills, but making progress here.
And that was a massively deleted Nidalee right there.
Yeah.
Basically did not exist. 15 seconds to the Dragon. Another free objective here, given that MLXG is dead. If OMG wish to take it, doesn't look like RMG are putting any emphasis on trying to defend that whatsoever. In fact, getting vision around the Rift Herald.
I just feel like Whoosh is maybe taking up a new career as a jungler. He has been moving between lanes so much this game with Marta. Even takes the Rift Herald there. And that could mean OMG, if you don't fancy starting this Dragon just yet, want to consolidate their position. SMLZ actually went back, put himself a Zeal before finishing that, I assume, Infinity Edge. He's going to have a nice boost of early stats here if there is any sort of fight that breaks out. Although Lupa is looking for Icon. Pops the W. He's going to move in with the charge. No stun forthcoming.
Oh, Lupa.
And Icon disengages. Missing that ulti.
Yeah. The ultimate doesn't knock him up. So very easy getaway here for Icon as he just loops back around, comes back in the middle lane, continues wave clear duty, which is what he was doing anyway. As not having that ultimate available for Poppy, you would assume RNG would not be confident. But here they are, no emphasis on Dragon.
Yeah, and this is with almost no vision control, so very bold move there, but they get away with it this time. SMLZ going to eat the Thunderlords.
It's also worth noting that OMG didn't have vision control themselves. It was cleared by RNG. They didn't place deep vision before they started the Dragon, but they cleared the neutral vision. And at 15 minutes in the game and at Nidalee doing the Dragon essentially by herself, OMG are none the wiser. They're not going to suspect that it's being done or outwardly attempt to stop it. But the lack of emphasis entirely is dangerous.
Good check there by Marta, using that Dark Passage to investigate the brush. Did find a jungler. And that will, once again, disarm any sort of aggression here in that bottom side. Whoosh, like I mentioned, starting to power up a bit as well. So everyone's moving in towards their first few items. In fact, we have a bit of a change in that mid lane. Double Morella Nomicon to kick things off here.
Yeah, not looking towards the Frost Queen's claim at all for both of these mid laners. Of course, a bit of extra cooldown reduction is the added benefit from going for this Morello Nomicon. Wow, Whoosh making that hurt, but the fact they don't have the active on the Frost Queen's claim kind of raises some question marks here for both of these mid laners. What are they looking to do with that 10% CDR bonus? Maybe it's just rune efficiency they're both running for here.
Yeah. Could be. As we see continued battles here in that mid lane. Icon going to go over and get himself the blue buff. Is it Quan? Very lovingly donates that over. But Xiao is still applying that pressure. Need to see Large Rod is in the inventory as well, so with level 11 just being ticked in as well. He's starting to hurt. Lupa once again getting aggressive, but not a whole lot going on here in top lane, unfortunately. Just a bit of farming as both the Nautilus and the Poppy getting tankier and tankier.
Actually quite a cool trade to watch with Lupa here. Auto attack animations on Jiang's Nautilus is an extended period of time, to say the least. It lets Poppy get the second rotation of that Q out and win every trade, essentially.
MLXG running back off to Harold. Getting a bit of extra protection there. Is, I think, scouting more than anything else. As they actually have had Whoosh once again move in with Marta to this top lane. This is, they do want to take another outer turret. They're actually down on total structures here in this game, but OMG doing a good job following the very speedy Misfortune around, making sure they don't lose anything for free, and have opened themselves up some nice bit of space. But right now, at about 7 minutes of farming, to be honest. Everyone just powering up, looking towards that 20-25 minute mark mid-game that we've become oh so accustomed to, it feels like, in the first few weeks.
Yeah, we're looking towards the Rod of Ages to be done here by MLXG. Opting towards Boots of Lucidity, though, before going for that is a crazy decision from this guy, getting that cooldown reduction. Oh, RNG.
Could be trouble here for Xiang. Hook does get flashed. And that is going to turn that gank off. Xiang still staying safe here, but I like what RNG are doing. They're staying very proactive around the map. I did make a joke about the Boots of Swiftness, but they are very quick around this map. And it seems like OMG are just being a bit too reactive in the first 18 minutes or so.
They're using the Boots of Swiftness effectively. It's still just a good buy, I guess, against the team composition that they're looking to be hopefully winning their game against, you would assume. A Rapid Fire Cannon as well is the choice here from SNLZ. Didn't go for the Infinity Edge. Decided to get that extra range on his auto attacks. That says to me maybe sieging is the emphasis, an earlier power spike. But both of these teams, again, looking towards earlier power spikes. We've got Morello Nomicons as an example and an Abyssal Scepter on this Lulu.
Yeah, well, finally had to leave top lane alone, so Whoosh by himself. Actually going to take out that outer top lane turret. Will be a trade, of course. So OMG will continue to stay ahead in towers and very barely in gold. So it seems like RNG just playing a bit more efficiently around this map right now.
Yeah, they really are. OMG, they're trying to be active with their moves, but they just don't move as swiftly as RNG at all.
Horrible puns aside, yes. Absolutely true. Xiaohu does eat a pretty meaty glitter lance there. As, like you mentioned, the Abyssal has been completed, so really quite powerful. Nice and early into this game. And Dragon and Baron both coming up relatively soon. But Dragon's probably the one we want to watch out for, as have swept this brush. No vision here for OMG. Oh, Braum does check it. He's going to get collapsed on, but 5 could be just fine there. And once again, just moving in to get some vision by the looks of things.
Yeah, vision aside, they know exactly where you are. Is Rift Herald not doing anything for RNG right now? That's just wave clear effectively. OMG, they've settled the game down to a pace that they're okay with, because the outer turrets have now fallen, and they even traded those outer turrets. So all of the pace that RNG are putting into effect, all of the rotations that they're making across the map, they're not really getting what they want from it. In saying that, power spikes across the board here for RNG. If you want to look at the Rod of Ages for MLXG, the Luden's Echo as well for Xiaohu, so they're very capable of now skirmishing and fighting, which is where their team comp excels.
Certainly is. And you have to think with blue buff being donated and Dragon being up in less than a minute, RNG are more than happy to take the fight here to OMG in what's been pretty close to 20 minutes or so of this game. Infinity Edge also done for SMLZ. Could give them a whole host of power. Once again, Lance has been taken. Continued pressure here from RNG, but by the looks of their movements, it's pretty obvious where they want to go here. It is actually that Dragon as SMLZ does find a pink ward.
This could be a very early 5th Dragon game here for RNG. The Baron is actually where they're working towards. You have to question that decision, of course. Just controlling the area maybe before they go back down to the Dragon. Or maybe cheesing.
Have some time here, but might even look to pressure top tower. Although quite a number of furious pings there from OMG, I believe, who can definitely sense that RNG, sorry, were maybe trying to set up a dive. But this is going to prompt a response here from OMG as they'll stroll themselves down mid lane. But Xiaohu's off to the side with a flank, might be looking for a pick here.
They're about to, SMLZ is about to face check him.
Uh-oh, that's a dead SMLZ. Goodbye, Xiaohu. He's going to get away with that one. Very good positioning now as Looper also looks in for the flank. This could be bad news here for OMG. They're down a member, and now they're going to get flanked on by Looper. Great ulti there out onto 2. Ulti out from Wush as well as he does get exhausted. But RNG on the chase here, continuing to follow through. Looper keeps moving on. That's going to be the Graves going down.
Good hook.
Lands onto Jiyoung. Fox is there as well. Needs to lock him down. The ulti's out there from Nautilus as he tries to disengage as Looper just goes straight in there. The wild growth finally used, but 5 now. The next target is RNG. They'll take the tower and possibly the kills with them. MLXG gets so he will go down to Jiyoung, but Jiyoung will pay for it with his life. Icon now getting aggressed on a Xiaohu dives in. MF with the ace and the triple.
And RNG on the back of Xiaohu's clever positioning get themselves basically that ace. Of course, SMLZ back up before it can be. That is big for RNG. They don't need to force the Dragon. They skirmish, which is exactly what they were looking for. They get an advantage from the skirmish, and then they team fight. And that's all on the back of Xiaohu's positioning.
Yep, big break there in the mid lane for RNG as they take 2 turrets. They're going to see this one again.
Now Looper does hit an amazing ultimate there to knock 2 of the members up. Wush getting exhausted was big, because it gave OMG another opportunity into this fight. Jiyoung's ultimate actually knocking up that many people gave Icon a chance to put down some damage, but Looper is just so tanky that he does not regard the towers as a thing. He's still tanking that turret, just standing still, letting Wush, letting Xiaohu go. They find the ace. Fantastic work here from RNG.
Oh, we do have a pause. So, interesting way to end what was a nice dramatic moment there. But RNG looking good and ahead pretty substantially now in gold, about 3,000 up as you have a pause just before the 23-minute mark.
What a weird time to come back to a pause.
Yeah, probably a good time after a replay.
It wasn't a bug, it was an ace. Let's just cement that fact, right?
They're still struggling with the concept.
I mean, yeah, look, RNG, they're the side that were coming into this game and they should be winning. OMG's actually given it to them quite nicely. But this is the point of the game where you feel like experienced shot calling or effective shot calling comes into play. And Marta has kind of just put into overdrive again. His positioning around the map, Xiaohu aside, has been pretty big.
Yeah, we are back into the game, of course. So nice quick pause there as RNG are going to move themselves out of the base after a nice win there in that mid lane. 4 turrets to 3 now. So again, vaulting ahead in goal, but most importantly, Plenty of open space in the middle of the map to work with now. Dragon is going to get started up by MLXG as well. And Loop is still in that bottom lane. Doesn't have his TP, but is nice and close to most of his teammates. And MLXG, once again, happy to solve this out. Level 12 Nidalee with a 3-stack roll and another needlessly large rod on top of it. More than capable here. And that's Dragon number 3.
You have to say, though, the clock's ticking.
Yep.
For OMG.
Oh my god, Looper just doesn't care. Gets the knock up there. SMLZ could be in
tried
trouble.
the jump.
Rocket jump doesn't work. Has to flash out instead. Looper going to keep chasing. And SMLZ is kiting back nicely. But Looper, you can see, Poppy, that anti-carry, can really nail down something. Even Tristana can't get out of that.
Once you get the Iceborne Gauntlet, Looper's Poppy starts to become frightful, to say the least. Of course, stopping the jump from Tristana was big. They're going to get this turret as well. And the only mistake that Looper made there was trying to use his dash to knock Tristana into a wall. Instead, knocks her next to the base gate.
Yep.
Said, see you later.
Thanks for the lift. And SMLZ probably happy to be alive there. You do see Whoosh in that mid lane, just clearing out some minions, but has IE done as well. So not too much attack speed here, but this is pretty common of Misfortune builds. You just pop that W, get those autos in, and use those spells to really dish out the hurt. Make no mistake, Whoosh is doing a pretty good amount of damage at 4-0-2 here at 24.5 minutes in. OMG are trying to respond to this top half of the map and reclaim some vision around Baron. Marta, very cheeky, sitting there in the red buff, but does get himself warded out. But the advantage is building here for RNG. It just feels like they're one step ahead. Their movement, once again, has been very clean in this opening game.
It definitely has been. They move with conviction. RNG, they know exactly what they want to take. MLXG has been basically soloing every single dragon. Looper, he knows when he can fight the Tristana as an example because of the vision that's been put in place here from RNG. And across the board, even with the scoreline of Xiaohu, he's done his part for this team and gotten them back into a commanding position nearly. They're so close to it. One more fight and you just feel like the balance is completely tipped away from OMG.
Yeah, this game will not take a lot to break wide open here. So OMG have to be extra vigilant, make sure they keep their vision up around the Baron. No Dragon to worry about for about 4 minutes or so, so plenty of time there. As Looper going to return back to the bottom lane with his teleport this time and continue to be a menace. We already saw what happened versus SMLZ, and Xiong's probably not going to die too quickly, but I don't know if he can stop Poppy either.
No.
Yeah.
Nothing can stop the Poppy at this stage, and that's the dangerous thing to consider here. SMLZ needs to live, and they need to kill Looper in these fights to have any opportunity to win. But the real issue there is Looper's the only tank, but he's built full tank and still does enough damage to threaten SMLZ's health. Needs to bring the attention of at least 2 members of OMG, and then you've got MLXG, Xiaohu, and Whoosh, who can just hard carry the rest of that team fight and pick off the other targets.
Yeah, we haven't even seen. Marta goes in for a very aggressive play. Ulti out there from 5 as he does get hooked up. Damage is in there as MLXG chucking spears there. Lantern out from Whoosh. He's going to get chased as Marta will receive the knockup. But Looper back around the side there. He's going to go in, and that's Icon already dead. And it's just carnage here. SMLZ will pick up Marta on the other side, but the damage is too much here. RNG set up a nice fight. Whoosh is low, but he pops those heals, and Italy there able to help out as well. And now everyone else is back over the wall. Xiong, the last one left alive here for OMG, although 5 did manage to escape somehow. He's also getting chased. Who's going to be the first one to die? MLXG will chase down the support. Spear will land, but that will not be a kill, although that turret doesn't look good. Nautilus will die. 5 will follow, and RNG collect another ace.
They pick themselves up that ace, and now RNG can move towards that Baron with no hesitation. Very easy for these guys to take in the team fighting. It's similar to what we're seeing from Xiaogu one more time. It's just once it hits the team fight stage, the teleport flanks are great, the engages are great, and RNG, they find themselves an easy objective and a massive lead now.
Yeah, super fast Baron there. Marta will be alive to collect it as well. And everyone's going to empowered recall back to bases. Let's watch this again.
Marta engaging wasn't actually great because he pulls 5 back in. They poke him down, and Whoosh gets ulted. But the Lantern from Marta, it just happens every single time. He's in the perfect position. The flank from Xiaohu, the flank from Looper, and MLXG kiting his way around these fights just makes it so easy for RNG to clean up. The heal and the Nidalee heal is enough to keep Whoosh alive. And then it just becomes a game of cat and mouse where target selection comes into play. 5's going to go down to MLXG, and Whoosh helps the rest of his team secure that Nautilus of Xiang. And it's just easy cleanups here.
And still time for the Baron at the end as well. No problems at all for Royal Never Give Up. They're going to start charging down the top side. Tier 2, he's pretty much dead. Although OMG are actually in here to defend it. And Lupa still has his teleport. He ran for that flank. I didn't even notice that. That is very strong movement from Royal.
Yeah, and this really sets RNG up for success. For so long, Jiang's not going to have his teleport available. Having the Baron buff there, the poke that can come out of RNG is great. The counter engage by having Marcha there is going to be wonderful. And I don't know if they have an answer to Poppy existing. The question is, where is Lupa going to focus? Because realistically, he's their one tank.
He is. He's definitely a caution here for RNG. Mata is building tanky, but doesn't get too much gold as a support, so isn't going to last for too long. Xiaohu and Lupa again. The dynamic duo take out Icon. He's really been the target of all this aggression. Nice ulti in there as well. SMLZ firing away, but he just can't do enough here to Lupa, who's so unbelievably tanky. 5 gets low, but doesn't die as a spear lands in onto the grave. Xiaohu going to take out 5 as well, and this base is just in pieces now.
It is entirely in shambles. RNG not even looking for other inhibitors. They're just going for the Nexus.
Ulti out from Xiang trying to stop it. Boxes up there to try and defend. SMLZ gets blown up by HimmelXG. Quan's not going to live for too much longer either. Resistant Italy is on the hunt. Xiang's going to get pounced back on as he collects the double. And this game's over. RNG going to burst straight through the front door. Game ends in under 30 minutes and they're still on form.
This is an oppressive RNG. It's something you're not used to seeing from any team in the LPL to this extent. They're controlled. They make effective map movements. And every single thing that they do just feels like it's in the right direction. They rarely make mistakes.
And on the other side, OMG, a decent start. The new mid laner Icon stepping up there in the first few minutes of the game. But once again, it's the same OMG problem that we seem to see. Players are perfectly talented, but they just can't work as a team together yet. And you know what, Rusty? Your teamwork is not going to get much better if you change your roster every single week.
No, it's really not. OMG, you have to give credit, of course, Icon finding himself 2-0 up against Xiaohu with 1 solo kill. That's a big deal, but going straight from that solo kill
Oh my god, Xiaohu.
to getting destroyed from the LeBlanc anyway is amazing work here. As we're going to see this particular fight that was so game-changing as Xiaohu bursts out Icon again. MLXG is very good with these spears, and Lupa, there was no stopping this.
Not at all. Lupa and Xiaohu actually sort of stood out to me here this game. Lupa's been playing fantastic every game. But we talked about Xiaohu being kind of the, I guess, the other support in some ways, the facilitator for his team, if you will. Playing an aggressive champion there on LeBlanc, but him and Lupa, every flank, every position, they were just always on the right targets at the right time in the right fights. That's a show of good team play from RNG.
It definitely is, and the ability to be in the right place with 2 people flanking is the most unique and amazing feature of this. Is usually you'll have, say, the teleport from the Poppy to look for that flank, but what they're doing is getting LeBlanc with Poppy. They're putting them even in that last push together in the middle lane to assassinate Icon one more time on the Lulu. RNG, they just look near unstoppable.
Yeah, it's almost like we reverted like many, many years ago at this point because Icon didn't get to use his ulti. LeBlanc does not silence anymore. He just died.
Yep, straight up, the burst was too real, and Lupa's so aggressive.
Certainly is, and we'll see if that continues for RNG as they are up a game. Can they continue their undefeated streak, or OMG bite back and force the game through? Don't go too far out. We'll find out just after this break. Welcome back, everyone, to Week 2, Day 2 of the 2016 English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is still Patient Time, joined still by Rusty, and RNG came out absolutely swinging there in that first game. Still undefeated. Have dropped the game, of course. Did win against Vici, 2-1. But not looking like dropping too many more after that first one.
Absolutely not. Out of the gate, guns blazing, RNG, and it was a little bit shaky. I was saying the early game, they were executing on a rotation and map play that OMG actually caught them by surprise with. So smart adaptations there from this OMG side in their first game, but from about that 10-minute mark, RNG did not look like slowing down, as they're a side, I believe, that has the second quickest game time in the LPL at the moment.
Makes sense, given
24 minutes.
Yeah, they close super fast. I think most of their games have ended under 30 minutes, if not sooner. And they've gone through some big names here. I believe their run so far has been EDG, Vici, OMG.
Yeah.
If I recall correctly. Oh, OMG, of course, playing it's now. It's pretty good. I mean, OMG, a different team maybe. Vici are a different team as well. But they've taken out some big names. And, again, not looking like stopping, at least this week.
Look, 2-0 EDG says it all.
It does.
I don't know what it says about EDG, but what it says about RNG is that they have started this season in the right way. They had a very good off-season as well, doing quite well in some of the off-split tournaments, and here we are with MVP.
Yeah, once again, another top lane MVP, but Looper well-deserved here in this particular game. The Poppy, always seems like game one, people leave open the Poppy thinking, is he still good at it? We can answer that at least for this game. Absolutely. 2-0-11 with a deathless game and 81% kill contribution. He just ran everywhere. He wasn't even teleporting half the time, I felt like. He was just running his little Poppy legs around, smashing carries in the face, causing many problems for Icon and SMLZ.
That was just the story of game one. Let's be honest. There was a Boots of Swiftness misfortune with the Boots of Mobility Thresh walking between lanes as fast as they possibly can, swapping back and forth with a Boots of Swiftness Poppy. So if you want to consider how game one went, yeah, 81% kill participation.
We didn't track miles ran, unfortunately.
No, we didn't have a pedometer.
Distance covered would have been pretty high, though, between the teams. As RNG certainly were all around the map. They're very effective play. Again, just how clean and efficient their movement was. That's really what reminds me. Yeah, you mentioned that they end games in a very quick manner, but they're playing them pretty quickly as well. Everything they did felt like they'd already thought a few steps ahead. And once again, it's hard to say exactly why that is, but it does seem to be the Martyr effect.
You have to say it's the Martyr effect. He's placing deep vision all the time. He's just moving around the map so efficiently. He's always in the right place at the right time. They know that they can do dragons by themselves, MLXG, freely doing that one time and again. But Martyr setting up for the Rift Herald, setting up for dives on turrets and engages and skirmishes even. He's always had a part in them, even if it's missing his spells, which granted, people were actively looking to dodge him above all else, which is amazing when they've got a LeBlanc and a Misfortune hitting you. But look, jokes aside, Martyr was monstrous in that game. His influence on the RNG roster really says it all.
Yeah, it's been showing certainly from day number one here. And I guess on the other side, or on the same side, sorry, for MLXG, Nidalee, a very aggressive champion. We expect, big plays. He played very well. His mechanics on the champion are top-notch, but he had, I'm going to say, a reserved game on the champion and still looked brilliant. He wasn't, running into lanes, ganking people as Graves, 1v1ing enemy junglers, or making Lee Sin montages, but another effective game from the still aggressive jungler.
Yeah, and effective is all that he needs to be. Of course, Zhao, who you have to say was just as effective. MLXG, we're not usually seeing him when he's not on Graves as well. Coming into this season, he's prioritized that champion quite heavily. Had a decent Rek'Sai game, a decent Lee Sin game, but they didn't really compare to that Graves, which was just, it was above and beyond aggression.
Yeah.
I mean, he's aggressive, but that was aggressive.
And he had the option here as well, of course. OMG took it second and third for their picks in the last draft here. But they took Poppy and Thresh. They actually prioritized Martyr's champion, also denying it away from 5, which makes sense. And again, it's the complete package here for RNG. Smart play, early game, maybe a bit of weakness there, but mid-game looks good. End-game doesn't look like anything because the game's already over in the mid-game. And drafting looks great as well.
We're yet to see what endgame looks like here for RNG. Very curious to see how they do perform against Xiaogu, who are known for their late-game team fighting. But at the moment, 1-0 up against OMG. What do OMG have to change to get back into this series? Maybe go Boots of Swiftness first to match that of RNG. The lane swap seems to be where RNG were getting really... Well, I have a lot of questions about it, right? They were good, but one movement that wasn't standard seems to throw them off their game for at least the next 2 minutes. And it gave OMG opportunities that they couldn't really utilize effectively. The biggest thing to me was the teleport from the Nautilus threw away his advantage in that bottom lane and got him nothing for it. And that was honestly where Looper started to get too far ahead. And you don't let the Poppy snowball.
You don't just stop giving Looper farm. Every champion he's playing, with maybe the exception of Tom Kent, who is still very effective. I mean, I'm still remembering the nightmares of him running around on Quinn, assassinating EDG's carries, and blowing up poor Athena. Like, Poppy and Quinn are somewhat similar, I suppose, in their role. That's kind of trying to blow up carries, but everything Looper plays just seems to absolutely wreck face with. He's playing so well.
Yeah.
This is the guy that tower dived Aluka and died as Hecarim, I'm pretty sure.
And this is the best part, right? Looper playing aggressively. It's not what we saw from him in M3 whatsoever. In fact, he looked like an entirely different person that I'm going to say was almost deflated.
Yeah.
And then coming into this new season, he's got Marder as his support, and he's just feel like he's got a new lease on life, essentially. He's aggressive. He's back to the Quins, which is phenomenal. He's got Poppy now in his back pocket, which is destroying absolutely
Poppy's
everybody.
just, like, singed.
Well, yeah, look.
Basically the same champion, right? Very annoying. And that's the other thing. OMG constantly making changes. They've had another set of roster swaps here to try and fix things up, and the new players look okay. But I feel like I'm never going to see the same OMG twice in 2 weeks. And that worries me because OMG are a team that are clearly rebuilding, but they might just be going about it the wrong way. As I said, you don't get better by constantly changing a roster and hoping that this next 5 sticks.
And I mean, Quan was fine.
Yeah.
Granted, he was still Graves and just worked around his team, but there was nothing from Quan that stood out at all. Fishball, he still stood out. There was moments where his Lee Sin play was impeccable enough that you were watching him to carry. And you actually look to this guy to make the big plays. Whereas you look at Quan on Graves, and the only time he was doing anything was when he was working with his team.
Yep. And I mean, that's fine. Like you said, Graves can play a bit more of that role. But yeah, I think not outstanding is the general consensus among, unfortunately, most of the OMG players so far. Cool not playing, not only does it lose them star power, but playmaking ability. That's what Cool always was known for, whether he was making the right play or the wrong play. And Icon, again, a perfectly fine player, but he's not going to do too much work on Lulu of all champions. It doesn't feel like OMG have really figured it out yet. And this is with Royal still having subs they can play. There's some dude called Name sitting on the bench being like, hey guys, if you ever need me in 80 carry, I'm ready here.
Hello? I'm right here.
Still really good.
Just sub me in, guys. It's like Uzi with Tagu, to be fair, as well. One thing that RNG did do away from Icon was ban Ari. And we don't actually know how good his Ari could possibly be. But what we do know is that if they're banning it away, that's very Cool-esque. Yes. If they give him Ari, and it would suit OMG to a T by giving him this champion. So taking that off the board and he defaults to Lulu says a lot about Icon already. It says that he's either a one-trick pony type of champion player, or he defaults to control mages after Ari's not available, and that's a sign of weakness in drafting phase that can be exploited.
Yeah, and again, it's tough with new players because, I mean, it could be tough on the other side if you maybe don't know the player as well, but you have to think these teams have done their research, they know what's going on, and if you're a new player stepping onto the LPL stage for the first time, especially against opposition as tough as Royal, who have looked really strong all the way up until the last game they played, it's just hard. Like, again, I'm all for giving the subs and the rookies and the new players time to shine and time to adjust to the professional level. But for OMG in particular, it feels more like something they're doing because they don't know what the answer is, whether as opposed to, hey, we figured this out. This guy just needs a little bit more time.
Yeah, it's definitely right. I mean, OMG are raising all of the flags. You look at every other team in the LPL and like EDG underperforming. It's always going to bring questions up. But we know deep down we've got Clear Love ready to come back in. So we'll see how it actually goes.
Yeah, and I was right, by the way. Quan is actually TVQ, so we stepped officially on to the riff for the team with a name change there. Shame on you, LPL, for not showing me his last 5 picks, because I would have figured it out. We've been all Lee Sin.
Oh, it is
But,
him.
of course, new to the roster. We did expect him to come in, so thank you very much, production, for that correction. Cool. I'm not going insane. He is actually TVQ.
He looked like the exact same. Like, it's going Quan, and you're like, no, it's not TVQ. What do you mean? I guess that makes
Sorted it.
Oh, it makes a lot of sense now, I guess.
There we go.
The performance in game 1, he's good at games.
Yeah.
But He doesn't stand out. It's just what TVQ did anyway on LGD.
Yeah,
he never
and
stood out.
It's an interesting pickup, I guess. I mean, obviously losing from being dropped from LGD. OMG is a nice organization, but again, it's just the symptom of OMG and their struggles early on in this season, constantly changing things around. TVQ is a fine player, but not a standout player, certainly. In fact, unfortunately, in LGD, he was often a low light more than anything else, with the exception of his Lee Sin, which, honestly, I think he should just play this next game.
I have to agree. There was no Lee Sin ban away from him. There was actually nothing focused on him at all.
Nope.
And
too many majors being banned.
I mean, sure, granted, Graves is amazing. MLXG's Graves is amazing as well, so you don't want to take that away from him, or give that to him, rather. But putting it on TVQ and the Lee Sin's there, you have to question it.
Yep, questions here, but we are going to get ourselves into Champ Select right now by the looks of things. We'll see if OMG can improve things starting here in the draft. But Royal are going to ban their Ari once again, being taken first as Lysandra going to be banned up there by OMG once again. Trundle. And we should see Alstar and Gangplank if the trend holds true for the last bans.
Are you a prophet?
No, I just wrote down the bans from the last game. As OMG, 15 seconds left to decide if they do want to stick to the bans or maybe change things up in they're on the red side.
And OMG are the ones with the onus to change things up because they are the ones that went down in the first game. Even with arguably a better draft, you would have to say, when it came down to siege scenarios or team fighting. But there's one change-up, I believe.
There's a Thresh ban, for Royal, so that is very different. Was Martyrs champion, of course, in the first game, so bans it away from himself. And there's a Rise ban as well from LMG, so still banned, but...
Alistar, bam. Lock it in.
Nope. Oh, Alistar, would be the pick here with GP banned by LMG as their final one. And Rusty the Prophet this time. Alistar snapped straight up there.
Typical Martyr. There's nothing else to say about it. They knew they had the advantage with the first pick. They ban the Thresh and force either the Alistar or the Gangplank to pick the other. So good job here from RNG to get the Alistar that they were looking for banned away from them in the first game. But that's a pretty dangerous OMG draft if they lock that one in.
Yeah, I mean, this would be pretty similar to the first picks from Royal on red side. They have locked in the Lulu already, so Icon will take that again, and Poppy will join her. Once again, have to expect top and mid lane locked in there, but there's a bit of flexibility there with Luo. Actually, we have more subs, I believe. I think we've changed the bottom lane for OMG. Everything's changing here this week. Bay and Luo have actually been subbed in there in the bottom lane, unless there's been a mid-series name change, which would be literally the worst thing I've ever experienced as a commentator. But I don't think that's what's happened.
No, so we have to say it's a different bottom lane entirely. OMG, they're just throwing a spanner in the works as if, 2 roster swaps in a week wasn't enough. Let's change it to 4.
Yep.
A big rotisserie of a team, apparently. So there we go. We'll see how the new bottom lane performs against Woosh and Mata, who you have to say overperformed in that first game themselves.
And again, sticking to the plan here for RNG, both in drafting and in players. They have a big 10-man roster. They've talked about how they do want to really build it out and field 10 full players, but that takes time. Royal know that you can't just go straight for it, and this is a pick. Kindred finally picked up by MLXG.
And I was saying earlier in that first game, 100% banned against RNG. They've never had to ban it themselves, and that can't be a coincidence when they swap to red and blue side every single game. MLXG, the first time we're going to see him on Kindred, and I have no doubt in my mind that it suits him perfectly.
Certainly should, as Tristana was their other pick. We also had Lee Sin locked in already, so Kwan, of course, formerly known as TBQ. Which we can now TBQ. Yeah, I believe that's his name, so that would make sense. Has locked in the Lee Sin that I think, expected here for him. Lots of his best performances were on the champion, back on LGD, and there's Misfortune as well.
Yes. Misfortune locked in gives them, again, that wave clear that we were mentioning that would otherwise be missing from what was RNG in that last game. The fact that they've gone for the Tristana, they've got an Alistar this time. That's the Season 1 Engage Level 2 all-in function. So RNG with 2 picks remaining. And what we've got so far from OMG is a lot of utility-based damage. It's actually quite a good team composition of 4 so far.
Yep, and I do like the Poppy here. So we'll see if Xiang does take it. He can do as much work as Lupa, but on the other side, you have to think that Lupa will have plenty of practice against it as well. And Tamkin just seen a lot of openings in the LPL. Not always picked. In fact, I would say surprisingly low pick rate, given the relative popularity of the champion. But he's going to be Lupa's this game, and it seems like Xiaohu is going to go back to something he does know quite well. It is Victor, the final pick there for RNG.
Knows the ins and outs of Victor, to say the least here, Xiaohu. A well-rounded and basically a simple team composition here from RNG. They've got the 2 big tanks, They've got the jungler with utility to stop the carries from dying, and they've got one low mobility mage and the high mobility if resets occur AD carry. So pretty much the makings of a super sound team fight. Sieging is very good. Their diving is very good also.
And you mentioned this a lot, especially in week 1, Rusty, but that tank plus tanky support, and Alistar is the best of the tank supports, you have to think. They have their frontline sort of built in, and they can afford to run a few more carries. We've seen a lot of this with the likes of Kindred and Graves from the jungle, but if you can pick up something like Alistar, and especially a super tank like Kench or Mundo, you can just go all out on the threat team. We've seen what MLXG can do on 180 carry jungler. Curious to see what he does on this one as well. As OMG are taking their times with this final pick, but it will be Braum. Going to lock in the Shagu special. Braum Misfortune bottom lane.
Yeah, they definitely are. Of course, you would have to say maybe next to Trundle, the second tankiest champion, just because of the Unbreakable. Braum here, going to be picked up for OMG. Gives a lot of utility for Misfortune. Couple that with the Lulu as well. So very good team composition here from OMG in response. I don't know how it's going to go here against RNG unless they get ahead one more time.
I mean, I think drafting in general has been pretty solid from most of the teams. You saw a lot of draft flubs, I guess, in the second half of last year, back in 2015. But teams seem to know what's up. They've done their research on the patch. It's definitely been execution, as we are going to run through the lineups once more. We're all very comfortable with their draft. Tahm Kench, Kindred, Victor, Tristana, and Alistar on their side, with OMG taking Poppy, Lee Sin, Lulu Misfortune, and Braum to round things out. Again, it's changes everywhere for OMG, moving in 2 different players into the dual lane. See if they fare any better against the very solid Woosh and Mata. Mata, of course, been playing exceptionally well, and Woosh doing his job, which was good, because sometimes last year his job was face check the enemy and die.
Yeah, definitely. Woosh has done more than just face check the enemy and die in his first game. A lot of focus went on him with team fights, and really he was just getting exhausted and letting the rest of his team carry, but always being there and staying alive. Credit where it's due to Mata with those dark passages to keep him there. As RNG in this second game matched up against OMG. We're looking at team fight versus team fight, and a dangerous 20-minute plus mark here for both of these teams.
And we saw the team fights worked out in the last game. Not too sure how it's going to go, but let's let the play speak for itself. We're on to the Rift for game number 2. And here we are, as the players will move out. For our second game of the evening, Royal Never Give Up find themselves up a game here in this best of 3. OMG going to have to win this one if they have any chance at all in the series. So 2 shots here for RNG to continue their clean streak so far. And MLXG on a nice, exciting champion for him as we'll watch him move out. Kindred for his first play on the champion in the LPL.
Yeah, MLXG, an aggressive jungler on an aggressive champion like Kindred. Mechanical, to say the least, if you're looking to outplay a Lee Sin in a 1v1, as TBQ or Quan has been known with Lee Sin into Kindred. It should be a favored matchup to an extent for that Lee Sin, especially around level 6. Kick him out of the Lamb's Respite.
Yep. Always nice there to see some sweet displacement effects as OMG again going to move themselves through the bottom side jungle. But a nice ward place there from RNG is going to spot all of them. You can see blue pings onto the wards there as well. Might be looking to reveal late to ensure they get the lane assignments that they want. Even Xiaohu is actually hiding just below that little bit of stone. As Mata is going to reveal himself, he'll get caught. But looks like the swap, it will not happen actually. OMG kept their lane pretty low to the ground, and they're going to invade here, try and take this red buff away. Oh, wow. Good timing.
That ward died at the same time as them coming to this red buff.
Good work from Mata.
That was clever.
Does get the ward clear, but we'll see them. We'll start the Krugs here as well. But that's going to give MLXG the information he needs, which is that your red buff is gone.
Absolutely, of course. MLXG is probably going to go from blue to the enemy red. The interesting thing here is that RNG, and Mata in particular just gets that. They're looking to get it done quick. OMG, this is what I was surprised they weren't going to do, is contest the Krugs instead of just going straight back to lane. Mata's going to take damage from it. There's a chance you can 2v2 there with a Braum level 1.
Yep. I mean, definitely knew they were there as well, because that ward popped straight over the wall into the brush they were standing in. So we'll see if they can take advantage of this early spike here. So they'll hit level 2 pretty swiftly here. Mata even going to heal up with a bit of help there from his gold item. And MLXG getting low, but able to take that red away. Didn't have smite, so took a little more damage than he may have liked, but he'll get away with it safely there.
You always get very low when your first jungle clear is Kindred. You need to be very careful, which is why a lot of teams actually two-man the jungle when having that Kindred there to babysit through the phase where you would normally die, get to that level 3 mark and start kiting around the camps and effectively take them down. Of course, MLXG, he knows he's going to get low, and he's actually got a Hunter's Potion for it.
Yeah, really early recall actually, but going to keep him nice and sustained through that jungle. Have to expect that, like a lot of these AD carry junglers, looking to farm up relatively early. Level 2 has been hit by all 4 champions in the bottom lane though, but no aggression forthcoming just yet here. Just a very healthy amount of farming. A Xiaohu getting good damage, but Icon returning nicely with that glitter lance.
These two just love hitting each other.
They do.
I think one key difference that you need to keep in mind here is that there's an extra potion used by Icon. So in this middle lane, unless he can retain a high level of health, he will start zoning himself, knowing Xiaohu actually has complete control. There's even a chance that Quan comes to this middle lane because Icon requests it.
Yeah, I mean, Xiaohu's got the wave sat pretty nicely far back as well, so might even just move him in to break this freezes. The opposite side of the spectrum, Mata and Woosh starting to push in there, but that's sort of Tristan's thing. You can see Wriggle the Dragon. Just going to pump out shots there, and Mata's going to heal that wave up, and it'll go nice and aggressively towards that turret bay, and Lure fresh off the bench here for this particular game. Gonna have to do quite a lot of work to make sure all these last hits go over to the AD carries. MLXG snuck himself into the top lane.
Yeah, MLXG, we saw him get that Hunter's Potion, so we know he's always going to stay healthy. Lupa is looking to eat him.
Ooh, does want to go for the eat, gets the Devour down. MLXG now going to move his way in. Good W there as Xiang's going to try and get himself away. Grey Hulk popped as Quan is in, but Xiang taking too much damage. MLXG pops in for it. Once the kill, will get the first blood, but will die for it.
I mean, is it worth it, really, when Quan is already out farming you? I know MLXG with like a desperate play is an engaged bottom.
And had to go for it as the engage has happened. Woosh does get stunned, but he rocket jumps away in time. Mata now turning around will be the next one to get stunned. Good Q there thrown on. Woosh actually taking a little too much damage, but the summoners have been burnt. Exhausting Knight and Heal all down. As Bay has kept onto his summoner spell. Good win there from OMG's bottom lane.
A summoner spell advantage and the minions stacking towards the RNG turret. Mata and Woosh, they have to stay here in this bottom lane. But OMG are very aware of the fact that they don't want them to, as Quan's now mid. Xiaohu
level 5 as well. Now Xiaohu going to get slowed down here. Good stun there. Good damage trader back in there as well from the power transfer. But Quan will continue doing what he did a lot last year on Lee Sin, and that's apply good pressure.
And that was good pressure, but again, that potion we mentioned is going to keep Xiaohu in this laning phase at least even. And now it's MLXG's turn to look down in this bottom lane. Remember that Alistar still has his flash available.
Yep, but a lot of attention being paid to these lanes by the Royal Jungle is putting him a bit further and further behind. He's 13 to 27 CS right now and a level behind at this particular point. So looking to take that Scuttle Crab. He will get it.
The BF Sword Gromp.
He will on Bay take away that Gromp. MLXG just going to keep moving through. No jungle on this side, unfortunately, although the Raptors do pop back up. Looking towards that level 6 and beyond here, of course. AD carry jungle is just so fascinating to me.
They get so low in their jungle, and they have to be very particular about when they make plays, who they make plays on, and how they even execute on them. As we saw from MLXG how desperately he wanted to get a trade, get some money in his back pocket, and look towards impacting a future gank. It does result in him going down for it, so it's a very unique style of play that you'll always get.
You can see Xiao actually kicked out of this lane by Icon. His harass has been on point. Does cancel the recall there as well. Not sure pop Wolf out, but nothing forthcoming. Wolf very angry. Klein level 6 now though. Can potentially look for a gank or a duel. You have to think he's just hunting this Kindred.
Yeah. You would imagine so. I mean, he's in a position to kill MLXG indefinitely, but Mata spots him out.
Yep, good ward there. And that's going to waste a bit of Lee Sin's time as he's now going to look towards mid lane. Victor has used that TP. Xiaohu with the flash, but just has to sort of leave this wave back here. Try and hold it once again.
That's going to die. There you go.
Nice little move there. Just make sure he moves the creeps right down towards it. Does tank a little bit of damage, but he'll be just fine here as BF Swords all completed now in the bottom lane. So sort of back to normalcy here after a bit of a misstep in the trade there from RNG. So things settling back down. 7.5 minutes in almost, as you can see. MLXG approaching level 6. Not quite there yet. Still a bit behind on the old experience.
Yeah, he's a little bit behind, but the big discrepancy is always going to be the fact that there's 14 CS between those two at the moment in mostly jungle camps. He's working towards items around the same time. The one thing that I think is pretty cool about that matchup in the jungle is that in terms of item efficiency, Quan's going to keep having to buy red pots, whereas MLXG is always going to stay healthy by having this Hunter's Potion. So after a while, it will start to pay off.
Yep. Kind of explains the experience disparity there as well. He has got his Skirmisher Saber done, moving towards that Warrior enchantment. So again, a bit more of an aggressive build here. No Tracker's Knife this time around as Xiang is going to battle here. Looper in the top lane. Tongue Lash will go wide, but Acquired Taste will proc, and that's going to prompt Xiang to leave pretty swiftly out of the top lane, at least back towards his turret. And Mitre and Rouge protecting that pink ward they put down with Quan back towards that mid lane. It seems like Icon is the one he's setting up for. Cool is not playing, but it kind of feels like it with his heavy mid lane camp happening.
Well, MLXG is very aware of this.
Flash. Flash Polymorph of all things, and now MLXG just turns it back around. Q will land in, but pretty unsafe to go in there. And that's a wasted summoner spell from Lulu.
That was such a weird play from Icon. I don't think flashing and polymorphing was ever going to achieve anything, even if Quan was ready to go. He would have had to Q, then flash ultimate Xiaohu, who honestly had the chance to instinctively react by that time. Not sure what Icon was going for there.
Well, didn't work out as you mentioned. Xiaohu keeping the wave still nice and far back, using his long-range death ray to just farm a single creep there actually. So definitely aware of the pressure that's being put towards his lane. Wooch, sorry, is going to blow up that cannon. You can see us nice and even here in the bottom side. And there's Xiaohu going to push things out. Icon, I think, will hold the wave there. But Xiaohu's going to get himself a blue buff. And that's going to make things quite a bit easier here in that mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely right. Of course, again, we look at the discrepancy between both of these teams. Looper is farming again, which is something you don't want to happen. But this bottom lane is looking dire.
Oof. That Thunderlord's MF with the Emax. Still very potent here on this patch. Wooch going to have to pop himself another potion and maybe even go back here. Does not want to die to any sort of all-in. And Xiaohu still playing nice and far back here. More than happy to let Icon push the wave in and then just kind of push it back. And you can see that Death Ray just munching that creep over right up.
Yeah, very easy work here. The middle laners, they've hit the point. Of course, Victor only needing 1,000 gold to do so, where the wave clear is all they're really good for. Lulu, you look for about 2 times the amount of time is what it takes to clear the wave, but if you have lane control and blue buff, which is what Icon does have at the moment, then the same result will always be achieved. We're looking at MLXG, we're looking at Quan, seeing what they can do, and you honestly have to think, Quan's looking in the mid lane time and again, but MLXG should look bottom. He's got an Alistar to engage and a Tahm Kench to teleport.
He is here, taking those Krogs on the way out. Mitre is going to clear this out, so potentially telegraphed here, but MLXG is certainly looking for a lane gank here in the bottom side. Snuck all the way in. And Lua's actually missing as well, which is unfortunately going to make Bay play even safer. So going to make this dive or gank a little bit tricky.
There is a chance, of course, having Mitre with Flash that they find him. But OMG, they've rotated down the jungle area of RNG. Mitre needs to stay. Yeah,
this is going to be an unknown 3v3 as damage is coming out. Teleport's also going to land in there from Tahm Kench. And now the fight is on. MLXG going to go in as Quan's the first target. Damage is good there as the ulti's out from Braum. And that's going to be the first kill out onto Lee Sin. Now Xiang potentially being chased as Looper flashes straight for it. Ulti out from Bay isn't quite enough there. And Luo, he is low, but he will not quite go down. That might be the only kill here. Everybody here in the bottom lane, but just the first kill there onto the jungler.
Xiaohu doesn't use the teleport, he walks down. Icon's now here, but there's nothing he can do to help defend this turret as Bay and Luo got super low in that fight. There's a chance RNG want to look towards this dragon, but OMG would be there in time to potentially fight for it.
Well, they do get an objective. It is that first outer turret there in the bottom lane. Whoosh rocket jumps into the brush. Make sure he can recall safely. Xiaohu putting down that gravity field as MLXG is up here as well. They'll drift past the pink quad there in that little pixel brush. So it's not going to clear it at this particular point. And like you mentioned, you just have to back away here. OMG have good vision around that dragon. Double pinks actually in that area. And MLXG is just going to check, I believe. Can you hop over and try taking it? Looks like he is. Yes, he is. Very sneaky MLXG.
Wouldn't be an MLXG game without trying to take the dragon. Luo knows.
Gonna have to not take it now. Oh, might even start in for it. Trying to block some of those shots over, but he's forced to get off the dragon.
And Luo might want to continue to hit this. He doesn't have his TV and he's holding it.
Dragon does a lot of damage, but he's gonna keep on. And the OMG are gonna pick themselves up dragon number 1. So a little risky. Braum even gets the last hit just to really show off his jungle prowess. And OMG are gonna return themselves back to the bottom lane. Luo with a potion should keep himself pretty healthy.
It's great. It's like that picture where MLXG's like, my dragon.
Yeah.
And then Braum comes and goes, no, my dragon.
Yep, certainly was there. But OMG do secure themselves their first objective. No gold, unfortunately. At least that we can see available from that one. And Trey and Luo may have to play even safer with a nice big gap behind them with the outer turret being gone. But it seems like the push is still on here. Woosh actually going to be going for either rapid fire cannon or static shiv first. So doing a pretty similar thing to SMLZ's build from game 1 here.
You would have to assume rapid fire cannon one more time, of course. Basically that much better than static shiv as a Tristana. You get a lot of range with your passive when you go up in levels, but having that added extra range on your first auto attack and or auto attacks during the team fight can just change the entire fight, depending on if that even crits, as an example. It's just ridiculous.
Yep, I don't really need the extra wave clear, I suppose. So it makes sense. There's Looper hanging out on the top side. I think he knows that there's a jungler at least looking for a potential spot here. Quan is lighting something up here, but MLXG is going to spot him. Actually got spotted, kind of. But it's not there. Got a crab battle. 2 lands. Good steal. No, it's actually MLXG that takes it. Nice smite there. Quan did not have his available. Always important for Kindred to get those camps as Looper. Still pushing. Doesn't care.
And even the lead.
Oh, God, hello. Face check. Looper pretty tanky. Gets kicked out of the way. Trying to run out of the W, but he's going to get knocked up by Poppy. Now Icon's here as well. Lua's joined in. Doesn't even use the grey health. Icon's going to get the kill.
There's a party in the top lane, and Looper, it was a surprise party for you as he goes down. A lot of attention focused there. MLXG's looking. Xiaohu too. I don't know if they want this.
They do not. Can't really answer there, so free kill essentially for OMG, as Looper was unbeknownst to do pressure in that top side. Woosh, though, has swapped up there now, so we're going to start applying pressure to a different outer turret, and with that rapid fire cannon, makes perfect sense that he's going to start some sort of siege here.
Definitely makes sense. Nothing Poppy can do, Xiang in particular, will start to struggle under the pressure of an Alistar and a Tristana. We'll need someone to come up and assist. But instead, from the looks of it, Xiang working towards middle, then bottom, you would have to say, and Misfortune should ideally be swapping lanes, but nobody wants to address that top lane. There's no dragon to take, and it feels like OMG just decide they don't want to stop the free gold.
Yep, and Luca's down here as well. Just spit on the creep wave and take it out. He's taking damage for it, but he's Tom Kench. He's not particularly worried, unless there's other people involved. Could be dived here, as Quan's actually making his way down to that bottom side, but tower is going to go down. RNG are going to recall and try and protect this bot out of title. Here comes everyone. Xiang slams him into the wall for the stun. MLXG's here as well. Grey Health is popped. Lamstress Bite's available. Will pop it, but Looper gets kicked out of it. Has to run back in and barely makes it in time. Xiang will take out MLXG though on the other side, and Bay takes out Looper as now Xiang going in onto Mata. And that tower's going to fall as well. Mata will be safe, but RNG's structures are not.
And no one from RNG besides MLXG gets there in time to try and help defend it. OMG, it was very telegraphed. They were grouping bottom. They get the free turret for it. They get a kill, 2 kills for it. And now they're going to continue to siege.
Yep, no need to stop here as they've got plenty of power. RNG still 2 people dead. Mata goes straight in for it. Victor with a massive Chaos Storm. Chunks out almost everyone. And now they're just trying to get away from it. Quan will flash himself to safety. Mata still chasing down as Looper's going to come in with a TP. Does not complete it, I don't think. And they can't really chase here. Xiao had the set up there perfectly from Mata, but no catches as here comes Tom Kench. Going to try and make it at least 1 here, but he has to flash forward. He got stunned there by the Braum, and now it's the Braum that is going to die. Mata collects it of all people. And RNG used a lot, but only got 1 kill.
And Mata tramples on his face. Looper's still going. Icon
could be caught.
Yeah, you are in trouble, Icon. There's a teleport.
Yep, they're going to try and save him. Looper doesn't have any help just yet. Xiang is down here, does take out Xiaohu, who wanted to be a bit too helpful. Wild Growth has been used, but Icon is low. MLXG going to look in for it and does find the first one. Now going to hop away from Xiang. No chase there. And a big chaotic trade across the map as Global's used all over the place.
Definitely right. And who actually comes out ahead from this? Honestly, RNG have still kept their gold lead, and it's impressive to see this. I still think that it favors OMG. They've got a 2-1-3 Poppy now. Xiang is a monster. I don't know if there's a way that even Looper can deal with that in a side split push scenario. Whoosh is spending so long trying to bridge the gap between his items that he's not even addressing lanes where they're grouping. He's trying to split push the entire time, and RNG are just answering OMG's call every single attempt.
Pretty classic Tristana problems there. As you need to get your items out, and OMG are just aggressively going in for it. Xiang going to slam MXG, and once again, damage is there. Lamb's Respite forced to be used by Kindred, and OMG will take the cooldown and run. Actually, never mind running, just continue the siege. MLXG way too low to defend now.
Yeah, MLXG probably going to try a jungle camp, heal himself back up with that smite and use the Hunter's Potion. Get another stack of that one. Looks to hang around, but I still think it's too dangerous for him to be here as OMG can threaten a dive.
Here comes Xiang. He's going to look for someone. It is Whoosh that he finds. Pops that W, but has to run actually back around it. He just wants to buy time for the tower to be taken up, but Xiaohu is threatening with an ultimate again. Tower does fall though. OMG get what they want. Looper down the bottom side could not join in time. Was just pushing bottom instead.
And this Poppy being ahead is a game-changing factor right now. Looper, they farmed well against each other, but once it came to the skirmishing, the rotations and the teleports, there was nothing he could do. They caught Looper out of position once, face checking a bush. RNG now looking to respond with a turret.
This is a strong counter push here for RNG, but Whoosh still isn't that strong. Luo is going to go in for it. Whoosh forced the rocket jump, even though the Q hit Martyr instead. And that's going to deny any sort of potential pressure on that turret. MLXG still farming up as well. Just feels like the mid-game fights aren't as clean here this game.
No, they're definitely not. RNG are looking towards some bigger spikes. They want level 11 on Martyr is one big detail. Xiaohu needs to get some extra items on the board, needs that Rylai's completed, and Looper just needs to be tankier because he feels like he's just taking a lot of damage at the moment. The difference between these teams is that the Kindred's going the damage route, whereas Quan on this Lee Sin is going the tank route, which is pretty standard, it's to be expected, but the tanks from RMG aren't tanking anything because they die so quickly, whereas Xiang is tanking absolutely everything because he's a monster.
Yep, and we saw this from Looper and Poppy in game 1, and that Xiang is giving him pretty accurate taste of his own medicine so far. As OMG are going to move in for Dragon number 2. RNG not really in a position to contest. Xiaohu does have TP. Martyr is around. Going to try and line something up. TP is down. Abyssal Voyager as well. Martyr does find 2. Xiaohu going to move in as Xiang is the first target. If they can kill him, Loop is actually eating him there, but the damage might not be enough. Xiang still alive there as the Lamb's Respite gets popped as well. RNG going to group back in behind it, but Bay gets the first kill onto Looper. They're just not tanky enough on Whoosh. He's still trying to kill Xiaohu, but he's alive. A double kill from his Fortune, and almost an ace as Martyr's the only one left alive. The Glitter Lance will slow him. His ulti's not there. That will complete it. OMG with a clean sweep of that team fight.
OMG get themselves an ace, and RNG spend an entire team fight in an attempt to kill a Poppy that is a tank, and they don't succeed. What a big mistake here from this RNG side as OMG capitalize on that impeccably. They've got a 3-0 for Misfortune. Xiang still put in overtime in that team fight, and even Quan hits the kick that they were looking for. This is a big misplay from RNG and capitalized on very well.
Yeah, that'll be 5 kills and a Baron here for OMG as they get everything they want. They leap out to about 4,000 gold ahead. And let's see this again.
So Quan hits the dragon, Marta tries to engage, but then Quan continues and hits the kick onto Xiaohu, who then knocks up Marta, believe it or not, and he spends the entire time in an attempt to retreat. Xiang stays alive and gets healed from the Lamb's Respite, which is a blessing and a curse, and Whoosh just decides to gift Xiang the exit and doesn't do enough damage to secure anything. As when you go Rapid Fire Cannon, first item Tristana, and you don't have your 2 items until right now,
yep,
you don't do enough damage.
Certainly not. And Xiaohu, I guess unlike the other game, they just can't find flanks or find targets. They actually have to fight effectively front to back because Victor's, wherever you put him, that's where he's fighting from. And Xiang could just dive through all that. He's straight onto the carries. We saw it with the LeBlanc and Poppy from RNG in the last game. Could be seeing a third one here. Definitely not over yet, but OMG in a nice position. You have to think if we do get to game 3, Poppy's not going anywhere but on the bench, I don't think.
The gold lead after that fight is surprisingly low. And if we do see that third game, you're absolutely right. Poppy should just be gone. Should not exist, as we're now looking at the goal difference between these guys. And once again, the middle lane somehow here, Icon just pulls ahead. It's just the difference is there's no flank, as you mentioned, from RNG. This linear fighting style that they're forced into playing, starting to affect them against the Lulu.
Well, might have a bit more room here as we've finally got some damage online, but it's going to get tagged by Lance. Can't afford to eat too many of those. RNG just got to sit here and wave clear, and Victor is good at that. Xiang, yep, still fighting Looper in the top lane. Looper still with his turret up, actually, but Xiang's going to start proxying. He just doesn't care. Pistol Voyage used. He's leaving. Doesn't want to go anywhere near the people he knows coming to his lane.
That was clever from Looper to get himself out. Doesn't have to use a teleport, doesn't risk the recall.
Oh, MLXG in trouble, gets kicked out. Q lands, but isn't going to follow in. Far too dangerous for Lee Sin. MLXG will live.
But of course, this Kindred once again hasn't had an impact in this game yet. He needs to go back to base, and every single time he's found a skirmish, it almost feels like MLXG is just being killed. OMG threatening the turret, they should get this.
Yeah, Baron up minions going to make this relatively trivial, although RNG are here to defend at least the first wave. Top outer did follow as well, so OMG do get themselves a little further ahead in gold. There you can see RNG. It's a dangerous turret to try and defend that. Marta actually going back there as well, going to run his way all the way back with the home guards, but they're going to give this up, and rightly so. RNG just have to take the losses at this point. Finally behind in the game, it feels like.
Yeah, and it'll be curious to see how RNG perform, because all they've got left is their team fighting, but they're doing it at a massive deficit. OMG, the snowball is in place. They've got snowball champions to boot. And everything RNG do now is being stalked and matched.
Yeah, MLXG just can't get a catch a break here in this jungle. Constantly being hunted down by Lee Sin, followed pretty quickly by the rest of OMG. Dragon 3 is going to be back in a minute 50 as well. Red buff's not going to go over, although MLXG did miss it. Juan will collect it there with his smite. And again, just losing too much ground here, RNG. It looks like they want to fight for something, but you already mentioned it. 5,500 gold behind, and it's a little too far back to try and force something at this point. RNG going to have to play nice and patient through what's going to be one of their longer games, win or lose.
RNG, they're not undefeated. They know what it means to play from behind. They've won a 2-1 against Vici, but they're really behind right now. This feels dangerous. OMG, they're starting to pull a flank out here.
Oh, Xiang goes straight in, finds Woosh, and he gets blown up there as Icon descends upon him as well. Now the target's going to be Marta. He does pop his ultimate, but can't really go anywhere as he's CC'd forever. Does get a 4-man pulverize, but he's going to just buy some time here for his team. That's 2 kills, nice and quick for OMG.
Even clever play from Lua here avoids the headbutt being in range for Marta. Doesn't give him an escape route, instead stays out of the range and says, if you have a flash, Marta, I will be here to stop you from going anywhere. Xiang, another flank on this Poppy. For the love of God, ban the Poppy.
Well, I think we might be seeing a Poppy ban coming up, as OMG are going to look to break the center of the base now. Couple seconds left still, and Xiang goes straight back in. This time it's onto Looper, the biggest tank. You want Xiaohui though, he gets the knock-up. MLXG is being dived on, forced to use the Lamb's Respite, but that's really a temporary measure. He's going to fall, he hops out, Bay will take him out as he tries to flush out of his own base. Rom will die to the tower as Looper gets another kill onto Lulu as well. In fact, that might have been a bit too far for OMG. Xiang's going to die there as well.
Get in his mouth.
4 deaths as
They're
Looper
not done.
Still chasing.
No, they're pretty done. RNG, it was deep from OMG. They give up 3 kills. The Baron isn't there, but the Dragon is. They've got options here for something to get themselves back in this game. Right now they're looking at Bay, who he's gonna... No, he's in trouble. He's not even in the bush.
Oh, there we go. Does finally get in there. Use the other bush
Doesn't know
instead.
what to do.
Yep. Can't really do much, unfortunately. Does eat the tongue there. Looper's going to slap him down.
Watch. They want to give it to Xiaohui.
Oh, pop him. Just spits him on top of him. What an awful way to die. Xiaohui does collect it.
That was so good. It's a team play. They're giving gold to the carry.
Makes
they don't
sense.
need it on the tank. Granted, that was just hilarious. That's enough to tilt you into the rest of this game. Just kill me already.
And after all that, comical ending aside, reckless dive there from OMG cost them a lot. As Xiang on the pop, we've been playing so well, went too far on that one. And Quantin again. This time face checking. Marta's going to CC him up. Lua is here for support, but Q just a little wide there. No damage or kills going to be forthcoming. As OMG do get themselves back around the Dragon after a pretty funny chase up towards the top side. But RNG have to decide to do something here. They've shortened the gold lead a little bit. but still behind.
Jiang's just too big. I mean, like every single time we look at these guys, it's RNG, the onus is on them, but they're so stuck in their base or challenging things poorly with their situation, with their vision control. They're just so behind. The Poppy right now, he's got another flank if they overstay their welcome.
Here he comes. MLXG's the target. Damage is going to come down, but that might be a little too far. Marta CC's the rest of them. They've actually taken out Xiong. Now RNG going to keep chasing his Quan's out of position as well. He's dead there to Woosh. And that's 2 quick kills there as Luo going to get eaten up by Looper. Good ulti there by Bay, but a great exhaust from Marta as Xiao, who's going to collect the next one. Make it 4 as RNG collect the kills.
And RNG get a positive team fight for them. Almost 5 here.
MLXG baiting Abyssal Voyage here as well. Icon might be the last one to die for the clean ace here. He's going to try and make it away around to his tower. Should be just fine. And yep, RNG give it up. They're going to start taking creeps.
They've got Baron up right now. They've got 4 members dead from OMG. And a massive mistake from Jiang. He's a tank. We've been calling him a tank, but no one is that tanky that you can walk into all of these members of RNG and not expect to take damage. MLXG hurts. Xiaohu, we just saw him hurt. They're gifting him kills on silver platters. And now OMG have gifted them the Baron.
And red buff as well. So let's see this one again. Xiong just too deep here.
So the best thing from MLXG is he jumps out of the way of the wall. They get the stun on him and they secure him down. Xiaohu just puts in overtime in this fight. They kite Quan, who could do nothing, didn't even use his kick. And Marta with the clutch exhaust, cancelled by Xiaohu as well with the ultimate. They get themselves 4 kills. RNG have found themselves from a deficit, still in a deficit essentially, winning a team fight.
Yep, gold back to even now, and RNG have all the momentum with that Baron buff being put on their members as well. We talked about Woosh not having the items in the last fight. He went from a Last Whisper, i.e. Rapid Fire Cannon, to Lord Dominic's Regard in Rapid Fire Cannon, i.e. We talk about the 3 items Tristana all the time. Woosh has arrived, and so has his damage. And it really showed in that last fight.
Absolutely has. I mean, I think that OMG are just lucky that Icon didn't die, because he's gone for the Mejai's.
Yep.
And he's running a risk. The thing with Mejai is it's such a good snowball item, but if you make a single positional mistake and you die, all of that snowball that you've accrued goes out the window. Having died once already here, this Lulu, the stacks aren't really there. The next team fight went poorly for them. And this is now a situation where RNG have actually regained at least control of the map, and that gives them positive times to engage or situations to translate from top to bottom and actually feel comfortable in doing so, whereas beforehand was desperate.
Certainly was, and right now they're just sort of resetting their waves, getting everything into position, but we'll see if they can actually make any headway here with the Baron buff. OMG doing a decent job here defending. We are going to split pretty much all the lanes right now and just try and get everything pushing. Seems like RNG are just going to use this Baron to consolidate a position rather than try and force an advantage. They know the game's still close, even though they can't see the gold. And even though that last team fight went well, that is no guarantee the next one will as well.
Everyone naturally looks towards the kill count as a player to see how close the game is. They're looking at 12 to 13, so they won't lose any pressure here, OMG. They're well and truly still in this game and hasn't gone in any direction away from them. The gold dead even.
Whoa, big aggression there onto Xiaohu. That's a good target to kick away. He pops down the Chaos Storm, almost blows up Icon, but now Xiang's going to chase in onto Looper. Looper will flash out. The ulti will miss there from Xiang. It's almost a base race. We do have the carries onto the top side. Woosh going to try and break it here. MLXG's forced back. Use that empowered recall, but Woosh will stay. He will break this turret and he will back off.
He's backing off, but all of OMG are rotating towards him. They cancelled their recalls, but so... he got out?
Just gets out from empowered recall. RNG get away with robbery, taking the top tower out with them.
That was filthy. He should have been dead. We saw the damage from the Lee Sin Q, but that window of still being able to recall was well and truly still there. The empowered Baron recall saves the day for Woosh. Xiaohu did go down though, and engage onto him gives OMG the initial pick that they were looking for, but Jiang not getting the knockup on that Tahm Kench with the ultimate. Looper flashing away, almost saved them the entire game.
Certainly did. As Looper still being annoying, slapping down creeps. He is nice and tanky at this point. 3,500 health also with Spirit Visage, Sunfire, Deadman's Plate, and I believe a Randuin's on the way, but it could be Frozen Heart as well. Pretty much as much to say that he'll be very tanky from here. And
yeah.
RNG do need a good frontliner. Looper more than able to provide there.
And that's what they were missing earlier in this game. Lulu naturally makes anyone a tank, and Poppy was a tank because Poppy was ahead. Woosh needs to be careful. Uses the heal.
Yep, just needs a bit of speed boost out. Does use the summoner, but will make sure he is safe, which is probably the most important thing here. 32.5 minutes in. The death time is starting to drag on. Juana's found a pick. He's looking in for Looper. No, I think he found Woosh, but now he's going to get stunned up here. The rest of the damage is coming up. Braum's going to lead straight forward as MLXG is off to the side. And Martha and Looper, just a nice tanky frontline. Here comes Xiaohu. Needs to lay down the damage, but the man ulti's good. Double knock up there into MLXG and Looper as Quan's taking out Xiaohu almost instantly. MLXG eating up there. No, that was Xiang does get taken out. And it's just a massacre, but it's already 4 dead for RNG. Looper's the only one left. He's going to get caught between everybody else from OMG. Xiang did fall. The Grey House will keep him alive for quite a while longer. But OMG are going to collect the ace. And this could very well be game.
That took quite a while to take down Looper on this Tom Kench. They have a very long time with no members alive here from RNG. They should be able to end this game. What a power play from OMG.
Absolutely massive stuff there. As OMG are going to push this down. Mid-inhib will fall. Mid-inhib turret, of course, just fell with it. And OMG, will they try and close here? Or will they just take it? No, they are going to push forward. At least one Nexus turret.
That's Marta up. They've got one turret. Ending this game is very unrealistic. Marta's gone in.
He's on to Bay, actually. Damage isn't bad. But Marta will just force them away. Pops the face of the mountain, but gets slowed up there by the E.
They're going. Look at all of these pings wanting to go where OMG are. Look at the vision on the map as well from RNG. They could teleport anywhere, but they don't have them available. So I'm not sure why they pinged about 45 times.
Just really wanted something to happen there, but Xiang will swoop in to collect this big building bottom wave.
Desperate.
RNG are just off for Baron vision by the looks of things. Mid inhibitor is going to make any sort of objective pressure tricky while it's still down. And a very back and forth game here. OMG once again reclaimed the gold lead. It's very thin, as it was the last time they had it. Only about 2,500 gold up. But at this point in, we're approaching that 40-minute mark, well and truly moving towards late game. Xiaohu does get himself a blue buff.
What is Xiaohu doing with his item? He needs a void staff right now.
I thought he was going for one. He had a blasting wand.
Yeah, they've got 2 lockets, and there's a Spirit Visage on this Poppy. He's not doing damage anymore besides maybe to Bay. And he's going for, looks like a Zonius as his next item. And I mean, sure, Zonius is important for him right now. It's a defensive item, but his damage isn't just, it's just not going to be there. So he's not planning on positioning well and doing maximum damage, which is not very LPL-esque. he's planning on being defensive.
Well, let's see if that costs him in the next team fight here. Very small windows in this game. MLXG though is going to start this dragon. His team will come in to help, and they'll collect it because why not here? But it is denied away from OMG. Pretty easy one to pick up there as well. And now, of course, the Baron, which is up right now. Going to be that big objective. I like the big Kindred mark on the Baron as well.
Just in case you weren't aware, that is Baron available Kindred. OMG, they've got complete control of the Baron area, and RNG desperately need to... Those names are really hard to say next to each other, I just realized. They need to try and work their way in to the Baron area, or they could risk it going down.
Young, very sneaky.
This is clever.
Pressuring the top lane. Does have teleport as well, so very good pressure here. He's just going to push the wave and back up. RNG forced to walk all the way back down mid lane together. And of course, that's going to give up control of the Baron area. So OMG, lots of room to maneuver here in this game. It's going to clear out the vision.
This is where it becomes a game of scrying orbs to get their vision. Of course, only one about to be available here for the Victor. No vision of the Baron pit area. And you need to be very careful and selective with where you place it and when place that vision, because you place a scrying orb and it gets taken away. It's a long cooldown.
Certainly is. Well, they do see it Xiang, so they probably have a good idea that OMG are in the area. Can't see it just yet. Ooh. Check the topside brush. There we go. Just does see them all waiting. There's another one actually, but I think that was on the other side. Xiang.
They're still just waiting in the pit. They're not doing the Baron.
Marta's
getting desperate.
A little too much. Looking for an engage. Finds Icon. He's going to punt him back into the team, but that might not be enough. Huge bullet time there from Misfortune, but Icon is dead. Xiao is able to get the kill. He's going to sit in the Lamb's Rust, but he needs to try and get as much health as he can. But Quan is going to take him out. Looper taking up everything on the other side of Xiang. Barely lives off the end of it, but Bay is dead there. RNG looks like they're going to win themselves another team fight, and they're just chasing for kills. Tom Kent, who does he want? It is going to be the jungler. Just take the Baron. You don't need to keep chasing, but they do want the kills. Good flash there from Lua. I'm not sure he can get away, though. Kindred's going to chase him down. Cripple will come out.
Jiang in the bush, they don't know.
Barely lives. They'll get the third kill.
RNG find themselves with a great trade, a situation where, oh, hello.
Hello. Oh, found you. Pulverize.
You don't get to
Bye.
Hit him over the dragon.
Oh,
now
just
we're
missed
in
it.
Trouble.
Well, Marta, no ulti just yet, so he's just going to have to...
Now who regrets
sort of
interrupting my
take it.
recall?
Well, good kick, but nice headbutt, actually.
He's got to dodge the Q. Here we go. The
Oh,
mind games.
gets away. Might just be able to buy time, and that's all he really needs here at this
are going to
point.
kill
The
him.
minions are going to kill. Going to get the execute. No, damage is still burnt, but the Baron will come through. RNG get 3 kills, get the Baron. Xiang's there too late. Couldn't quite run the little poppy legs there fast enough.
What are you doing, Mart? Like, I understand that you want to stop the recall. If you just executed on headbutting him away.
Yep, over the wall.
Yeah, or just away. Like, not
Yep.
even into the wall. It's running a risk by doing it. Goes down. Only 4 members now have that Baron buff RNG. It's not too big of a deal. They can still just sit back and farm, wait for him to come back. They'll have some timer left on the Baron and look for a team fight. And that's 2 Barons now for RNG. OMG only looking to bait it time and again.
Yeah, you can see Whoosh just demolishing creep waves at this point. Got himself very stacked up on the items. In fact, goes back for another one. And that's Bloodthirster now completed from a BF sword. So huge amount of gold now dropped by Whoosh.
Yeah.
And that Zhonya's has done as well. Xiao is still without that Void Staff, which could cost him, but did find the squishy target in the last team fight. So if he can get in, just blow that Chaos Storm, use all that burst. If he finds the right target, they are going to die.
But that was all Marta.
Yeah.
He actually pulverized and headbutted the Lulu into the team. Forced Icon to ult himself. Even has the flash available now, Lulu. So things could be different in this next fight. We're honestly looking at the Jiang vs Looper show. It comes down to who can tank the most and tank better.
Well, I can tell you the answer to that one, I'm pretty sure.
I don't know if you can yet.
Oh, well, I would guess it was Tom Kench, but I guess we'll have to wait and see.
The difference is that one's designed to only be tanky. Poppy always has that kill threat. So if Lulu actually doesn't have to ult herself, there is a chance that Jiang is going to be more effective in these backlines during team fights, just because of the assistance of Icon.
That was a pretty cool double jungle there from Bay and Quan. No Baron up, so check in the area, because they do know that RNG were pushing around that side.
Jiang took that.
Big bottom wave though. Looks like it is pushing for RNG, so poised to try and get some traction here.
Yeah, definitely looking at the Dragon at the moment as well. Only number 3, but if they can try and force fights around a pick, get some vision, things like that, they've got the side waves pushed now, so RNG trying to make things happen wherever they possibly can.
Well, game is certainly still close. 40 minutes have elapsed now in this game, and we're still just about 1,000 gold or so in the lead here, but gold's starting to matter less and less. Everyone's just stacking up 4 items or more on pretty much everyone at this point. And carries are starting to really do damage. So it is going to be execution that we have to look to here. We saw RNG's team fighting in the mid-game come up trumps them in game 1. But now we're going to see a little bit more of a test for them as their late-game team fighting going to start to be pressured here.
RNG have itemized around Whoosh. They're playing a Protected Tristana composition at the moment to ensure that Whoosh gets ahead and snowballs with those resets. Omen's now completed on OMG. There's a lot of armor on this Poppy.
Certainly mine. RNG though on top of the Dong is going to build not might have and Looper there.
And they've got a long time with only Lulu alive.
That's Looper coming back. He can face tank probably everything, and he goes straight for the Nexus turrets. Icon, I don't know if you can hold this, buddy. But if you can, you'll really show up. Whoosh going to dive in on him. Wild Growth does get popped up there. Looper going to eat his carry and then just start the damage. Whoosh going to keep going back in. That's just going to kick him out with the Buster Shot. And this will be game here. RNG, they make them fight for it, but they will take the 2-0 versus OMG.
That was OMG's game. They had that in the bag, but they make mistakes and they get out team fought, most importantly, by this RNG side. We look to the shot calling again. the engagements in the team fights, the way that Lupa and Marta are playing these, and it is amazing to watch unfold.
It is, and I think, for me, I point to the experience. RNG, 5 games now, including their one loss to Vici in their best of 3. Same roster every time. We know they've got a super-powered bench and a big team they can bring on, but they're not. They're keeping with this roster. They seem to like it. They're going to get this trained up and consistent first, and it's just showing OMG made a roster change week to week, and then one in the middle of the game. Yeah. Summing out an entire bottom lane here in this series. Sorry, series, not game. That would be a thing.
The mid-game pause.
I feel like OMG, that's what their first pause was for. I feel like OMG are just, again, still finding their feet. And it can't help you in that late game situation. Who's the most experienced player on that team? Xiang, the sub-support from last season. Cool. RNG take a bow as they move towards the stage. Another clean sweep in a best-of-3 series. Continuing to impress here in the start of week 2.
They absolutely are. And behind Xiang and TBQ is a lot of mechanical skill. Granted, OMG's bottom lane and mid laner do look good and promising moving forward, but there's no response to Lupa and Marta. You get to these teamfight stages, Lupa's a massive tank in Tahm Kench, and Marta's a massive tank in Alistar.
Yeah.
Their engagements are exactly on who it needs to be. And the backline, Xiaohu and Whoosh, honestly, they're just silver platter. They just sit there and let it happen.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah.
Good luck, of course, outmaneuvering 2 world champions who have played on the same team together. So tricky stuff, certainly for OMG. We mentioned in week 1 when they were playing that we were expecting them to have some growing pains. Still true here in this particular series. And given how many changes they're making, expect them to maybe go on for quite a while.
Yeah, it's not only true, it's super true at the moment because they haven't actually settled on a roster that they're looking to maintain. I'm going to call it experimentation at the moment. They're not. I guess they're scrimming with them also, but to consider that they, in the middle of a series, swap someone out after game 1, maybe OMG have just decided that we know how to beat RNG. We didn't do it with this team. Let's try again with our other bottom lane, essentially. Icon stayed in there. He was better on Lulu this time. But they're still banning the Ahri away from him, and I'm really curious.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, that's 2 bans away from him. You have to think that he might just be not an Ahri-only player, but definitely an Ahri main and a player that's confident on the champion. And that just sucks. Again, it's your first LPL games. You come in, and instantly, the first ban in both games, no Ahri. And he's like, come on, man. I have my 1 champion. I was ready.
It was
not
like
ready this
TBQ,
game.
though, with Lee Sin. So they gave him that champion, and
he did perform.
Still felt like, though he performed, he didn't perform late game. And MLXG still did things late game. He's got Lamb's Respite. He's a Kindred. He kept his team alive. The 2 low mobility carries were able to kill Xiang because they had MLXG to defend him. So honestly, I feel like it comes back to drafting to an extent one more time. The Brawn was great. The Misfortune was great. But it was impossible to kill Tahm Kench with those champions, and it was entirely possible to kill the Poppy.
Yes. And that's really what it came down to. You talked about the tank battle. Not tanky enough there towards the end of it. We're going to see the MVP for this one, Marta, with another stellar Alistar performance.
That was,
you can see why people keep banning it.
Yeah, it was a standout performance, and it should be banned from him again. He's played it. It's his most played champion, honestly. And Alistar being 100% pick ban rate at the moment, I feel like from Marta in particular, it should be banned. Everyone else, it should just be picked.
Yeah. I have to think so, but another strong game. Again, that's just Marta's play that we can see is the plays he makes on the champion. Hard to say exactly how much influence he has on the comms, on the movement of the team, but knowing his history as a player, knowing his status as a world champion, you have to think it's probably quite a lot.
Yeah, look, it goes without saying. I think we watched him play in the games, and you can tell just from the way he moves around the map that he is having a say, at least in where he's placing his vision. It's in the right spots, and it's very easy for the team to then work around him placing this vision. Get the team fights that they're looking for, even when behind. RNG is still putting this together effectively, and they outfight OMG, who aren't exactly there yet, but they're showing resilience and a lot of improvement week to week.
Yeah, again, it's going to be a almost game-to-game thing at this point for OMG, but we do expect them to get better, settling with their roster. Quan, I think, made a bit of a difference there. They do have their preferred jungler, for what we understand, of course, acquiring TBQ from LGD after last season. Again, he had up and down performance, but I think they're slowly settling in. It's also hard to say why Cool didn't play today. They've got so many subs on their team.
Yeah.
Icon, of course, joining him in the mid lane this time around, but could just be Cool. Maybe unavailable for whatever reason, potentially sick. We don't actually know the reason, so we'll see if Cool comes back. I imagine he will at some point in the season, but it's rough time for OMG fans.
No,
That's the bottom line.
Yeah, it's not a great time to be an OMG fan. This is the rebuilding phase, so of course, don't give up hope yet. They're working towards the end of the split where they really find their power. Fishbowl not being there and Quan being there, it's funny because they still just both play Lee Sin anyway. Yeah. It's just I feel like TVQ farms more. Fishbowl tries to make these plays, and in a weird way, I actually think Fishbowl suits OMG a little bit better to an extent because they need a playmaker. Xiang can only do so much on this Poppy. They need someone else in the backline, but TBQ plays more of a defensive peel role, tries to get one engage and then just goes back to peeling. It's not really the same. And if they've got Icon, I think they need Fishbowl.
Yeah, but quite possibly. I mean, again, we can speculate about OMG rosters all day long, but at the end, it's results that are really going to matter for them. So another solid win there by Royal. 2-0 now, continuing undefeated halfway through week 2. Excuse me. My pen does go awry. You have to think that cross-group play is going to start to get really interesting. Remember, the two top teams in each of their groups, I think, right now, Xiaogu and RNG are in opposite groups, so they will get to play. We may have to wait a little long to see that clash, which should be pretty spectacular from the results so far.
And only half as often do we get to see them
disappointing.
play. So it's a bit of a hype being built behind that match. And one thing that I actually noted multiple times in this game is RNG. They're pretty close to Xiaogu in the way that they play the game.
Yeah, I mean, they even have similar colored icons.
Yeah.
Could be.
Conspiracy.
Could be. Probably not. But,
Not
I mean, yeah, I agree. I think they're playing in a very similar way. The patch and the meta seems to have settled into a particular point at this point early on in the season. And they're just the two teams that, if nothing else, they've figured it out almost before anyone else. They've adapted well. They're comfortable with the picks. They're drafting well. They're playing well. And they seem to know, hey, let's do some lane swaps. Let's pressure. Everything is coming well. I think the cool thing about this metagame is that team fighting is very prevalent at this point. You don't get as much advantages you might by simply outplaying someone over the map. And we have seen Vici do a little bit of that still quite well. I guess we haven't seen EDG do as much of it, or teamfight nearly as well as they would.
Yeah.
So, unsurprisingly, the two top teams so far, the two best-looking team fighters, Xiaogu and Royal.
And the interesting part about that is how they bridge the gap to the team fighting and why they are the best at team fighting. And Lupa is just aggressive in the top lane, so he keeps his opponent down. There's not a lot of teleports for RNG, which gives a lot of space for MLXG to be aggressive in the jungle, try and fight people 1v1, make plays. And then Mata playing support, I think, is actually up there with, I'm going to say, one of the most important roles at the moment. AD carry is just kind of on the wayside and gets carried through the game to items. Whoosh on this Alistar, and honestly more as well, for Xiaogu have both stepped up massive in these games, and I feel like they're defining factors in how these games are actually playing out and bridging the gap to teamfights.
They also have aggressive junglers as well. You have to think that's maybe the other distinction if we do want to keep comparing these two teams. MLXG, very aggressive, possibly too aggressive, but it hasn't cost him too much just yet. And of course, Swift, I would say more calculated aggression on his side, but still very aggressive, knows he can make plays, knows when to go in, happy to pick up whatever jungle is available, especially if something like Nidalee is floating around. It's just been great to watch these teams. And again, it's early days still in the LPL, but I don't know. Hard not to be excited about, given what we've seen so far.
It's chaotic. That's the best part. The pace of the game has definitely sped up. And I mean, RNG is an example. 24 minutes is their average game length. That was a longer one.
It was about 40.
It's probably ruined that stat by a little bit. So, damn it, RNG. They've ruined my stats.
It's just like Xiaogu. They ruined their KDAs.
They did.
They're dying.
Unless you're Pico.
Yes, that's
still
true.
got the highest.
He still died a lot. I mean, more than, relative to how little he died earlier.
Look, let's just say it's gone from 32 to 14.
Yeah,
so
which is still pretty good.
Yeah, it's still a lot better than it is bad. RNG, with the 2-0 as well, I think they've put themselves well and truly ahead of the rest of the teams in their group.
I think it's interesting to watch best of 3 in LPL, and I imagine as the season goes on, we'll get more 3-game sets. We've had quite a lot of 2-0s. We've had some closer ones, but it always feels like game 1, team comes out swinging, destroys them, and then game 2 is a little bit closer, but they still manage to figure it out.
Yeah, that's definitely the way it feels at the moment. The adaptation is there, but it's not refined enough.
No, not yet.
To really get it over the line. I don't know. It's interesting. It's definitely interesting to watch how it unfolds.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see a bit more develop, but we are going to have more League of Legends coming right up. Don't go too far. We'll take a break, but when we return, Invictus Gaming are going to be taking on HYG. Yeah. And welcome back, everyone, to Day 2, Week 2 of the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Pastry Time. Joining me is Rusty, and we just saw one hell of a game from Royal Never Give Up. 2-0 versus OMG. Second game, quite a bit closer than the first. But we are going to step into IG versus HYG now. Two teams have struggled a little bit for different reasons to their starts in the LPL. Ideally, Invictus Gaming will play at least twice as many games as they already have.
Yeah, look, they struggled, and what we mean by that is they didn't actually finish their first series. They're 1-0 up, and that's to be finished at another date.
Yep.
So Invictus Gaming, we've seen a glimmer of what they're capable of. We haven't actually seen the full Invictus Gaming just yet.
Nope. It did, of course, take that game against EDG, so impressive stuff there for the team.
Yeah.
Not a bad start, certainly, but, probably would have liked to finish the series, ideally 2-0. We'll see what more they can bring to the table here against HYG, who have had, again, sort of an expected shaky start to the league, given that they are an LPL team coming up, being promoted, of course, after finishing second, if memory serves.
So they came second to Energy Pacemaker All.
Yep.
To be expected, of course, as you mentioned, to not be the highest performing team, but still performing decently well. They've got some Solus in their mid laner as well, Gosu, the only Korean, as mentioned, in that entire roster. He's quite a great Ezreal, to say the least, but then made some interesting drafting choices here overall, the team, and put him on Lux twice when it didn't even work the first time.
After it got taken away by Cool, which maybe was a drafting mistake on the other side there for OMG. He is going up against a very, very good mid laner, though, here. If you thought Cool was a tricky opponent, and Cool's been a bit hot and cold, I think, pretty much for the last year, but certainly to start his season, Rookie has just been playing amazing, pretty much from every day, except maybe some patches at Worlds.
Yeah, there was a joke that Cool should rename to Lukewarm, but Gosu, on the other hand, has shown that he has what it takes. It just comes down to, can HYG as a team come together and pick the team composition that will actually win them the game? SS17, he's a very strong mechanical player. He can go back to that Lissandra that works very well for him. We'll see if they actually put that in.
Well, we are going to have a look at Invictus Gaming to start things off here. They are our veterans who made some interesting changes. Mostly the same here. It's the Thai Kid, Rookie, Time, and Kitties, with Kid being the stand-up player. Not that you wouldn't expect him to be on IG. It's maybe not in the position he is, of course, playing jungle. We're only going to see a few picks here, of course, for the side, given they only have played that one game. But Poppy was the champion in that game for Zatai. Remember, it was a win for Invictus Gaming, but sad to not see them play anything else. As Kid, that's sort of expected. He did take Graves into the jungle.
Yeah, on the surface level, you would have to assume that this guy's going to play Graves or Kindred, something that's ranged preferably and can do some physical damage. So move towards our massive, massive MVP of that first game. What a beast Rookie was.
Rookie is a beast on just about every champion he touches, but his LeBlanc looked exceptionally good in that stage. Time was their sub from last season, now coming back into the starting AD carry role, with Kid being relegated to the jungle with Kakao still being absent. But seems temporary here for IG as they look to find a new jungler, but maybe Kid will start showing up as we do see Kitties on that Trundle. Pretty standard pick here for him. And he's always been a solid player, actually been around the LPL for a surprisingly long time.
And has even played with Time in the past, so they've got the synergy there in their lane. Invictus Gaming even subbing Kid out during their last split to put Time there. Of course, Kid now in that jungle. I feel like the team's communication will still be great. The question's always going to be, can Kid actually jungle? We don't know yet.
We do not. Zatai's awesome keyboard that I know you like.
Yeah, it's great.
So I'm going to pop over to the Hyper Youth Gaming side. HYG, like we said, signs of life, certainly, in their first few games in the LPL in Week 1. Didn't look great, but didn't look awful either. Certainly solid and plenty of room for the team with definitely some stand-up moments. We are going to go through their team, though. Can't imagine they've made any changes at all to the week's lineup, but I guess we'll find out if we have a surprise or two here. Nope. S17, March, Gosu, XQ, and Shu.
That's right. The team profile here shows no changes for HYG. We'll be starting in that top lane, the young player himself.
Sandra Main, S17.
S17 God, as he would prefer to be called.
True.
But is SS17 in this particular image that we're looking at now.
And there's March, of course. A jungler, 2 Graves and a Rek'Sai. Not too bad. Pretty standard stuff, like you have to expect here.
Shares champion pools, though, with Kid. What we can take
of course. And there's Gosu. Definitely been the standout player here. Ezreal in that first game did look very good against OMG, but double Lux, I'm just not so sure. Not sure, I'm just not so sure. There's XQ, AD carry. Also took Ezreal away from Gosu, but 2 Kalista games in there as well. looked okay. Bottom lane in general for HYG.
I mean, that's exactly how they looked, was just okay. They didn't stand out by any means, the bottom lane, but they didn't do anything bad that lost their team the game either. They, honestly, like across the entire roster, they looked like they were a solid team that had a great foundation to build from. And they've played their first week. They're now in their second. They've got the opportunity to build, and we'll see if they've made any marked improvements.
Yeah, and as far as what did stand out from HYG, even though, again, we haven't seen them play too much, it was actually their map movement. S17's Lysandra especially was doing a lot of roaming, a lot of split pushing, a bit more of a utility-style top laner, at least in the early days that we've seen from when he's played. And they moved around the map and played together very well. It was just some of the finer points of maybe team fighting in the early game where they could struggle a bit. And you have to think that maybe laning as well could be a bit of a struggle. Gosu probably confident here. But again, somewhat off-form Cool versus a definitely on-form Rookie is a very different type of opponent.
Yeah, and I mean, the only reason that HYG or Happy Youth Gaming actually did lose their series was because it went to late game and the experience shot calling of OMG took over. So lots of good things from HYG here.
Yep, plenty to improve on here. So our Inter-Champ select for our first game. Ryze will be the ban out from IG. Nobody wants that champion ever.
No.
Except on the ban list.
He should stay on the ban list as well. We've seen a very strong performance from Ryze at Worlds. That was enough to scare the crap out of everyone. And then everyone very quickly realized how easy Ryze actually can be.
Well, very powerful champion at least. As Lysandra will also be banned here by IG. Taking that away, honestly, from S17, although, of course, he's a flexible champion as well. And I do like the Graves ban, though. I wonder if HYG will go for the Kindred as well.
There's like a tier list of flex strength, and it goes Ryze, Lysandra, Lulu at the moment, I feel like. So all three of those champions need to be at least looked at, if not banned away.
Ooh, LeBlanc actually banned away from Rookie, so not a bad one, but always dangerous to throw bans at Rookie, it feels like, because he can just play everything, really. And he does have standout champions, but you're never going to ban him out. So if you're banning a mid laner away from IG, you better have a very good reason.
Yeah, they definitely should. Of course, Rookie showed that he had what it takes to be a ridiculous LeBlanc, oppressive to even Athena, who isn't ridiculously good mid laner in and of himself. I think that it's decent to ban away the LeBlanc from Rookie, but they're going to be leaving so many options available to this Invictus side.
Gangplank going to be banned there, as Dr. Mundo was the last one from IG. You can see instantly going to Lulu, which is sort of the expected one. You mentioned already that flex pick value will sort of cascade down, and it is going to be Lulu.
Yeah, they pick up that flex pick. You would hope Zatai is going to play it, honestly, because I want Rookie to show off, stand out a little bit more again, be that oppressive mid laner that we think he should be. And the immediate response, it's almost becoming down to like a predictability here of what the exact drafts will be for every single LPL game.
Yep, we're starting to see a lot of trends here, which, you know, makes sense. Metagame, as I said, seems fairly solid at this point. Players have a good grasp about what's happening here in this patch. Could change a bit once we move over to 6.1, but once again, I believe we are still on 5.24, so a little bit more figured out perhaps here, as Alistar is going to be locked in, continuing his 100% pick or ban rate trend. And HYG, do they want Elise? Do they want Rek'Sai? Do they want something else entirely?
They're looking at Nidalee as well. That was the two hovers they've had so far. So consideration for both junglers here, as with 4 seconds left, not a lot of time to make your decision.
Well, hope you want Rek'Sai, because it looks like what you're getting. Alistar Rek'Sai going to be the first 2 picks here for HYG. And that's Poppy, already in. Zatai loves his Poppy. Trundle going in there as well, though.
Wow.
The support there for Kitties on IG.
That's a ridiculous draft. They just freely got those champions. Of course, Alistar Rek'Sai is great. Don't get me wrong, you've got 2 good champions there, but I'm looking at a Poppy Lulu one more time. OMG looked great with Poppy Lulu. They've now got the Trundle to boot, and that kind of messes with Alistar.
Yeah, it's actually interesting, because IG could also flex Trundle Poppy. They're probably not flexing Lulu at this point, but Zatai was the OG Trundle back last year, I mean, when no one else was really playing it apart from, I guess, him and Flandre.
Yep.
Did some work there on the champion. So there is options here for IG. Makes sense that they draft in this order, I suppose, but HYG are maybe thinking about piecing together a bottom lane now.
Why does this feel like a Gosu champion?
Morgana?
Yeah.
It does, yeah.
They've already got the Alistar there, so if they lock this in, it has to go to the middle lane.
That's true. I mean, he likes his long lane champions. We did see Marin play top Morgana as well.
Oh, that's true.
So there are options here, but Morgana, Lucian are the picks, and you're right, with Alistar locked in, That will very likely not be support Morgana unless Gosu's got something real
Oh, let's not
special.
say it. Let's not get Spawn excited until
Prepped
it's actually ready to go.
Well, those are the picks there for HYG as IG can look to round their draft out. Also plenty of flex going on here. So how they're going to round this out? Kalista does get locked in for time, and at least going to be the jungle. So HYG still left to ponder exactly where the lanes are going for Invictus Gaming.
Of course, they don't actually know. Kitties did play Poppy in their first game as support. No, he played Trundle.
He
Sorry,
did.
my bad. Zatai played Poppy.
He did.
Still going to be a double flex until about 10 seconds remaining for this Invictus Gaming side. All assumptions are out on the table for HYG. They've got the Morgana, so it'll be fine no matter what you're against in the middle lane. They've got their bottom lane set in stone. I believe the Alistar and Lucian should be down there, so... I mean, even the Morgana going in the top lane, you should be fine against the Poppy.
Yeah, it strikes me as a very safe draft here in general for HYG. S17 also might be continuing the trend of picking mages.
Mid-Corki.
Did have two Lissandra goes. Ooh, could be mid-Corki. Gosu might have a different AD carry lined up for mid lane. Did see the Ezreal hovered over there as well. 5 seconds left, Gosu. What do you want? You're probably the standout player from your team in your first best of 3 in week 1. And we are going to do it mid-Corki. Or mid-Lucian. But probably mid-Corki. Going to be here for HYG.
Yeah, so Gosu picking up that Corki in the middle lane. A lot of pressure comes out of this champion. Lulu doesn't do a crazy amount of damage, and the trading that Gosu can then utilize in that 1v1 will be very intriguing to watch unfold. The real question mark is always going to be this Morgana top lane. We've seen it work once, but Poppy, if Poppy gets going, Morgana cannot stop you.
Morgana doesn't strike me as a champion that can even stop you farming. And Zatai does love his big carry top lane, as we'll see the lineups matched up there on your screen, of course. S17. I like it. I like the mages. He's played 2 Lissandra games. Now going to go with Morgana this time around. Again, just seems like much more of a utility top lane player. It's interesting to me.
Yeah, he's exactly what the team needs, to be perfectly honest with you. They've got the Morgana now, and Lissandra did a very similar purpose. Works towards Gosu being a poke mage, control mage type of mid laner. The Ezreal, Lux, and now Corki are his 3 champions that he's played so far, so likes to sit back at range and poke.
Yep.
They need another mage or engage tool that can actually just go in and work with March, and then they've got Shu on this Alistar to complement it all. I really like the team comp from HYG at the moment.
I do, but on IG, have to remember that Elise is there. No Kidrid, even though it was open there for Kid. So he's going to take an actual jungler into the jungle rather than jungle Graves. No marksman this time. Well, we're going to have a quick flick back through these picks before we get ourselves into the game. Poppy, Elise, Lulu, Kalista, and Trundle on top there for IG. And Morgana, Rek'Sai, Corki with 2 more to come, but we'll find out in a second. Let's get ourselves into the game. And we're out onto the Rift here for our first game of our second best of 3 of the evening, as Invictus Gaming are going to take to the Rift to try and complete a BO3 this time around up against Hyper Youth Gaming. Both teams have only had 1 best of 3 in their first week. So a good start here. Could really set them up nicely for their second week of play.
Well, I mean, Invictus Gaming had a best of 1.
True.
So HYG, the only team to have a best of 3 here, but only 1 as well as you mentioned. So still lots to learn about this Hyper Youth Gaming side. And at the moment, we're learning that they want to invade.
Yep. Stacking up together. Going to get their vision down.
Level 1 Morgana strength.
Level 1 Morgana, very good. The Dark Binding. See the deep wards being placed. Typical lane sort vision being scouted for. Zatai going to answer in kind though. Let's check a ward just up next to the torch. And see what happens here. Kitties. Ooh, is that in range of the tower?
Oh, rest in peace, ward.
That is unfortunate. Kitty's going to be happy with a bit of extra gold and most importantly denying that vision away.
They did know it was Kitties, at least, and minions are spawning right now, so they watched the Trundle take it. 17. You would assume that 17's not the person who wants the lane swap anyway, because you want to be able to get farm and money on your Morgana.
Nice dodge of vision there though, so going to keep the information hidden for as long as possible. This is no surprise though, mid lane. Rookie versus Gosu. Lulu versus Corki. Again, a different AD carry here for Gosu, but that's twice now. He's picked, like you mentioned, sort of a mobile poke-heavy champion in that mid, although Lux, I guess, is not particularly mobile.
No, not mobile, but that was a once-off type of super long-range, high-burst type of champion, whereas the Corki and the Ezreal are poke-focused. Both champions in this middle lane actually having a lot of utility behind their auto attacks. So Gosu, especially once he gets the Gatling gun, can very easily trade with Rookie, who at the moment is doing quite nicely. And
well, we do have a pause here in this one. Let's make sure everything's okay. Idea, unfortunately, quickly becoming the team that's cursed.
God damn it, IG.
So fingers crossed, nothing goes particularly wrong. As you can see, nothing too surprising in the early game. We are going to get standard lanes, I believe, though. I think we sort of highlighted this already. Satai, very good Poppy player. Very good carry player.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure Morgana's going to be able to stop the Poppy. Probably not going to die. But if Satai gets going, we've seen what Poppy does with farm.
I mean, I don't think anyone can stop either Poppy at any stage, really. Like it's just an overwhelming champion. Too hard to stop farming. If a Nautilus can't stop you, there's not many things that can actually stop you. Morgana, on the other hand, wants to farm herself. So just wants to get the items in place and start to carry and influence team fights in her own unique way. And the best thing about HYG's team comp is they've got the Morgana Black Shield to work with a Corki and a Lucian who can then poke and siege down turrets quite well. They've got the Rek'Sai and the Alistar to tank also. So they've got their defined purpose in why the Morgana is actually there. It's just if the Poppy gets a flank, I don't know how much a Black Shield can do.
Probably not enough.
Yeah.
That's going to be my guess there. But hard to say, of course. But pretty effective weapon in general. Morgana. Kind of cool to see her come back into the top lane. But I think for me, the question is always going to be Kid in the jungle. Haven't really seen him. Haven't seen much of HYD's jungle either, to be fair. Just with a couple plays there. Yeah. But at least very different from Graves. Much more traditional jungle champion. I do wonder just how Kid's going to perform this game. Because he kind of just did nothing but farm in the last game.
Is an AD carry player that's playing jungle?
Of course. Like,
I hope he only farms. Let's be honest. I don't know. Elise is not that easy. Like, she's simple to play. She's simple to clear the jungle with.
Yep.
She's very linear in how to gank. You just throw a cocoon and hope it connects, or you just bait the cocoon and never throw it until they flash. There's lots of easy ways to play the Elise, but there's also a lot of really intensive mechanics that you would have to be an experienced Elise player to do, like kiting with the spiderlings and actually utilizing them in an effective manner. Knowing that you need to stay in the human form to actually stack spiderlings. Some people don't even know that that's a thing.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, that's how you get spiders.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, otherwise you don't get spiders. You need them.
Well, plenty of those down here in Australia, but let's see how many we get this game. Gosu and Rookie, though, so you pop back into the game. Trading blows there as Gosu pops that Gatling gun. Does have a corrupting potion, which strikes me as quite creative and also quite strong, to be perfectly honest. Corki does go through a little bit of mana, but does quite a substantial amount of damage. Rookie, though, keeping the lane under control, sort of as we expect. As the supports are going on roaming just for a couple of early wards down. And March is going to take away his red buff here. Kid is looking for an invade here, though.
Kid, that's an aggressive decision.
Oh, barely missing getting that steal, but he might just go in for it. He's going to spot him. Cocoon does land there, but the tunnel will follow through. Damages there. Thunderlord's procs, and Martin's going to turn it around. Kid may have bit off a little too much. Is forced to flash away there. Invade unsuccessful there for IG's new jungler.
Not the kind of invade you want. Kiddies is taking some poke now as well and needs to be a little bit careful. But that was... I don't know, Kid. I don't know what your plan was. Rek'Sai knew you were there.
Yeah, big damage there as well. So you do unfortunately have another pause. IG again off to a bit of a slow start here. But yeah, I mean, that's, I think, sort of the inexperience we expected from Kid, to be honest. Like, the idea is there. He had the pathing down. He went to go for the invade. Didn't quite get the steal, even though there was a slight miss smite there from March out of the jungle.
15 health off.
Yeah.
It was basically an auto animation anyway. I don't think that was the issue. Kid didn't get there quick enough to actually even threaten to stop the red from going down. And the aggressive invade was fine. Like, it's a great decision to do so if you catch the Rek'Sai in first clear, because Rek'Sai does get quite low. In saying that, went in, tried to engage, noticed that the red buff was already taken, I believe. I'm not sure on what his vision was.
Yep.
And then Rek'Sai got a flank, wasted the cocoon with the tunnel, which was the bad part. What he should have done is just save the cocoon, essentially, and if the Rek'Sai wanted to turn back on you, use it as a defensive tool to get out. pretty much paid for it.
Yeah, absolutely paid for it there. Had to use his flash. Almost died, actually. I think it was lucky that Rookie had control of the wave there in mid lane. Wasn't able to, and Ghost wasn't able to come in and finish him off because he had plenty of damage, but Rookie sort of cut him off there. So good team play, I guess, from IG early on in the game. But again, it's this kid. We expect him to struggle out of the jungle, unsurprisingly. Not off to a great start with that particular invade, unfortunately for him.
No, not a great start at all for Kid. I think the Lulu's doing fine, though, which is a big deal. At level 2, being able to trade evenly with a Corki says a lot about Rookie as a mid laner. He dodged pretty much all of the Phosphorus bombs as well at level 1. So Ghostu not getting the break that he's looking for yet in this middle lane. Gets dangerous, though. Once you get level 3, move towards level 4. Corki's burst is surprisingly high.
And let's talk about Corki, actually, because we haven't seen him too much. We've seen him a little bit over in Korea. Seen some play every now and then, but I think we've probably seen more Ezreal mid than Corki mid at this point. I know you're a big fan of the champion, although maybe different builds from time to time. What is it about Corki mid that we should look for? Because we know he has high mix damage. We hear about 80 carry players all the time being like, I'm doing 75% magic damage. So it's interesting. It almost feels natural that Corki would move from being a bottom laner to a mid laner.
The coolest thing about Corki, first and foremost, is that the magic damage crits magic damage. It doesn't crit physical. So you can actually do so much damage, and they have to build resistances of both kinds because you've got an AD carry doing physical, a mid laner critting magical. There's a lot of added bonuses there for Corki to actually utilize. Base damages are very high, works off experience quite well. You need levels in your queue, and then they've also given him this amazing package that just kind of flies you down the middle lane and kills absolutely everything ever.
The package is such an interesting tool. Like we've seen bottom laners use it as well. It's such a weird sort of mechanic, but first of all, like you mentioned, it speeds you to whatever lane you want to go to. It's just how you utilize it with the long Valkyrie plus your other Valkyrie as well to get into position. I mean, we've pretty much just seen Corkis, especially mid Corkis, go back, grab the first package, run to a lane, and just kill somebody. I mean, that's a good tool for a mid laner.
Yeah, it's a great tool because you do move like you have home guards at about, I think it's 7 minutes in the game when it first drops down for you. The thing with the Corki package is it's also a suicide alarm, essentially, because everyone knows it's a global sound when you pick it up. So the second you hear the sound, you're like, oh, well, Corki's got his package. He's not mid right now. Maybe be careful. And then for the most part, they're like, well, I've got 60 seconds to use it. And they try, and they die.
Yes. I think everyone kind of walks themselves into the trap of being like, this buff is running out. I need to use this.
Yeah.
Note to Corki players. You're not required to use your buff. I know you want to use it.
It's optional.
You don't have to. It is optional. That's true. It is not mandatory to use the Valkyrie from the package. But we've seen some funny stuff. I've seen players like skip terrain to go back to lane. And you can just use it, like you said, as sort of a quick recall animation as well. So
that would be actually kind of cool if Corki's, after 60 seconds, it just went in whatever direction you're facing. So you have to use it.
Like violently. I wish it would speed you up more. So you'd have to like align him. Oh my God, that would be
in a random direction.
Yes, in a random
after 60
direction.
seconds it goes.
He just spins around. Woo! Off it goes.
No, I was just thinking like in the direction you're facing. Let's be fair. It's not like
it's not nearly as fun.
Oh, but look, we're not playing unbalanced League of Legends right now. We got to give them some kind of countermeasure.
The Corki package RNG.
No one to play Corki.
I would play Corki. I would do horribly, but I would play Corki.
Just to see what happens.
Exactly.
Basically.
A quick update, of course. One of the players is having a PC issue, so we are getting that fixed up ASAP. But just a quick restart of the PC should hopefully sort that all out. So thank you once again for waiting through the pause. Fingers crossed. It's going to be all good there. Moving on from mid Corki, which I'm excited to see Ghostu play, especially given his proficiency on the champions like Ezreal. Kalista. I'm going to tell you something, Rusty. I'm not as convinced by Kalista as I was last year. She's not awful.
So
she's actually still quite good.
She's still on 5.24.
Yes,
this
that's
patch.
True.
So they haven't changed Kalista at all. And on 6.1, they've changed the rend so that if you do it on one target and the champion that you're hitting,
you don't get
you don't get mana back.
Oh, mana, yeah.
You get the CDR because you've killed one minion with the champion, but you don't get any mana. And that's your lane poke out the window. Because that's exactly what you would always do. Hit them once, then hit a minion, and then get the mana back, get a small trade that they can't actually counterplay at all. But now, in 6.1, they've changed that, and I think Kalista's a little bit less viable. Mm-hmm. But the thing with Kalista is that you've got your ultimate, so you've got utility. Yeah. And she's always going to be good. I'll put her in like maybe tier 2. Yeah,
I mean, I think that's the thing. She's kind of a utility AD carry. I mean, we've seen teams use it, honestly, like a jungler. Like, you just run into the buff, you start throwing spears in it, you rend it, you take it, you have Fate's Call for your support. Like, you mentioned it already. Most of the carries that we're seeing play are just doing what they're supposed to do. Sit back and do damage. Kalista can do that, even though she needs to get in a bit further range. But you have so many threats from top lane, from jungle. You have these big tanks that you want to enable, especially from the support position. It just feels like Kalista is at least well positioned to enable a lot of what your team wants to do around you.
She definitely is, and she changes team fights just from the ultimate alone, right? She's got so much kiting. She's very mobile once she gets the auto attacks going. The Sentinels give vision in areas that you can't actually face check. So it's like having a scrying orb at level 1 to a lesser degree. There's a lot of added things to Kalista that competitively make her much more viable than even in solo queue or anything at the moment, where you need to just be a really good Kalista and hope that your team can work around you. I think she's always going to have a place in competitive because she can work with like an Alistar as an example, throw him in, let the Alistar engage, and knock them back towards you the whole time you're getting spears in, and you're always going to be able to use the rend and outplay people with all your mobility. Yep. I don't know. The priority on Kalista right now is curious, I think, at best.
Yeah, it's almost a holdover from last season, I feel like, where the LPL teams are just super into Kalista.
Well, everyone's a Kalista player, basically, in the LPL at the moment. So we're phasing her out, I would say. A lot less Kalista has been seen. Always going to be relevant, though.
Yep, maybe not if Uzi pops up. Pretty good Kalista player there as well, but he's been on the bench as well for Shagu. All these high-powered AD carries, hanging out on sweet benches with teams that are undefeated, so what do I know about how good these carries are? What about Kalista Trundle? You mentioned Kalista Alistar. Kalista Trundle seems hilarious to me. Like, you hit the ulti, you throw him in, and you, like, try and debuff someone, preferably an AD carry. Just, like... Basically, like, I would be very offended as an AD carry if I had a Trundle thrown at me and immediately bit my face off.
Yeah, sure.
That's not good. Like,
the concept of having someone throw at you and then bite
probably
you,
not good in general. But
pretty off-putting. I think that the combination between Trundle and Kalista isn't as great as you might be looking for. The fact that you throw someone in and then all they've got is the bite, yeah, sure, it slows you down, but it's not an Alistar Pulverize where you can't do anything, and all they've got is the pillar. And if the pillar doesn't actually stop you, then there's no use to it.
It's also like pretty long range.
Well, yeah. So the difference between them, though, is that I think the Kalista Trundle is used much more defensively to knock people away, because that's what Trundle's designed to do. You're zone controlling, and if you want to engage, you use the pillar to engage, and then to disengage, you use the ultimate from Kalista.
Yeah, we actually see it a lot in... did we pop back in the game? See it a lot in poke comps, the old Trundle, but not too much poke here on the IG side. Do we get ourselves back into the action? 3.5 minutes in. Nothing much has really changed. And Timing Kitty's starting to get a bit more traction in this bottom lane. And move that wave into the turret. So looking around. Kid back into the jungle after that mishap towards the enemy red buff. And Tataya in S17 just sort of hanging out. Tataya respecting the range and the pull there of Morgana, but wanting to make sure he keeps that CS nice and high.
The funny thing about this matchup is Poppy without the passive, without the buckler to get that shield, will take a lot of damage from Morgana. You put 3 levels into the puddle before you actually put into the binding, so a lot of control, to say the least, because you can instantly clear that backline and threaten a lot of damage onto Zatai.
This is a big thing, though. Gosu forced out of lane by Rookie with a corrupting potion. Pretty rare to see someone kicked out with that sort of item, but Rookie... he's even kept his mana relatively topped up. He's actually forcing March to stay here and cover the lane. You can see the CS difference is already there as well, 34 to 17. You usually see Rookie bully out in laners, but it's with, more aggressive champions, not with something like Lulu.
Yeah, but it's just so Rookie.
Yeah.
Even top lane right now is fighting 17 and Zatai.
I don't know if Zatai wanted this. Dark Binding is up. He's going to eat it. Puddle down there as well. Auto attacks are in. Zatai's forced to flash out. Pops his W to run away. And he will get to safety, but a little too aggressive there. Zatai.
Well and truly too aggressive. Kid and March are about to see each other as well. Everyone's kind of just butting heads in their solo matchups respectively. Kid has already had his Flash Force, don't forget that. Zatai's now had his Flash Force and Teleport used to get back to the lane. This is so bad for Gosu.
Yeah, he just keeps eating poke here
he
from
went
the Lulu.
boots.
I mean, he didn't have money for anything else.
Then don't buy anything else. So that's the thing. Like, save money. If you have to go back again, so be it. But at least the buy that you're going to have is much more effective than boots. And yes, you move quick right now, but if you even try and hit Rookie, you're going to lose the trade.
Yeah, most of his damage is just from harassment autos. So you can see Rookie really just holding the wave as far back as he can. Has complete control of the lane right now. March, you have to think, is going to come in and try and make a difference in that lane. But Rookie will be level 6 soon enough. He does have his flash up. Probably not going to be too successful here. And Rookie once again off to a great start in mid lane.
I think a lot of this has to come down to Kid right now and controlling that middle lane. Let Rookie snowball the lead further, or at least keep eyes on March to help every lane stay somewhat the same. Top lane's always going to be fine. Zatai's always going to be able to farm. Level 6, there's potentially a kill threat onto Zatai. The Black Shield kind of denies any Poppy engages as well, so there's a lot of positive aspects there. But as long as March isn't getting successful ganks off, as I can't even say that word for some reason, then really Invictus Gaming are fine.
Yeah, look at Rookie. Actually, even more attention coming his way, and his Shu's going to rotate in as well. Rookie does have all his spells up, including that ultimate, but Hostile is going to look in for a gank here, but you can see pretty furious pings there from IG. They do know that he's missing. I think Rookie might have spotted him as well. Sentinel's helping out also. Yep, definitely knows now.
Yeah.
Sentinel stays alive, Rookie's safe, and he just goes back to harassing Gosu.
Yeah, so they are actually going to continue trading with each other. Gosu being 6 is a lot of help towards this lane. XQ is going to struggle a little bit because he's 1v2, but the biggest thing there was Kid did find March, and Kid immediately called that out. And then the bottom lane said, hey, turns out Alistar's missing as well. Rookie's first idea is to back off. And it's smart play here from Invictus Gaming. Just solid communication, even without vision.
Yep. And again, seems like IG, especially with Cacao not on the roster anymore, feels like the team, and it was kind of getting this way, the team is definitely all about Rookie. He's such a strong player. Zatai, no slouch. Let me put it that way. No scrub at all, but definitely not maybe the same centerpiece. He's played a bit more of a different role from time to time. Played the tanks. Does definitely prefer the carries by the looks of things, and has definitely evolved into become one of the league's better top laners here as well. It's been impressive to see Zatai, whose career is still at this point so very long in IG the whole time as well. And now go from a very strong mid laner to a very strong top laner.
Yeah, absolutely right. Zatai has definitely stepped up and is, if anything, consistent at the moment. He wasn't towards the end of the last split, but he's seemingly getting towards that area. I mean, he's against the top laner that's not going to have any impact as well in this game, so consistency will be key towards performance in this particular best of 3.
As it almost always is, but definitely in that matchup in particular. As XQ is going to return. Does have himself a build, BF sword, sorry. It's the Bilgewater Cutlass on time side. Don't forget Blade of the Ruin King first, but we've seen a lot of this around the LPL and the Callistas. Pretty standard stuff. Oh, Broken in trouble. Keep coming back in there, looking for that game for the Black Shield spot. Ulti there. This could be a double march. Also in the area. Good repel there from Kid, but Zatai may not be so lucky. Pops the W for a bit of extra defenses, but damage is there. Prey Seeker's good. And March collects first blood.
I'm going to be honest with you, Kid threw out the cocoon with full knowledge and awareness. Oh god, mid-fighting as well.
Rookie forced a flash, does get around it, but Gosu getting aggressive there with that package. Vax his way back in as well. And Rookie has to pop the shields. He's getting low here. One more missile's going to do it. The Gatling gun's enough. Gosu, solo kill there in the mid lane.
And Rookie turns around to throw the Glitter Lance and misses the Glitter Lance, but also puts himself in range of Gosu's spells. As that's the package we were talking about, and that was it used well enough to get a solo kill in this middle lane. The top lane was a 2v2 that was misplayed by Kid in particular. Zatai still got the knockback, but the Black Shield was forced. He tried to cocoon the Black Shield. It's never going to work. And March being there kind of denied it all. Kid should be focusing on finding March, not ganking.
Yep, good counter gank there from March, certainly. Having the upper hand there as he came in second. And Kid's just covering this mid lane now. March can use that ulti and rush off towards the bottom half of the map. Start clearing out some of that vision, and IG's bottom lane, ever solid. Staying decently ahead here as Shu is going to go in for it. Kid is level 6, so they might fancy themselves a fight here. Calling out from Lucian, though, time does get tagged. Thunderlord's decrees going off everywhere in this lane.
Time does have some sustain though, has the Bilgewater Cutlass there for the lifesteal. So in a decent position here, Invictus Gaming, forcing the ultimate out of the Lucian is big. Alistar wasted that Pulverize a little bit earlier on the Trundle, which is why the random aggression came out from Invictus.
And Zatai back in the top lane does have his Barmy Cinder. 17 does not see him, going to get slammed into the wall, but Black Shield is there. Binding Fall is in as well. And Zatai going to eat maybe a little too much damage there. Does pick up the buckler for a little shield, but
a lot of attack speed on 17. Like a crazy amount of attack speed on 17. I feel like he has attack speed runes.
He might. Kitty's in trouble. Does get pulverized. Gonna have to turn it around. Time going straight in for XQ. pillar, not quite there. They're going to keep hopping along. Kitty's Grasp the Undying does proc. Shu takes a boatload of damage actually from the Trundle, but does save the ultimate here. Ignites for both supports as well, so things can get aggressive. They kind of already are in this lane.
They're definitely still aggressive, and of course the Rend, the key factor in what made that trade so successful for Invictus Gaming. Saving it until the absolute maximum amount of efficiency, gets a minion to boot, so retains some mana there. And IG, their bot lane's starting to turn this back around, but March and Kid stalking the outskirts once more.
We could have this again here. Both junglers are going to be in the same lane perhaps, but March and Kid actually going to almost simultaneously back away from the potential pick in bottom lane.
They know where Kid is, and they definitely know where March is, so both of these junglers, there you go.
Yep. Like assist ping.
Yeah.
Sort of briefly. Kid isn't time, going to continue.
That should be a system, actually. Because if you use pings that aren't basic pings that has a timer, you don't need to type anything.
Yeah, makes sense. Ooh, March actually does sneak his way around the back here, though. Kitty's like, yep, now I know he's here. Probably want to get away from him.
At least he's got the flank in the river.
Yep.
So
3v3 action now starting. Shu going to be the first target here, but does have our ultimate available. Sun does land, he pops the ulti immediately to cleanse it off, and now the pillar. He's going to run in, they're going to try and take the R-Star down. XQ just can't get the damage done. Nice headbutt, he's going to get him to safety.
Is there a pillar? No.
Yep, no pillar there for Kitty, so quick win there, I guess, for IG. Both supports using their ultimates, but nothing too high impact there. As HYG, the only ones with 2 kills. Not really much of a gold lead for it, unfortunately, but do have a bit of extra gold in the jungler and mid laner's pockets.
And one more time, you have to remember here that 17 actually came down to the middle lane whilst Corki recalled. So a lot of pressure being put in place here from Zatai in the top. Not sure what the strategy was. Maybe God was looking to, or 17 was looking to rotate. Zatai's about to find him.
Yep. He's going to do some damage there.
I don't even know if that did. Yeah, it did a bit.
Just a bit of
there you go.
Yep. Buckler thrown out. Nice long range hit there. Let's go suit with the blue buff now. Still a little bit behind in CS, but brought it back quite nicely after that kill. Rookie just with the Frost Queen's claim and a Fiendish Codex. Trying to stay safe from farmers. We have another fight breaking out in the bottom lane here. I'm going to pop that Ren, but almost a fruitless trade here. Kitty's forced to tank a lot of that culling. That's good damage there from Lucian. That's likely going to force the IG duo back.
It may not, remember, sustain in a Trundle passive is enough to keep you around at least for a time. Invictus Gaming have more sustain than meets the eye.
That's true. Trundle passive, very deceptive. But certainly forced back to the tower at this point. There's a lot of farming going on at this point. Pretty quiet 13.5 minutes of the game. At least apart from the first few kills. And everyone's just farming up. You have to think that might favor the Poppy, but no lane swap in this game does mean things slow down quite a bit, and it's sort of as we expected. Jungle pressure's been hit or miss for actually both junglers here, although March is going to get aggressive, start invading down this bottom side, possibly look for a gank, but does just ward up the red buff. He's going to spot
Actually
Kid as well.
Kid.
He's going for mid lane, Valkyrie out there for Gosu. So a good bit of info there provided by Rek'Sai. And now he's going to wait for it. Does get the knock-up, damage is down, Thunderlord's procs as well. And Kid just can't really get away from this here. March looking to get that 1v1. Rookie going to come back in, but Gosu's coming. Even the teleport out as well. Kun does land. They're going to look for Gosu, but Zatai, he's going to get a flash out of it. Now Shu going to come in, but does plonk the wall as Kid's getting aggressed on. XQ takes out Rookie almost instantly there, who'd already used that ulti. And now the damage just keep going. Zatai's going to be taken out. Gosu gets another kill. Kitty's now chased out as well. XQ's rotation was perfect there. Frost Queen's claim popped. Damage is there. March looks for the knockup. Does find it. XQ needs a few more hits. Kitty's Grasp the Undying might protect him. It will save him by the looks of things. But good kills there. 3, in fact. No, 4 from HYG.
HYG put in overtime right there. The teleport's out from 17. They come towards that bottom lane. The biggest thing was the flash from Gosu, dodging the stun out of this Poppy from Zatai. Changed the pace of that entire fight, where he wasn't just caught out of position, he was actually dealing damage. The cavalry come through. Shu with the Alistar knockup. They put them into a very dire position here in Invictus Gaming. They get a dragon, they get a turret, and it's now 6-0.
Yep, all of a sudden 6-0 up in kills and about 4,000 gold actually ahead in gold here. Huge momentum shift there for HYG. And once again, we saw this in the last game against OMG despite the loss in the overall best of 3. Their team play is just immaculate.
It definitely is. It's the one thing they've got going for them is this team play, and their early game rotations have always been decent It's just when they get to that later game stage against experienced teams, like what we are looking at here with Invictus Gaming, they start to falter and make mistakes. The positive of this is they are actually quite far ahead. Gosu's ready to make another play.
Yeah, he's set up to carry here. Has the package level 11 with Sork Shoes and Trinity Force down here. Ward is going to sweep that one out. I believe they've seen enough here to not want to get too aggressive.
They still have no idea that Gosu's there.
There he is, straight over the wall, in onto Kitties now with the damage. Good knock up there from the R-Star combo, and Kitties has to get Spades called out, but it's not. It is there for time, he just didn't use it.
I mean, I don't know.
Oh no,
it's
barely not there.
Cooldown. Yeah, that's very close here from time. Doesn't have the ultimate available until right now.
Yep.
Gosu gets the package Valkyrie off.
That was a Shaco tier gank almost from mid Corky. Flew over the wall in bottom lane, fiddlestick style. And Gosu, again, this AD carry mid laners. 2-0-2 right now. Yeah, he is absolutely monstrous. This tower will melt. Gosu assaults it. 17 on the top side. Zatai, good combo. Ulti's there just for the damage. Counter ult there from Morgana. Zatai flashes in. Great kill there. 1v1.
Zatai puts in the work and gets that solo kill. Something that Invictus Gaming definitely needed. That puts 1 kill on the board for them this game. Not a great situation to be in for Invictus Gaming, but nonetheless, they've got themselves the Herald buff on the mid laner here.
Uh-oh. Rookie
He can't die.
Rookie might lose it. No, pretty tricky to kill him. He's going to whimsy himself to safety. 3 points actually in the whimsy, so very fast at this stage of the game.
Gosu again.
Oh my
Level
god,
12.
goodbye time. Just blows him up with a Phosphorus Swarm. Time can't hop away enough from this, I don't think. Does heal himself up. The face calls in. Might just be enough. No, he's dead. Never mind. Flies.
Kitties?
Kitty still flies out. Ghosty's going to poke him out, and Kitties will go recall.
I was going to say, I'm not sure.
That was a funny face call.
Not sure what you're doing there, Trundle. The Callista goes down really fast. That is a 3-0-2 Corky. The biggest factor is levels. And that's why mid Corky is so strong. They've just put XQ mid to deal with Lulu. It doesn't really matter. Gosu just sits in the side lane, actually hides in a bush, and takes complete advantage of the unsuspecting time. Gosu's now in trouble.
Could be. Oh, exhaust on a Rookie. Kind of dueling the wild growth out as well. Rookie there with the damage. 1v1. He will have enough. But that was quite close.
That was very close. Of course, the exhaust was used from Gosu. Didn't use a Valkyrie to dodge the Glitterlands or even attempt to dodge. He stood still and kind of gave that 1v1 to Rookie. I'm not sure if he was actually expecting to lose it naturally anyway. Just didn't want to give it a go, but he didn't at all. I mean, really, it's good from Rookie to get 1 back on the board for his team.
Yeah, good little roam there. We'll take out the mid laner. Good dodge of the binding there from Zatai. This looks like a dive. Kid's up here to save him, but don't think that's enough. Lucian Morgana going to team up, take one other tower here away. Is HYG also looking to invade the blue buff. Little greedy there. We'll go over to Kid, I believe. He did smite that away.
Yeah.
You can see, almost 3 out is done. This should be the last one here. Mid tower fell already. Ghosty's pressure with that Trinity Force very strong, and that BF Soul's already out. Alacrity boots as well, in case he wasn't fast enough with the package.
Yeah, they didn't have time, which is why it was pretty easy for them to take it. The Rek'Sai ultimate's in, but Kitties has spotted him, so everyone from Invictus Gaming is able to back up. But the tower was already taken here from HYG. The damage was done, and the gold lead has started to be cemented down further.
Yeah, it's actually not quite as large as it was before. It's still sitting around that 4K mark, but the amount of space and control that HYG have right now can start exerting pressure around this map here. And Gosu is phenomenally strong at this point in the game. HYG would not be missed to just group up around their Corky and try and get some sieges going, because we've seen it. Gosu likes his poke champions. Corky very potent at this point in the game. I think they've got all the tools to really get things going.
Rookie's gone for offensive runes, because he is at 40% CDR from items right now, which means he has no CDR in his rune page, which is the standard for most mid laners. Looks like Rookie's opting towards some kind of armor/magic resistance page to get through a lane with Corky, and that's why he was winning so effectively at level 1.
So Gosu's a little unhappy about that, but at 3-1 on 2, it'll be just fine for the time being. HYG trying to move aggressively down to this red side jungle of Invictus Gaming's, but Gosu going to see Rookie once again. Does he a little lens there? Nice little geometry work from Rookie. It's time. Busy clearing this up. A little tricky without a Ruined Hurricane, but does make relatively short work of it. By the looks of things, HYG are grouping for Dragon number 2, up in 35 seconds.
Yeah, you would imagine it's pretty easy for them to at least look towards fighting for it. Baron's available. It is only 20 minutes, so don't think too highly of that objective just yet. In saying that, I think HYG have a decent to high chance of being able to control that once they start looking for it. Having a Corki and a Lucian, their damage is through the roof. And I mean, at the moment, the mid-game spike that this Corki is going through is enough to carry all of HYG on their back, find fights, pick fights of their own accord, and control the vision, ideally.
Yeah, and they got plenty of protection as well with 17's Morgana just picking up that Rod of Ages. We do have ourselves another pause. Seems like Invictus Gaming, once again, having a few issues on their side, but surely be resolved quickly. Pop ourselves back into the game. It's an interesting one. Again, HYG. I'd almost forgotten how they're playing against OMG early on, but again, very strong early team play from them. I think strong aggression. S17 especially is the player that just fascinates me. He just constantly collapses. Teleport, walking, whatever it is. He just wants to be there with his team, making sure the fights are going their way.
Yeah, and it's been very good from him so far. Of course, having an impact on that Morgana was almost what made the entire fight that much easier for them. The ultimate was used to zone some members. Picked up some easy kills for Hyper Youth Gaming, and yeah, it's on the back of him walking and or teleporting. Lissandra is why.
Yeah.
I mean, he's perfectly suited to that champion.
Yeah, and that's why I think he's seeing a similar playstyle here on the Morgana. We haven't seen too much top Morgana, again, except for Marin, and it was a Flandre special for a while as well. I think was once quoted saying, we just pick it because it's good in everything. And he's kind of right. It's very safe to play Morgana.
It actually is. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Lissandra's good in everything. Ryze is good in everything. Lulu, generally good into everything, of course. Struggling a little bit right now, but
Corki, man.
I mean, it was fine in laning phase,
yeah,
right? I think there's external issues now affecting that, such as the Elise jungling. It's still a big question mark to me.
Yeah, and not surprising either, I think. Again, former AD carry main. In fact, I think he's only ever played AD carry. As we do pop ourselves back into the game. HYG are going to get that second dragon we talked about. And Ghosty does have another package lined up. But he's just going to go bottom lane with it by the looks of things and continue split pushing. Curious strategic choice, I guess, by HYG. Ghosty was really sticking to this bottom lane in particular and just pushing. HYG not looking to group just yet. I guess with the outer turrets down, maybe they don't fancy themselves a tier 2 siege, but curious to see the team with pretty good team play not grouping just yet.
Yeah, whereas Invictus Gaming, we're watching them group right now to try and at least defend.
Ooh, not quite on the steal.
He's got a tunnel.
Kid did get it, and yeah, so will be just fine. Ghosty though, just going to push that wave out. And maybe
running out.
Now start grouping out. He's going to have to use it. We might see him vault across the map just towards his teammates soon. You can see Zatai and 17 are still locked in battle there in the top lane. That actually is the one tower that IG have, is the top outer. Ooh, Kid caught. That's not... Oh, Kid is caught, sorry. That's bad news. He's going to have to be Fate's Call out of the way. Corin does go down, but mostly misses. The Fate's Call is used to save the Trundle, but you can see HYG now starting to get a bit more cozy and grouped together.
Yeah, that was a big cooldown out the window, though, using that Fate's Call on time. Lucian's ultimate, still a big deal, but the cooldown not so important for these team fights, as HYG, they look to push an advantage. They don't get what they're looking for, and they almost get out-rotated towards that middle turret.
Have to be careful.
Morgana's here.
Oh, the 17 is looking for the pick. Black Shield will shake some of that off. Rookie does have his flash.
Just hit. What's the spooky ghost?
For the binding. No, Glitter Lance there. Did not use the crossing stem. Actually already used it. Now Kid may be caught. Good target selection there. Zatai going to face check some Gosu damage as the Dark Binding just goes past his ear.
This is dangerous. HYG and Invictus Gaming, they're flirting with danger amongst each other. The Frost Queen's claim didn't actually connect to Lulu, it just kept poking her in the backside until it decided it wanted to hit her, which is, I think it's unique to Lulu and using Whimsy.
Yeah.
And champions that move at a certain movement speed. I think it actually confuses the ghost and they're not sure they want to slow you.
Zatai is going to take this bottom turret now. March. He's going to try and cut him off. Lucian's there as well. Morgana also streaming down the lane. Zatai, can he get out of this? Oh, that was a very good W, but he's getting chased still. Ulti's out, does miss, and now Zatai's going to eat the culling. Bending Wave is there to save a little bit of damage, but Zatai looks to be dead now. He's going to try and get some damage onto XQ in return. Hex Drinker will prop, but XQ with the kill.
That was a lot of damage from Zatai in a 1v2. Makes XQ hurt. Shu could be in trouble here.
Yep, face check something, but Ghost is here as well. Rookie Does have his ulti, so they are going to look to fight here. S17 looks for the binding, but doesn't find it. Now Kitty's going to chase in. Gosu is going to kite back there. Nice orb walking, but the ulti has been popped. Damage is good. Rookie comes in. The polymorph will land, but they need to keep moving in for it. Kitty's he's going to go in for it. The diving straight in onto Gosu. Kid will collect the kill there with the Venomous Bite as March does move his way back in. At least with the double actually as Alstar goes down, as now March is going to get caught by a good cocoon from Kid. Kalista there with the third one. IG gets a much needed advantage.
And they find an advantage. The Morgana binding on cooldown and didn't connect gives them a window and a period of time to work that team fight. A flash whimsy used by Rookie to secure an awkward position for Gosu. And then the Fate's Call secures that, knocks him up, and they take him down. 17 did hit a good ultimate, but everyone dispersed in very unique angles. He couldn't keep up with any one target and had to settle for Kitties, of all people, to get a single kill on the board again for Hyper Youth Gaming, but a favorable trade for Invictus Gaming.
Gold lead starting to shrink there as well. Only 2,000 up now for HYG. And it feels like they had all this room and pressure, but IG have held on, again using that experience. And HYG sort of again fumbling a bit in the mid-game. They always seem to get these decent leads, but closing out maybe not their strength just yet. They are a younger team. Blue buff here for Gosu though. It's always nice. He'll get that for himself. And Dragon 3 for HYG up in 145. But I think by the time that rolls around, IG are going to be ready to fight.
It's always the objective to look for inexperienced teams. A lot of the current experienced, really refined teams don't focus that dragon whatsoever. It's just a free objective for them to take here and there where applicable. Whereas you look at these newer sides, they'll set up vision around it, they'll focus it, they feel like they don't really have a defined goal or purpose until the dragon is available and or the Baron as the game gets later. And that's where a lot of these vision wars start to come out. Teams don't know how to actually pull the trigger and make the move.
Kitty's looking for initiation, finds Alstar, but does get pulverized for his trouble. Wonderlord's proc there from Lucian, I believe. And HYG more than happy to defend. It's pretty fine there between Lucian and Corki, but again, Gosu just keeps split pushing.
Yeah, he's really trying to make this split push work.
There's Infinity Edge.
Yeah.
Damn.
It's gone for the Infinity Edge build. Of course, crits quite strong on Corki. I guess like Bloodthirst is your standard build that people tend to go for.
The build would remember from 2015 EDG, if nothing else. But Gosu going to go for pretty high damage here. Does have to be a bit careful though. Throwing up poke missiles now. HYG looks trying for some sort of group here, but I suppose the other problem is actually Zatai. He's been constantly split pushing here against S17, and again, Morgana's probably never going to die in this situation, but can't really stop Poppy now that she's got the Iceborne Golem and the More of Malmortius built up. Zatai is getting further and further ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Zatai's getting farmed.
That was creative. Black Shield pops. Zatai might want to finish it, but it's just going to get out from under that tether from the Morgana ulti. Now Kitty's chased, has to use the Fate's Call again. There's a tie! Does get the solo kill in top lane. But HYG going to try and respond with Dragons. Zatai does have TP though.
This is a risky position here for HYG. Invictus Gaming, if they get a good pillar, they could at least zone them away from the Dragon.
Yep, pillar's there. 50-50 does go to Rek'Sai. HYG with Dragon 3. Zatai didn't continue his push. He actually went to join his team but wanted to walk there. Unfortunately, no kills or Dragon there for Invictus, and Zatai will probably just go pop back to the top lane, continue his mission.
He might just let that continue to push in because it's a freeze now. Morgana doesn't want to go to that top lane even at respawn. May have to group with the rest of the team and or go bottom lane, which gives them a lane for free farm. It's near the Baron, there's no Dragon available. It's actually decent here to just walk back there and casually meander around as the rest of your team starts to focus the objective that's now ever present in that Baron buff.
Yep, 28 minutes have elapsed in the game and Baron will get more and more relevant here from about 25 minutes onwards. See Kid actually going for a very aggressive Elise build as well. I believe that's the Rune Glaive. Doesn't quite look like Cinderhawk, but he definitely has a right. Yep, no Cinderhawk there. Definitely has a Rylai's. Definitely has an Abyssal Scepter on the way. Again, unsurprisingly, playing a bit more of an aggressive style jungler. Yeah. More used to the carry mode, of course.
Definitely. Kid only knows one mode, and that's attempting to carry. So on this Elise, we haven't seen the best of plays from him yet, but he hasn't been bad by any means. 2-1-1. Putting in some work for his team, and we'll see if he can make it work later on when he's got this full carry build, because he's quite susceptible to dying if he is caught.
Yeah, well, different problems here, I think, for HYG. Gold lead is almost evaporated at this point. as they're only 1,000 gold or so ahead, and Deathcap is done there for Rookie. Voidstaff on the way.
That's a package.
Sunfire on the way for Rookie. Zatai as well, and he's already a problem. Let's go. He's looking for it. Does have the Gatling gun going off all the time. Then they are going to go for Baron, I think.
Fantastic.
Making a pretty big play. Oh, just going to clear out vision there instead. Going to have to wait until Scattercrab vision does dissipate. Rookie looking for a little lance ball. Miss there. Pillar goes down. Rookie going to chase. Protect his wards in the jungle. And HYG making a big step now towards this top area. But Zatai is still split pushing. He's moved to the bottom lane, but still ready to teleport at a moment's notice.
And they're doing the right thing by sending 17 to deal with him every time, but there's honestly caught out of position once. Don't use the Black Shield once. You actually lose half your health. Things get really bad from there. HYG, they've got their teleport. They're looking aggressively, but so do IG.
Yep, blue buff going to reset. The steal was attempted. Good little cheeky take there by XQ. Does take the tier 2 in mid. And now should potentially caught. Goes a little too close there as well as Kitties goes in. Alstar 3-man pulverize after popping the ulti. March will move back in there as well. But March is taking too much damage. Time will get kill number 1. Zatai over the other side is going to use the ulti for a massive 3-man knock-up and keep chasing in. Gosu knocked against the wall. Will go down there to Zatai, is pretty much carrying the rest of the fight on his back. And 3 members of HYG already down.
There's just no stopping Zatai at the moment. 17 goes down, March goes down, and Gosu. They can look to maybe steal this with the Lucian. I don't think they have any other plays in their playbook to deal with this, but they don't even want to get close enough and risk dying. Victus Gaming, they get themselves a team fight and the gold lead with that Baron buff.
Yep, secure the, leave the Baron and try and weather the storm is the play here for HYG. Let's watch this again.
So Rookie and Kitties are able to work around their zone control so well in this particular fight. Being able to use the Fate's Call and put Trundle in again is just so game-changing in his fight. So Ty's putting in work, and Rookie is just skirting the outsides in every single fight. 17 just gets kited. It's kited again and again. He goes down real quick. Ooh. Is that a blue steal?
I believe it was. I think Kid's holding the buff now. So this little take there from IG. See what work they can get done here with the Baron. Zatai, split push threat just went way up here with the Baron dot pop. He finished dead man's plate after that fight as well. Items really starting to come out here for IG, and that gold lead is actually now theirs. It's under 1,000 up, but once again, the control they have in this game with that Baron buff could grow that damage. Oh yeah.
That's always, you can gauge how well a game's going when you're against a Lulu by how much damage the Lulu is doing. If it's a lot, then you're generally going bad.
Yeah.
So, Invictus Gaming at the moment, you can see how much chunking out you can do. Wow, that was a lot.
Yeah, Ghost is doing some damage there as well.
Crit though.
Lucky crit's always nice. The tie is back working the bottom half though. You can see him happily split pushing away. Still got that Balmy Cinder doing quite a lot of work in these particular pushes, and this tier 2 not long for this work with the help of the Baron up. Minions, in fact, attack on 2 fronts here from IG. They're going to try and take the mid tier 2 as well and get some of that gold into their pockets.
XQ using the culling there to damage them and not hit minions as this turret's gone.
Well, Zatai going to get ulted up here. Pulverize also going to come out. Headbutt first. Pulverize will follow. Zatai probably can't get out of this one, but Rookie's actually here. Now he might be okay. Going to go in for the ulti, but S17's going to pop the Zhonya's. Zatai is going to line it back up. Black Shield is there, but not enough to stop the damage. Rookie, nice little transition down the bottom side. IG now assaulting this half.
Rookie actually popping the Black Shield to give Zatai the wall slam. Very smart play here from Invictus Gaming. They've now got control of the middle lane and the bottom lane simultaneously, and it's a pick and choose war here for IG as HYG is stuck running around.
Inhibitor turret's not looking particularly healthy at this stage either. It'll tank up some of that turret, but Zatai's still working that bottom side. Ghost is dead to Rookie after that massive amount of burst. And XQ's probably not here either. Great good lance again is going to force that Lucian away. Zatai charging with the ulti, does find one, knocks them away. Going to take the tower now, and Inhibitor now going to get broken in this bottom half, maybe even 2.
They can go mid straight afterwards. That's 2 inhibitors potentially, at least the turret to go down. IG starting to snowball. Here comes March.
XQ back in here, going to try and make a difference. Cocoon will go wide there from Kid as Kitties moves off to safety. Fate's Call is up, I believe. Kid is going to be the target as a result, but no chase really forthcoming from HYG. And all of a sudden, with that Baron buff, IG leap ahead in gold.
That was a massive power play for Invictus Gaming. Dragon number 4, though, for Hyper Youth Gaming if they're to secure this one. And IG have to recall, so They get themselves away into this game here, HYG, but 6 minutes is an awful long time with an inhibitor missing and one open to be taken.
Zatai still hasn't gone back.
Wow. What?
So greedy. Now going to recall on
so
that brush. But I'm pretty sure they know where he is. The Praise Seeker will find him. In fact, it's warded anyway. And Zatai can do nothing but sit here and die. I think the damage is there. It will be a kill over to Lucian.
That was just stupid.
Bit silly.
He had no reason to be there. He just saw them take the dragon and tried to reactively recall. No vision in place to see them doing the dragon, granted, but you watched them walk past you to the pit. And you stayed. And you might regret that now.
Well, certainly does at this point. And Zatai is going to be dead for a little while longer. HYG get a free one there, but IG still up 5,000 gold in this game and looking to break a very vulnerable center of the base there for Hyper Youth.
You know, you can't win the game if you're dead in pastry time.
Correct. Actually, I think you can if minions kill the Nexus for you.
Yeah, but they're not at that stage.
No, certainly not.
I'm not getting proverbial or anything.
Okay.
With it. I'm just saying that like he's not going to be able to win the game.
It wasn't the best play
if he's
from
dead.
Zatai. We'll put it that way.
Just disappointed me, that's all.
Father Rusty disappointed in Zatai.
It's just, you know.
Well, let's see if we can make up for it now. He's almost back alive. Pretty long death time is here. There he is. 35.5 minutes in. Things do get a little dicey. Zatai certainly can't afford to make that mistake too many times. But he is going to go back to his ways, of course. Split pushing now on the top side. IG feeling nice and strong. Have two very obvious points to attack here. Gosu sort of left.
Now this is good
blockage
from
duty
Gosu,
in the bottom
though,
lane.
to be fair, because he's about to go back, and if Invictus Gaming threaten that inhibitor, he's got his package. And I've no doubt in my mind he's going to use that offensively. I think he's waiting for them to reveal themselves.
Looks like it. He's there, now going to grab it. Streaming down the mid lane.
He's the fastest Corki. Land speed records here.
Breaking some barriers.
Someone flying, that makes no sense. I don't know why I said.
Yeah, it's a pretty souped up plane. This blue buff is going to go to Rookie. They'll steal it away there from HYJ's jungle. And Zatai's now moved that wave into the top lane, so time to attack. XQ, sorry, has to flash out of that. Wild Growth actually used for a disruption. Kitty's still in the front line. Actually a pretty good tank here from support. Ghosty now the target. King wants to jump in for it, but Ghosty's damage is very high. Kid is going to melt there. XQ is going to pick up the kill. And Zatai a little late there on the port. Now 4v5. Ghostu goes in a little too far though, but Zatai maybe just caught out of position. Gets a three-man ulti once again here. And now Rookie has to keep diving in. Zatai is low. Rookie forced to flash away. Time looking for a Rent. Does get the one. Now the Rentets could come out. True. It's going to be the next one. IG able to turn it around. S17 has to run out, and Invictus Gaming. Miraculous comeback there in that fight as Rookie is flirting with death.
They are both flirting with each other. It's like speed dating in this top lane right now.
With the shields, Gosu is going to move his way back in, but the base is starting to get broken here in mid. Mid and hit will fall. IG moving in for the kill.
Rookie is still going.
Oh! Well,
come on!
Goodland's not there, but he's actually denying the back from Gosu. Might be enough for IG to finish this one off and go up 1-0 up in the series. Damages here. Invictus Gaming win the team fight they had to. And they're going to chase S17 away. Gosu finally gets his way back into the base, but it's too little too late. IG go up 1-0.
Invictus Gaming, it comes down to the team fighting once again. And that's where you feel like Hyper Youth Gaming just don't know how to execute. You can see Rookie all smiles about that victory as well.
And again, the two we expect to make big plays here on this IG lineup, especially with Cacao leaving, is Rookie and Zatai, and those fights looked great. Kiddies in time did their job. Kid did what he could here and there from the jungle, kept things afloat. But IG's experience proved once again, and HYG, to me, they honestly just fumbled that mid game.
They really
did.
They
had such a good lead.
Yeah, I mean, HYG, they got the lead they were looking for. They tried so hard to execute above and beyond that lead and actually take it to Invictus Gaming. But every single time they try to invade or team fight, they make a mistake. And from that mistake, Invictus Gaming, they're just so good at capitalizing and snowballing. They bring it back to even. And when it's at even footing at 30 minutes in the game, you always pick the experienced team in that late game team fighting over the new team.
Yeah, and I think for me, that draft may be becoming a little bit exploitable. S17, multiple mages in the top lane, multiple utility-style champions, Morgana, Lissandra, lots of roaming, lots of aggressive teleports trying to look for picks. Gosu again, 80 carry, more poke-oriented mid laner, likes his long range champions, it seems. And if you know the formula, that's probably pretty easy to figure out and beat. And IG had almost a mishmash of champions in some ways. They were able to just win those team fights.
Lulu Poppy is just so aggressive,
oh my God,
to say the least. Poppy just sits in the back line. Lulu can pick and choose the target she wants to ult. In that last one, it was Trundle. And Trundle just sat there the whole time hitting Lucian, denying any damage from that guy. I mean, honestly, they're winning these fights and they're winning these games with Kid on nothing but suicide duty. He's trying really hard to make plays, but he's an AP Elise, and all he did was die to Gosu.
Should get the jungle Malphite action happening or something.
I mean, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
I think you should just play Tahm Kench or something to that extent.
Tahm Kench
the
jungle.
never die jungle.
Juicy.
It's not Kid style, it's really
No.
I think
Couple AP.
Yeah, but like Invictus Gaming winning with Kid playing like this just says so many praises to how they're actually executing fights.
I'll touch some of these again here. Good ult there from S17, but the way IG played so many of these fights, and again, Zetai's flank here was absolutely phenomenal. Smashing poor Gosu. He knew the target he wanted, and the exhaust was not enough to save him there. And Rookie, even over the wall, poking around using terrain nicely, and this was a nice fight.
This was a great fight. That was Invictus Gaming. This is the last one, of course, where Zetai is just...
Look at his ulti.
He's just a tank. He plays this so well. But this is the time show, because honestly, it doesn't look good for Invictus Gaming, but kiting around the outskirts, utilizing that Lulu. Kitty stayed alive for so long from his passive as well, to be fair.
Yeah, and I mean, just solid play all around there. Kitty was kind of forced to be the tank there in that after we got thrown into the enemy team. Wild Growth popped on him. Great last fight there from IG. And good solid play all around. Again, a somewhat crippled roster, I would say, with, you know, not a typical starting jungler in their lineup. Making do so far. It's 2 game ones they've won now.
What I will say is that was an MVP-worthy performance from Zetai.
Yep.
He got the team through by solo killing his lane opponent twice even, and I will be shocked if he doesn't get it.
I think Bobby should start seeing a few more bans, but we are going to find out if that's the case as we do go to a quick break. When we return, though, don't go anywhere because we are having quite a lot of fun here. Rookie and Zetai, can they keep it up? We'll find out as IG and HYG Game 2 is coming right up. And we're back for our second series of the night. Invictus Gaming find themselves a game up here versus Hyper Youth Gaming. It was a bit of a longer one there, Rusty, but about 40 minutes into it, and the team fighting and experience did prevail for IG, despite some recent roster quirks, shall we say.
The communication is always going to be there for these guys. They've got Kid in that jungle role, still able to communicate any information he used to as AD carry.
We are going to see the MVP, of course. It is the tie.
Damn right.
No surprise. Poppy once again getting MVP in the evening. We kind of mentioned it when we saw Looper playing it, but sort of expecting a few bans on the champion now, I think.
Please.
Please.
I don't know what else to say. He solo killed his laner, and to be fair, it was a Morgana. Not known for her sustain or anything. I mean, besides having the spell vamp, I just think in raw fights, you'd lose. Zatai just put in overtime. Like, the team was losing. Invictus Gaming were losing. All they needed was a solid team fight from HYG with a teleport gank from Morgana to set it up. Could never happen because you could never control the lane.
They could not connect that mid game. And I think I looked up at one point, and Zatai's at least 50 CS ahead of his lane opponent. Went off in those fights with a bit of help from rookies. Lulu started well, but Gosu's strong Corki play did actually see a few kills there for him as well. Again, though, HYG starting to learn a little bit more about the team and feeling like they might be a bit too predictable. So wouldn't mind seeing them shake things up. And like we already mentioned, if we're going to change anything, ban Poppy. Get her out.
Yeah.
Get her out.
Graves, LeBlanc, and Gangplank were the bans. LeBlanc, not a necessary ban.
No.
Let's be honest. In comparison to that of the Poppy, which really caused the entirety of the issues, really, that we're suffering.
Well, I guess we'll find out if they will change some strategies here. HYG lining up. We are into Champ Select for game number 2.
Oh.
And there's LeBlanc Rise. Already banned away.
Oh. Gave him one suggestion. Are you even listening?
Probably not. But we do see 2 mages taken out.
There we go.
There's the Poppy ban from HYG. Corki going to follow from IG. Actually quite like that ban as well.
Yeah.
Making sure to keep Gosu's champions a little bit at bay. But
This is where it gets interesting, though, pastry time. Keeping in mind, Lissandra, Gangplank, still there to be banned. You would imagine HYG don't ban the Gangplank and get rid of something else themselves, such as the Graves or Misfortune. Force Invictus Gaming into Gangplank and then get the first pick that they desire.
Well, see if classic blue side drafting does prevail here. As Invictus Gaming deal with the final banner is Alistar, so Gangplank instantly hovered by S17.
That's exactly what they were trying to do here, HYG. You want a different draft? Well, they've been gifted one on a silver platter. They don't get the Pirate Posse, though, as they ban their own Misfortune.
They did. So unavailable, that's an excellent name. Banned away there. But they haven't quite locked it in yet. They immediately go to it because, of course, they know Gangplank is such a strong champion, particularly on this patch, but not jumping at it.
Well, it's flexible as well. Gosu and 17 should be able to play it. I feel like it's a default right now. If anything's 100% banned, hopefully you can play that champion.
Well, Gangplank been prevalent, but mostly on the bench, understandably, for a lot of these matches. Seems like HLG are talking pretty intently between themselves. I don't know what the issue is for Gosu, but I didn't look convinced by the first pick Gangplank, but that is their first pick.
He doesn't look sold at all. In fact, he looks stressed about it.
Yeah, I'll flash a Lulu. Makes sense. There's Lulu. There's Trundle. IG know exactly what they want. They look just fine about it.
Yeah, well, they won with Lulu Trundle last game. I hope they look fine about it. I feel like HYG's concerns came down to having potentially the Graves be picked away from them. And the priority on that first pick was maybe there for the Gangplank. There's a chance that, say, the Ezreal or something needs to be focused here from Gosu. Whatever their first pick was, they were really up in the air about it and weren't sure if Invictus Gaming were going to take it.
Well, they do go with the objectively strong pick in Gangplank, as they might be lining up some 80 carries for their next feud. Graves is actually locked in there, so March will take that into the jungle. And I would not mind the Kalista takeaway from time either. Well, the execution was just fine. It is going to be Kalista Graves, as their next 2 picks.
So they've locked in the Kalista, who will be very well suited to coupling with a tank support, you would have to hope. I would wager the Braum at best guess. given that Trundle has already been taken from them and Alistar has been removed from the map, unless they go for a Nautilus and really pull out something old school in that support option.
Well, I guess we'll find out, but IG have actually very quickly locked in their picks here. Ezreal and Dr. Mundo with their 3rd and 4th, and we've seen Mundo be misdrafted quite a lot actually in those first few picks, so IG do leave it a little later. I guess they probably suspect that, I mean, it could be Gangplank, it could be something else as well, they didn't know, but probably confident given what they've seen already. Kalista especially seems like she's going to really suffer to try and kill Mundo.
Kalista will suffer to an extent. It's always the Ezreal and Corki that start to drop off with it. Kalista has still got some kind of kill threat there, though. Usually goes Blade of the Ruin King in her build. Very handy for taking down a Mundo. I think the team comp that HYG have got in place will be Hello.
Ooh, Vega does get picked up here. Ghosty with another pocket pick.
This guy's made out of pockets.
This guy certainly is. Vega threshed the final picks there from HYG. As we still actually could have a change here. I did forget that Mundo has seen some jungle play also. So Kid is at least entertaining a Quinn here.
Yeah. I think there's a real chance that they go for the Mundo jungle. If the Quinn were to be locked in, I am actually for it. If you think that you want a favorable matchup, there you go.
Yep, Quinn is locked in, so I have to think Mundo is going somewhere else. Kid is going to get the Doxy Mundo. Maybe. Rookie Quinn? Probably. Yeah, maybe.
Quinn
you never know.
doesn't give you a Relic Shield. Stacks, you get health back from it. That'd be pretty cool.
It could be.
It's not going to be. But mid-Quinn is the other consideration as well, yeah. We've been seeing a fair bit of this in the LCK. It's actually quite often banned at the moment.
It's pretty frustrating. Can tell you. Quinn, a really solid champion. Surprised I didn't see a little bit more play, but like you mentioned, is starting to pick up a bit around the world. I would like this from Rookie, actually. I mean, into Vega, definitely not sure at all on that matchup, but looks like that's what we are going to get.
I generally default to no into Vega here, past a point where Vega does damage. But early game, really, Rookie's just going to be so oppressive. The thing with mid Vega is Assassins beat it. And Quinn is this happy middle point between Assassin and ranged Bruiser, essentially, whilst also being a hyper carry that it honestly, on paper, should destroy Gosu.
Yep. Well, let's see if Rookie can get even more aggressive in his laning phase. We saw his Lulu try and take it to him. I have to imagine Quinn is a touch above and roaming especially from the mid lane. I think that's why he put it there. Rookie could get very aggressive in this game. Let's see the lineups and the bans once more. Two very different mid laners. I really like that both Rookie and Gosu are changing it up here.
This is such a crazy draft overall right now. It's a Gangplank actually making it through against a Mundo Quinn, and there's a Vega mid lane, so it's all over the shop.
Oh. And here we go for game 2 of IG versus HYG. And we have some treats in this particular game too. This Kid and Kitties are going to move their way out, try and get a bit of vision around the old river area. But some different champions. GP making it through. Quinn and Vega hanging out. You know, the usual LPL game.
Graves making it through. Mundo should I keep going? Trundle making it through. Ezreal. Kind of a big deal as well.
Always excited to see Ezreal. I think Kid's sad he can't play it.
The Blues Reel.
Blues Reel, yeah.
You can play a jungle. What are you talking about?
You can.
It's got a really good clear.
Yeah.
I will say, you get 5 stacks on that passive. Your attack speed is ridiculous. You got the Q to boot. You can do it really high health. You're just useless for everything. Like, you clear real fast.
Yeah.
That's about all you're good for.
That's the whole list of advantages.
You can't go
Clears
tier.
fast.
That's the thing. So you'd probably go like Essence Reaver, maybe Trinity Falls, or blue build actually. You wouldn't go Trinity.
Always blue build, and that's certainly what time's going to be going here. You even got the skin to match, as you pointed out already. It's going to be a Grump start here though for the IG duo lane, and the same there for H2G. We do have standard lanes actually.
Yeah, why don't we just call it Frosted Ezreal? Because that's the skin and it's the build.
Ah.
It makes so much more sense. It's not blue build, it's frosted build.
Frosted build. We've solved it.
Got to slow fast.
Krug's taken now for HYG's duo lane as March is busy kiting around the blue. I've seen quite a bit of jungle Graves around the world. This is pretty much the whole thing. If you ever see someone play Graves, you wonder what's going on, just keep kiting those minions. You don't take any damage pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much. Work around the patience meter, and this is exactly what I'm expecting to see in the middle lane, by the way, is Rookie zoning from level 1. They should be zoning at level 2 and 3 all the way to about level 11.
Yep.
When, like, realistically, Gosu then starts doing damage.
Ooh, just missing that Q there as well. Gosu is going to try and farm as best he can with his Q, stack up that AP, but 10-3 already, not looking good. Rookie once again off to an early lead in that mid lane. We've talked about it so often, but it's worth repeating. So good 1v1 is Rookie.
Yeah. This top lane is another point that's worth considering. Bandit, generally the mastery taken by Gangplanks. You can just Q Lulu the entire time. Get 10 gold in the pocket, which is more than what your Q gives. And Grasp of the Undying. So for lane trading, this is what separates Gangplank from everyone else's. That's a unique barrel placement. Where's he going? He's making the Bermuda Triangle.
Well, feels the tie holds up in that lane. Pretty even in CS so far. Rookie dives in, gets the vault in. Damage is good. Blinding Assault. Poor Ghosty's just forced to run around.
Yeah. There's nothing you could do.
Oh, good steal from March. Takes out Scuttle Crab. Kid just missing that cleaver to take it away.
Big minion stack as well here for time. If he can get these in uncontested almost manner, get these without getting hooked and denied, put him back in this lane rather comfortably. Otherwise, I was going to say XQ had a lead until I realized the size of that wave.
Yeah, massive wave there actually. Time catching up nicely with a bit of help there from Kiddies. Kid quite low though, is forced back relatively early out of the jungle. That does have his Tracker's Knife up now, so should be a bit better. Wonder always a little scary early on in that jungle clear.
You can't freeze that wave, Gosu. Don't be silly.
He's trying, but he's not going to get it. He's going to pick up the creep, though, but Rookie continuing to play forward. Clearly showing really no regard for March here on that Graves.
Well, no, there's no reason to. Rookie's only constraints right now is mana. He's used his first potion to get mana back exclusively and maybe look to poke, because at the moment, Veigar, no mana himself, is using it all the last hit under the turret. And thankfully, Veigar does have a passive to continue to do so, but that's the bare necessities that he'll be getting.
Yeah, a little tricky right now in the mid lane as we do pop back into top side. Junglers did say a quick hello. Kid actually pretty far behind in experience. Wonder who clears quickly, but Kid got a bit pressured, I guess, after the Rift Scuttle got taken away. And Graves, of course, going to clear it nice and fast and nice and healthy, as we've come to expect from the champion.
Yeah, that's the key difference between these two. One does it healthily, one does it with a low amount of health until items. Mundo struggles, whereas March can kite the minions back again and again until they die.
This must be so frustrating as a neutral minion, creep even. Just constantly getting shoved away. All you want to do is attack. Not happening.
Or do we classify like neutral minions as things with emotion?
I don't know. They seem cool. Harold's a guy. Harold's a cool guy.
I like you. You're cool. I appreciate you. Bless up, Wolves. Bless up.
Excuse shoot. I'm never going to think about monsters the same way in this game. Thank you for that, Rusty. Kid does smite the Wolf Spirit away. Level 5 now on the window, so starting to get a bit further ahead.
They're a gang.
And Zeta, yeah, ooh, edgy. There's the time. Does his blasting one now. Continuing to pester in this lane. Ghost who's having a terrible time.
This is not going to change anytime soon either. Rookie looking towards, I would have to say, the Ghost Blade, but he could change it at the last second if this goes downhill for a Hex Drinker into a Maw. And honestly, Gosu, I wish you luck.
Yeah, I mean,
all of the luck.
Doing what he can, just sitting back and farming, but that's about all he can do at this point.
Whenever the E's in range, it's basically enough to proc a Thunderlords if need be. The thing with that is it does set up Rookie to take damage in a line. So if you time it well, Gosu, you can at least trade. You're never going to out-trade that Quinn, though, until you've got items.
No, not at all. Just going to have to sit back, relax. Going to bird up. And move forward. Actually just using the ulti pretty much. Sun goes down, ignites that Rookie with the solo killer. March was there. He's got flash. There's no way.
He can kill March as well. Rookie doesn't care. This is a massive Quinn. You need to respect this Quinn. Why would you pick Vega without knowing who's mid? You need to red side Vega. You can't do this.
Well, Gosu again, that champion pool, maybe coming back to bite him here. XQ moving forward. Shu looking for the hook. It does get shifted out of by time. So bottom lane's going to be safe for now, but they are forced back by the looks of things. So a bit of an early lead there for the HYG duo. But definitely all the lead right now for Quinn. He goes instant Swifties. And straight back with Valor, tearing back towards mid lane.
And this is the part of the game where Rookie will not be mid all that often unless he wants to kill Vega. He has the choice now.
Oh, I think he's found a jungler. Nope, going back in the mid lane. Maybe caught a bit out of position. Gosu, trouble again. Vaults back down, blinding assault. And this is going horribly. I really do feel for Gosu here. This is a terrible lane. He's about to fall 20 CS behind. That could be 30 very soon.
But you know what this is, right? It's like if you dig a hole in the ground with a shovel and then start shoveling dirt on your face and saying, like, help me. It's like you've literally drafted yourself into this horrendous situation. There's no answer for you. There's no way a Graves can help you with pressure. And Rookie now has the possibility of being everywhere that isn't mid and impacting the map.
I would literally never be in the river if I was March. That feels so dangerous to me. Because the Rookie, if he chooses correctly, he's going to find a jungler.
How aggressive Kid's now positioning himself, knowing that he's got Rookie. HYG need to address this
I mean,
issue.
they've moved a dual lane in mid as well to try and deal with this Quinn. Rookie's not going to get stunned though. Fate's Call's there. Still got his flash. And so many cooldowns expended to try and kill Rookie. And now Time just has a freebie in the bottom lane.
It's just really funny.
Oh, Kid's found Gosu as well. This damage is massive. Blue buff's there. He's going to go down to the Vega, but Rookie's going to fly in for a Kid goes over.
Oh, the
Rookie
stun.
over the top. March there, and the stun's not enough. The Ty cleans up the blue there as well. 3-0 IG. Quinn is going awful right now.
HYG, welcome to what happens when you give Rookie a free lane. Against Invictus Gaming, I would not advise that you do it. And they're already snowballing at 8 minutes and 58 seconds into this game. It doesn't look great.
The terror of red side Rookie. Every time he gets a counter pick. We did say he had deep pockets for those champions. Starting to see that now here. Picking up the new hotness in some ways here, but double longsword up now as well. May very well be the Ghostblade that you mentioned, if he wasn't fast enough already.
He just needs to be careful.
Oh, it does get hooked up. That's a problem. Now going to take damage. The rend is there. The damage is almost good enough. GP ulti isn't enough to finish the job, and no ignite in bottom lane. Means they can't finish this off, and here's Rookie.
Here's the cavalry.
Swooping in with the help from Kid. I wish you luck, Shu. Rookie moves in. That's a good flash out, actually. The blinding assault out onto XQ as Kid will eat the hook. That does disengage the fight. Well played to not lose someone there.
Shu hits the flay. That was essential for that fight, otherwise he was going down. And the boots completed first item for XQ. Another big bonus for these guys. If they didn't have those boots, they were not getting out with their lives. Kid gets pretty low. Graves was conveniently there at the same time. Invictus Gaming, though, that's not the first time. Or it is the first time. It's not the last time.
It's certainly not.
That you're going to see them bottom.
No, bird mode and every opportunity here for Rookie. He's going to come back, clear this wave out.
Yeah, Recall gets some mana. It costs 100 mana to change or to get picked up by your jetpack bird. The first time when you're level 6. Goes down 50 mana every single time you level it up until you get to 16 where it's free. And that's dangerous.
It certainly is. I mean, it's already looking pretty grim. We're only at level 9. Gosu is level 7, by the way. And Rookie now got the blue buff. Things are going from bad to worse here in this early game for HYG.
Here he goes.
Get a bird into the jungle this time. That was just spot March, I think. But still flitting around the mid lane.
I feel like we just need a Rookie cam at this stage of the game, because he'll win or lose his team the game with these rotations. Has the blue buff now to boot, so basically he's going to do exactly what we're seeing every time.
Zooming off to the top lane now. And he's missing. Ghosty's like, yep, he's gone.
Have you seen, by the way, when Rookie gets picked up by Quinn, he does like the praying mantis position, and then Quinn just kind of swoops. Yeah. It's weird that he does that pose. Let's put his elbows though, he doesn't need to.
In general, this kid picks up the dragon. The whole Valor picking up Quinn thing looks pretty funny.
Weird.
It was even better when it was quite a bit faster and home guard for a thing.
Yeah.
Because that was Turbo Quinn.
Thankfully at 20 minutes you still get Turbo Quinn. So get hyped for that.
Rookie zooming back up towards the top side. Just the amount of map control you get from this. It's kind of like having a TF ulti that's always up. You don't get the vision that it provides, but you definitely get the roaming as HYG are actually making good progress here. Team up in the bottom side with March to take actually the first turret of the game. Rookie's roaming, maybe not quite as successful as he wants it to be. And HYG keeping this close. The 17 is actually forced to ulti in the top wave. Keeps the tie away. He's already picked up his Rod of Ages.
I'm going to say surprisingly so. This Gangplank, granted, will definitely scale well.
God.
Has Rookie to contest.
You've seen him. Heightened Senses in there. 17 going to get popped in. Ignites down. Rookie picks up the kill.
See you later.
Bird straight back to mid lane.
Thanks for the 300 golds a tie. I'm going back home. It's actually that easy. The tie's like stuck between turrets right now. Like, what have you done?
Where's my assist? Well, HOG are grouping up as 4. I actually do like this play. If someone's roaming around a lot, might as well group. Force them to stick together. Don't know if you want to face Rookie right now. Blinding Assault does pop on the shoe, but it is better than the alternative, because you sitting in these side lanes trying to farm is only going to go from bad to worse. The tie, though, will answer the structures, taking out the top outer. And Invictus Gaming continue to grow this gold lead. Rookie, with the Ghostblade now completed, can continue to apply that pressure. Looks like he's zooming down mid lane, bot lane, sorry. Might be time to start split pushing.
Yeah, and this is a good call because there's already the turret missing from that bottom lane. So if you leave time mid with kitties, difficult to then execute a siege if you were HYG, and entirely possible for Rookie to clear waves immediately and rotate accordingly. And anyone who goes bottom, they run the risk of dying pretty much immediately to that win pressure.
Now Rift Herald here for Zatai. Might see IG go for mid. Potentially try and siege that out. Rookie is drawing so much threat into this bottom lane just by himself. And time did pressure that mid outer just a bit there. So IG continuing to play well around the map. It's pretty easy to do when your Quinn's looking this good. And Gosu does have his Morellonomicon. He's going to need that CDR to really pump out those Qs and give himself that AP. But Veigar's a long way off from one-shotting this Quinn. And Rookie is going to take this outer turret as well.
No one wants to contest it.
I don't want to contest this.
What? No. I mean, you give me a 2-0-2 Quinn, no one wants to contest that. 17 sitting in that bush. He didn't actually want to even go near that turret.
Nope. You can
Such
see.
a rough
Here comes Rookie now. He wants it. Goes back in. Thunderlord's procs. That's an insta-flash from the Gangplank.
What's the answer here? He has to use his ultimate to get him out. HYG.
Now top lane 2v3. Now 3v3 as March joins in as well. Kid going to be the first target. Good Ren to slow them down. That will disengage the fight.
But bottom, like the same time. You look at these guys, they're desperately trying to get effective skirmishes, and sure, they're actually doing well in these HYG. They're getting some victories here. Kitties has wave clear. Sorry, Zatai has wave clear. Kitties can zone control them away from objectives, and Time's just sitting mid lane farming. Yep. So, I mean, Invictus Gaming is still scaling, and there's no answer to Quinn.
More quirky roll swaps from IG as Time is now the mid laner. But QSS picked up here for Quinn is going to make her pretty much unstoppable in these early exchanges.
Oh, is that it for this
It is. Oh, a little far back there from being melee. Good flash there from Zatai. That Kalista knockback with, when the knockback misses, it's kind of hard to go back in. Getting bounced back by Face Killer's injury. Here comes Rookie. Gosu going to get tower dive now. QSS is out of the stun. Gosu dead. Rookie yet another kill.
That's a QSS for Rookie. He's just so far ahead.
Rude. Yeah, it's 3-0-2.
That is rude, but it's... Oh, God. Look, he's coming back.
Oh, my God. This goes back in for another dive. Pillar there is good, actually, from Kitties. God trying to get out of here. Rookie takes a few too many tower hits, and Kitties decides, you know what, your side of the map seems safer. I'll flash towards you. March going to keep coming in, but he can't chase this. Even without Bird Form, Rookie wants it. No, not going to go back in.
Rookie wants everything.
He does.
Right now. He's just done circles in that middle lane until the rest of the team groups in response. Zatai is still pushing top lane. And Rookie's just stalking.
Goes back in around March. Doesn't go back for it. Might just be bottom lane instead. Blue buff is back up as well. This is glorious.
Never have I seen a bird be so majestic.
All I can say is I'm glad I'm casting this game.
Was carrying a female.
Because playing this would be horrible. Well, Rookie still has a blue. He stole it after diving Gosu. And here's the fresh one up. Prepared earlier by Kid. Rookie going to go back, spend his money. I don't know if that mid tower's long for this bird. Not that Rookie really cares that it's there.
Is it like a Tibbers thing where the bird suddenly becomes big enough to carry him?
That's a good point.
That is tiny. It sits on his shoulder and then picks him up. I don't get it.
Magic bird? Look, I'm not fully down with the Quinn bird lore, okay? But we'll have to find out together later. You have Shardo picked up there by Rookie. What's that rapid fire cannon? Pretty standard stuff here. He's going to be picked up. And Kalista's in trouble. Ghostblade pops, goes in for it, ignites down. Goodbye, XQ. Oh, it might be enough. He's going to get saved. The ignite's going to get him low. Oh, he is going to live. Rookie will miss the swoop in and assassinate there.
But he knows that there's two people there. He also knows that Callista's low.
Oh, good hook with the QSS instantly out. The box is done. Rookie's going to fight him in the arena. He wants it. He needs to flash out. The box does good damage there. Fate's Call going to follow him, but Rookie just takes out the thresh. He was far too low there.
Oh my god. Graves gets the kill though.
Nice. Does use the ulti. Picks him off. That's a good shot down there for the Graves. And Rookie going to give HYG their first kill of the game.
It's the same problem that is going to just continue to happen though. That's a Gangplank ultimate used, that's Graves ultimate used, and Callista ultimate, as well as a heal, I believe, out of XQ, the Ignite from Shu. Like, I'm just naming things that are being used for one member alone. Meanwhile, Zatai sitting top lane on this Lulu's now got his Frost Queen's claim, is 30 CS roughly ahead, a little bit under, but has a kill, so it adds up to approximately that. Lulu scaling. Ezreal's now a blue Ezreal, or is a frosted Ezreal?
Double frosted.
I mean, there's just so many other factors that they need to consider here, HYG, and they only have an answer to one, and that is use everything on that one.
Well, Rocky going to now move back down the mid lane. Does have Alacrity enchantment as well, in case he wasn't fast enough. Also, Home Guard hype coming up.
Working towards
under
a
2 minutes.
Static Shiv as well, I think the next time. It might be Rapid Fire.
I think it is Rapid Fire.
Same build path.
For even more ridiculous assassinations.
Definitely should be. I just think Static Shiv sometimes for wave clear is quite effective. Depends on what his goals are.
I think Rookie's goals are fairly clear in this game. Kill everyone.
Yeah. One track mind at the moment.
He's going to clear some pink wards that were placed down here, but IG, just the amount of control this Quinn is giving his team. You can see how scared HYG are. They're doing the right thing. Stick together. Because if you're out farming by yourself, you are going to get quinned.
It's the Rengar type of mentality. You need to be careful because he's just going to assassinate you.
Only issue there is that you don't really get a lot of farm when you stick together out of the lanes.
Exactly right.
Difficult choice here. But HYG are trying to do what they can, just staying back towards their turrets where they think it's safe. But this is going to be Rift Herald number 2 actually for IG. They're just getting so much advantage just off this one pick.
I mean, the scary part is in a minute from now, the Baron will be there instead of the Herald, and they've got a Mundo Lulu to take that down anyway. Rookie can draw pressure. They can get a Baron. Like, I would wager that's what they're going to work towards. And then just split push the top lane with that Baron buff. Gangplank can't wave clear that. And then they've got a Quinn.
Looks like Zatai's trying to get in early as well with that Rift Herald.
Oh, Thresh is still down there. Rookie's just look at the mini-map. That's all I'm saying. Just watch how fast he zooms around on that mini-map. Oh, he's ruined the field by following him. There we go. Let him go.
There's no blitzes alone just yet. I do like these defensive wards being played by HYG, but
now.
Mid lane turret's starting to get sieged up. Rookie going back in. XQ lucky to be alive as Rookie dives back in without Ignite that time. And again, just continuing to apply pressure. IG break the mid to outer as a result. 3-1, sorry. Now up in turrets, starting to grow that gold lead. A little bit faster now, about 4k up. With the Rookie continuing to be an absolute menace. He's birded up again.
He's just moving so fast on the mini-map. It's great. He doesn't actually even need to show himself in vision. He's got half health, so you can't trade with anybody. He's less than half, honestly. So he's just trying to get money now. Get closer to that rapid fire cannon. You would have to hope he's working towards. Mid lane, still a Veigar trying to scale desperately. Top lane is a Gangplank who's got his Trinity Force, but still desperately trying to scale. And Callista's in the same boat, not yet at that 2-item spike that you want to see from XQ. Whereas Invictus Gaming, they're hitting power points left, right, and center. And Quinn's also left, right, and center at all times.
Yep, certainly is in this game. And I think I just looked down the HYG lineup and wonder where the tank is. It's a buyer's market here for Rookie and the Quinn.
Yeah.
Because everyone is an easy target here. RFC not done just yet. Rookie gonna pop behind enemy lines once more. Go a-searching.
The QSS is just opening up his possibilities. Veigar wasn't killable before, but well and truly is killable now. That was nice from 17.
Good little combo. Does hit some damage, but continuing to force GP back towards this tier 2. I mean, even Callista has to just hang out there down the bottom side. You mentioned the Baron already. Looks to be a consideration here as Quinn is going to zoom back down to the blue buff, actually. And then Rookie, I imagine, with Ignite back up, is going to start really getting those assassinations to work again. Probably not too far off the rapid fire cannon either. So he's going to go back down bottom first, I think. He's going to seal ward.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if Invictus Gaming don't work towards this Baron buff. They could wait for the next item spike for the Ezreal, which helps their doing Baron. Mundo's already got armor, and his cleavers naturally tank that Baron down very quick. And Quinn is able to split push and rotate essentially in the lane that's already got executed, farming the entire time. It's nice to see that HYG have put a swap into place though. They've now got Kalista in the top side with Lulu, who, honestly, take a second to look at Lulu's items as well.
Yep.
That's going towards the Nashers too.
Yep, big carry build there for the tie.
So I don't know if Kalista can even lane top lane against this Lulu.
Quinn is already now near tier 2. We have hit Turbo Quinn.
Yep.
Home Guard is now available. Rapid Fire Cannon was completed as well, so very speedy.
Oh boy.
Bird Lady. As again, Rookie sitting on top of Pink Wards now. Time has had.
He sees
just a great game, really. Happily farming this very free mid lane.
It's great. Just look at 17, the way that he's positioning. He's doing doubles because he doesn't want to be spotted by Rookie. But the second that Rookie spots him, it's just all in.
Yep.
Like, wherever you are, I will find you.
Zooming back down the bottom lane. Again, pretty much just a split push strategy at this point for IG. Don't need to get too aggressive at this point. They already have plenty of a lead here. And no Rookies applying good amount of pressure. He's going to come down, but you can see everyone else from HYG just backing off completely every time they know Quinn is in the area. Ooh, big damage there. Nice barrel there from S17.
That was massive. That was like a 700 damage crit. Rookie didn't leave, to be fair.
He still wants it.
He could still do it.
We've seen this before from Looper. Didn't quite get this far ahead in top lane, but
you know what? This is a spectator's nightmare.
Yeah.
The actual spectators be like, I can never tell if he's going to fight. I can't tell what's happening. He's just moving this fast on the map. When does he go in? Never get it.
Oh, nice combo. Does hit Rookie again. That's probably going to force him away, but look at how far down HYG have to be in their lane.
Yeah. So HYG are working top lane. They're actually foregoing the dragon. They're foregoing the fact that GP is now doing well, actually, which is a big surprise. Just watch Quinn. Ready? What's that? They're pushing top lane. Give me 10 seconds.
I got this.
I am Quinn. It's comical.
The rest of IG is actually up here as well. So this could just be a good fight. March is the target. Does get popped by heightened senses. He's going to get pillared out. Damage is good. March going to take it. Rookie going to try and take him out. And he will get himself the kill. Gangplank ulti not nearly enough to help that.
That's a really cool interaction.
Oh, nice ulti. Kid's actually down here as well. Trying to hustle the rest of them. A little low. Gangplank barrel's good. Does hit actually out onto Kitties, who is going to be the target. Thresh does pick it up. And a nice stun there from Vhagar actually might turn this fight around for HYG. Not enough though.
The later this game goes, honestly, Invictus Gaming don't have a team comp to deal with the Gangplank Vhagar combo, believe it or not. If Vhagar puts down his cage, and there is a Gangplank ultimate right there, you either have to get straight out of it somehow with a flash, or you die, or you get stunned in an attempt to get out. There's no winning scenario if they can couple those together. We did see that in the last fight, and that's what made that. Honestly, it felt like a lot closer than it was, or should have been, given that March was dead at the very start.
Well, look, you might have to... I mean, IG in general actually might just have to pick their target out. If they can take one or the other out, it's going to make it a bit easier, but right now just have to keep abusing this map control. You have to think Baron's a big thing now. 25.5 minutes in. The Zai's starting to split push. March is in trouble. Rookie going to dive in for it. Blinding Assault's good. Ignite might just be enough. The Lantern's good. It's not quite there. Nice save there from Shu.
The Lantern is great from Shu. Keeps the Graves alive, and that was meant to be a badass walk-away look there from Rookie, but now it doesn't feel as impactful as that was well and truly pinged out the entire trajectory on the minimap.
Yep. Good play there from HYG. Making sure there's no sneaky Ezreal lots taking him out. Yeah, also quite strong, especially as a 4-man unit. Blue Ezreal very good in these sort of split push scenarios. You can see both Zatai and Rookie are starting to pressure, and IG doing the right thing. They go straight for the Baron.
HYG, no. They're well and truly pinging this Baron. Kid needs to use his ultimate probably before the fight breaks out. If the fight breaks out, this could be bad for Invictus Gaming.
GP can't make it here, but he does have his ultimate. Probably has to use it here. March is now in. Can he steal this away? Kid, you need to get your smite down. Kiddies gets slow, but he does smite it away, and the damage might just be too much there. GP does get a kill onto Trundle. Vhagar takes out Mundo. Zatai on the side, they're going in as Rookie, trying to pick some people up. Time, carting around the outskirts of the fight. That's a kill there for Rookie as he takes out, executes Kalista. And the Baron does get skilled for IG, but they lost quite a lot for it.
They definitely lost a lot for it. They make it an even trade, though, all in all, a 2-for-2 and the Baron buff. So a net gain, you would have to say, for Invictus Gaming. It opens up the possibilities for sieging and for split pushing, and particularly for this Lulu who retained that Baron buff. They've got Quinn, who's going to be in every lane that isn't there anyway. So lots of positives to take from this for Invictus Gaming. But a big positive to take for this, if you were HYG, is that you can definitely still team fight a squishy team.
Yep. Confident in their team fight here. We are going to watch this fight again. This was a very risky Baron from IG.
Kitties and Kid just get melted, and Time actually kites around the edge, the outskirts of that Gangplank ultimate quite nicely. March goes down to the red buff in the end there as Shu gets poked at. Rookie has to use the QSS just to try and get through the Vega, and this is where it's like the zone control kind of strengths that HYG do have. If that cage is in a good spot, honestly, I don't see how Invictus can win team fights.
Yeah, and we're starting to see that here in those last few fights, but they're still building a lead. As things have slowed down a bit since the early game, where Quinn was a true menace. But still split pushing away, and IG with this Baron should be able to cover some good ground here. Good smite there from Much, does get the Raptor. And Time pretty powered up as well.
Yeah.
Rookie just looking for kills constantly.
This is the power play moment here for Invictus Gaming. Zatai just chunked out from a barrel a bit, but he will be fine. They've got Quinn in the bottom lane. That turret's well and truly gone.
Yep. Smart for HOD not to defend. They're
Two
probably going
turrets.
to lose it anyway with the Baron. Top tier 2 does fall as well. But if they can keep their base protected, it's probably a win for them at this stage.
GP. It's like a Rengar on steroids.
Yeah. You can see him though, but it doesn't really help. Oh, Shu. Does face jack.
So
Rookie
fast.
just bursts him down.
Is that a Storm Raid?
Pops the Ghost Blade, goes back in. Oh. Volt thankfully did not carry him over the Fate's Call wall.
Wasn't sure how that interaction would work. They're not targetable though when their Fate's called, so I would imagine it cancels at the spot where he gets the Fate's called.
This one's a tie though. Starting to get annoying. IG actually pushing on 3 different lanes right now. Really good power play here with this Baron. Gonna force the fight though. Good hook, but not quite enough. March, a little too far forward, just doesn't quite have enough damage on the Graves. Ezreal gonna move in for a good chunk of damage, and now comes Rookie swooping in from bottom. No, not just yet.
Rookie can just work bottom. They've still got the Baron buff, and all it takes is Ezreal to poke them down. I don't see many engage options here for HYG. This turret's getting low, so's bottom.
They've broken everything at this point. GP ulti burnt in bottom lane. Mid and hit gonna go down. Zatai working top as well. HYG, you have to fight right now as the turrets are falling, but Rookie gonna swoop in. Basically one-shots to Kalista. And 4v5 with the base completely in shambles. Good luck, HYG.
This is a 3 inhibitor play right now. They're split pushing at every possible angle. The 3 members mid, Rookie bottom lane, and Zatai going an attack speed split push build in the top lane. This is a phenomenal piece of teamwork here from Invictus Gaming, all put together in one single swoop.
And this gold lead looks pretty much insurmountable at this point. Invictus Gaming get everything but the Nexus and its turrets in that play.
And we're about to watch Turbo Quinn come and help them probably secure.
Yeah, Dragon 4, why not? Just make sure you lock this game up here. Let me tell you, HYG aren't leaving much at this point. Super Minions will make sure of that if the Quinn threat does not. And they're just so far ahead. Yeah, the Quinn. Whee!
It's great. What's his move speed at? 776 is the base move speed.
Pops Titan Senses looking for a kill. Scrying
It's
up.
on a ward.
Doesn't find anything. Probably should guess that HYG are correctly standing back in their base. Oh, finds a creep wave. That'll do, he says. Collects that. Bird's up again. He's level 17.
Yeah.
Oh, March gets blown up here. One auto is enough.
What's March doing out there?
I don't know.
He's got no base left. He has the Nexus to defend and just decides that he wants to die. Rookie more than happy to oblige in doing so. Now they've got 40 seconds here.
It just feels the Infinity
Oh,
Edge.
that's surrender.
Yeah,
There you go.
that's a surrender.
That
I
explains
don't
it.
blame them. The game was going to end pretty quickly. So they do tap it out instead. And IG, what a way to 2-0 HYG. We expect them to come out swinging here. HYG seem to be working out a few kinks here and there. Definitely had some good moments, but it is Invictus Gaming that take a clean 2-0. And game 2 was so much fun.
Rookie's a monster. You don't... Okay, yes, Rookie played that excellently. Invictus Gaming played that last push excellently. They worked on 3 inhibitors at once and there was nothing that HYG could do. There's just drafting issues here from Hybrid. So many problems with that draft.
Gosu's champion pool, I think, starting to hurt him a little bit here. We expect the rookie to be a big test. He was certainly tested in Game 2 in particular. IG will make their way to the front of the stage. They do officially win their first best of 3 in the LPL 2016 season, and they probably felt confident going into it, but end in style there towards the end.
That puts them at 1.5 wins at the moment, to be decided on the second one. But just to touch back on that drafting concern again, is blind picking Vega on the assumption that it was Lulu mid was the biggest thing. And honestly, that game was near lost from drafting phase, because we could say it from drafting phase that at level 1, Quinn is going to zone you. At level 2, Quinn is still going to zone you. Nothing changes for you until you have at least 1.5 items as Vega. But there's no chance.
No, just never got to that point. Far too hard with the amount of pressure Rookie. I mean, Rookie's able to pressure people on Lulu in the lane. We saw Gosu struggling a bit with the Corki in the first one. Quinn into a matchup like Vega, Rookie's going to exploit you every time. There's a reason I called him Red Side Rookie. He's very good in the counter pick situation. Just fun in the blind pick too, but another excellent showing by one of the world's best 1v1 mid laners. Such a fun pockets.
Yeah, it was great. Turbo Quinn was awesome. He's got the deepest pockets in the world here, Rookie. The Quinn adapting to the new patch as well is good to see from this Invictus Gaming mid laner. I mean, honestly, there was no faulting him, and if he doesn't get MVP this game, it's just daylight robbery.
Yeah, I think so too. And again, great play from Zatai. Lulu, very different champion, not really a carry. Did go more of a carry build, which is kind of typical of Zatai as a player, but his Lulu was good. He did what he needed to do. He went more of a split pushing build because, again, more of a style thing. But Zatai, you know, he's played tanks, he's played carries, he can play support style champions. We talk about him sort of evolving into a well-rounded top laner and starting his season off quite nicely.
Yeah, I mean, he went that build pretty much solely because they had Rookie and recognized they were going to 1-3-1 their way to victory. He was the one that needed to deal with Gangplank in particular, so being able to trade with that GP, just staying at range and having the shield was big for Zatai, and that also unlocked Rookie to be able to stay in that bottom lane and deal with the Kalista, and that was just so well executed from Invictus Gaming. I'm impressed. Yeah,
very impressed. As they do take their first official best of 3 win. We are, of course, done for evening, but don't go too far away. The LPL will be back tomorrow with 3 best of 3s for myself, Rusty, and our entire production crew. Stay around. We'll see you tomorrow.